on the study committee, and Chuck is a representative from Oconee County is visiting with us. It's on the higher ed committee. Chuck.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chuck Williams, House District 119, Oconee County. As Chairman said, I'm not on this study committee. I'm sitting in today. I serve as Vice Chairman of the Higher Education Committee in the House.
If y'all will hold the mic a little bit closer. There you go.
Almost have to eat it.
Good morning. I'm Miss D. Schedule. I'm representing parents. I live in Cobb County.
Good morning. I'm Beth Blankenship. I'm an English teacher from Webster County in Southwest Georgia.
Good morning. I'm Mark Scott, Superintendent, Houston County Schools.
Good morning. I'm Representative Buzz Brockway. I want to welcome you to my house district here where Georgia Gwinnett College is, and thank you for having this meeting here, and I hope you all enjoy your time. Thank you.
Hubert Parker from L&J, a grandparent with 3 children in Gwinnett schools.
Hi, I'm Sarah Ballou Welch. I'm an English teacher with Fannin County Schools.
And again, I'm co-chair Carl Rogers from Gainesville.
I'm Brooks Coleman, co-chair from Duluth, Georgia, Gwinnett County, former teacher and principal and assistant superintendent with the Gwinnett County Schools, and we're glad to have you in our county.
Good morning. My name is Mike Glanton, and I represent House District 75, which is in Clayton County. I serve on both the House Education Committee and the K-12 appropriations.
Hello, I'm Rick Jaspers from Jasper, Georgia, and state representative from up there, and I appreciate all the transportation funds that are being spent on Highway 20 now. But with Mike on K-12 appropriations, enjoy it a lot.
Good morning. Robert Avosa, Superintendent in Fulton County Schools, Milton, Georgia.
Good morning. I'm Charles Wilson. I am the Superintendent of the Bullock County School System in Statesboro, Georgia.
Okay, I'm sure we'll have others come in. That a lot of them are coming from across the state. Courtney Gilliam is the analyst that's putting all the meetings together for us. She works in the budget office, House budget office. And back on the left table, we are, I assume we are streaming the event. Isn't that correct? Recording, and then it will be on the internet. And Sheena Wright, isn't that right?
Y'all stand up.
Sheena, that's Chairman Coleman's administrative assistant. The other lady, Betsy Howington from Legislative Council, then Jan Bram from my administrative assistant in the State House, and Sarah, I don't know Sarah's last name. Okay, all right, Mr. Chairman, we'll start the meeting then.
Chairman Rogers, I think one thing we need to do, I want to be sure everybody understands what we're doing. How many of you in the audience, you did not attend the first meeting? Just raise your hand. Any new people? Good. We're glad we have some new faces. Well, you know, the speaker gave us a charge last meeting. That was in July. And if you haven't had a chance to hear what went on, we had a great, I think, foundation meeting in July. It is online. You can go online and you can, and Courtney will give you that information later, and you can listen to the 5.5 hours if they have nothing to do at night. It really will help you go to sleep. It's really good for you. 5.5 hours of testimony, very good information. But we plan, the speaker charged in Representative Jaspers over here, his House bill, charged the House to create a study committee to separate truth from myth with federal oversight of education, any federal programs, what federal money, what federal mandates, et cetera, and also to look at Common Core and separate truth from myth and to just get what the facts are and where we're really going with that. We plan to have, we had the meeting at the state part, the kickoff meeting. We have this one, and Chairman Rogers, our next meeting is where? It's at Georgia College.
I think it's tentative set. Is it September the 24th? Is that right? In Milledgeville, Georgia College and State University. That is a tentative date. That's the time that we are planning on being there. Then we plan probably to have one more. Probably will be in Hall County.
Hall County, right.
To finalize the study committee.
And what the charge is to listen. And you need to know, and I hope the people in Gwinnett read the paper this weekend, because the State Board of Education, we have a member, Helen Rice, will be here in a few minutes, but they're at the same time we're doing this, they're holding, 12 or 14 hearings throughout the state. We've already had, I think, 4 of those. Tomorrow night, Mr. Royal, who is our state board member, is hosting his hearing at Buford over at Buford Civic Center. And that, I think, is from 7 until 8. And so go for testimony on this also. And they're at the same, and I want to say that the legislature, the legislative branch, the Senate, the State Board of Education, the Governor's Office, we're working very closely to try to come up with some answers and some solutions to this very timely and very important topic of K-12 education. And it's important to realize that we do want your input, and we do want to make some recommendations. What will happen, you need to know, the last meeting, this board, and it will be open to the public, will deliberate probably 2 or 3 hours, whatever we need, and talk about what the findings were, what we've heard, and then we at this time will make some recommendations. We don't know whether there's been a legislation requested or not. It may be all recommendations for the state board to do, but we do plan to have some recommendations of what we want to do. And I have gotten a couple of calls, and I want to clarify this right now. I've had a couple of people call me and say they've been restricted on presenting and what they can do. I want to assure you, is this not true, Chairman Rogers? Anybody who wants to speak, you may speak. You can have the time you want. You see, Courtney, you can have all the time you want. You can bring anybody you want to speak. Now, we may ask you to give you a certain time, and we'll give you a block of time. You organize it how you want, but you have a right to speak. You have a right to speak. And one thing the speaker said, the first charge, you have all the time you need. Now, that bothers us. We sat here for a long time last meeting and listening, but we will listen and we will be attentive. So if that's been your concern, see Courtney, and I'll assure you you'll have the time you want. You'll have all the time you want, and anybody you want to present will be allowed to present. So without any further ado, why don't you call the first group? Any questions from the audience at this time before we start? Any questions from the audience or committee members?
Okay.
Tell them to sign up.
Okay, I don't see any other committee members. We have, there's Matthew Gambrell walking in, so good to have you, Matthew.
Yeah.
Anybody needs to sign up to speak? Anybody? Do we have a pad out there? Okay, we got a pad.
On that table, right over there.
Okay. So the first speaker is Pat.
Does everyone have an agenda? Do you have agendas, all right?
I guess you pronounce it Pat Politico with the Metro Chamber, Metro Atlanta Chamber. Did I do that okay, Pat?
It was almost perfect.
Okay, good. Thank you. Glad to have you here.
And thank you all for the time that you're putting into this very important discussion.
Pull that mic right up to you. You have to almost eat it. That's what's so bad. And
Can you hear me now?
Controlling the volume, be sure you get it up, because it's not quite loud enough.
By method of introduction, my name is Pat Filatico, and I am a very recent retiree of IBM, and I am representing the Metro Atlanta Chamber of Commerce's Education Committee. So thank you all for the time. As I mentioned just a moment ago, I'm going to be speaking to this subject from the perspective of workforce quality. My apologies, we do not have a printed copy for you, but we'll get that to you. While I will talk about it from a jobs perspective, as a mother and a wife of a school teacher, I am very concerned about K-12 education from the perspective of the opportunity for all of our children to have a quality education, the quality of life in our community, as well as the overall economic health of our state. When we think about workforce quality, this is the #1 concern of employers, not only across our state, but around the nation. And having access to the right number of employees that we can put to work with the skills that they need to be successful in their jobs. There are thousands of unfilled jobs today. We talk about unemployment being an issue, but in reality, it is a skills issue. There are 83,000 jobs open each year in the skilled trades. More than 50% of the employees in that category are over 45 years old. And as they begin to retire, a major concern is, are there enough people to take their place? We talk about the important jobs that require science, technology, engineering, and math in order to be successful. There will be well over 200,000 of those jobs needing to be filled by 2018. And if you think about all of the other professions, whether that's in agriculture or logistics, more than 76,000 jobs just this year will be open. 3 in 5 of those jobs will require some level of a post-secondary certification, be that a 2-year certificate or a college degree. Yet only 2 in every 5 young adults in our state have the appropriate certification to fill those jobs. Our current trajectory will say that we can fill 43% of the jobs that are needed, yet we need to get 60% of those students graduating in order to fill those 3 out of every 5 jobs. When we look at what it needs to be successful, part of our problem is how we actually set our standards in the past. Perhaps we were fooling ourselves. When you think about how our students were performing on CRCT tests, by and large, 88% all the way up to 93% in the last year were meeting the Georgia standards. But when you look at the National Assessment of Education Proficiency, we pale in comparison, 29% back in 2009, up to 34% last year. A very, very scary result in 4th grade reading. When you think about 8th grade math, very similar results are being posted. And when you think about that just compared to the national standards, where we perform 27% up to 29% against our peers, those who we compete with in Tennessee and North Carolina, just think about how we compare around the world to India and China, where the United States performed 20th in the world in terms of reading proficiency and 30th as it relates to math. As we get into college, the students that we are graduating from high school and sending on to college are not well prepared to be successful. The chart that is behind you right now depicts the projection of students that we expect to achieve at minimum 50% being able to get a C in their college courses, and that clearly is not what we need in order to enable students to be successful. Only 11% of the students that we send to a 2-year college curriculum will graduate on time. 24% will graduate within 4 years. When you think about a 4-year institution, only 25% will finish on time. Thankfully, my son was in the 24%. But if you think about total, more than some of them taking up to 8 years, and we are only getting 64% of our graduates through in a total of 8 years. So what is it that we are looking for as a solution? It is, in fact, higher standards. If you look at the timeline of how Common Core came about, back in 2007, with the National Governors Association and the Council of Chief State School Superintendents, came together to really issue a finding as it relates to ensuring our students can be successful and have a world-class education. They began the work in 2008 to put together the standards, and our governor at the time, Sonny Perdue, was asked to be a co-chair on that work effort. In 2008 to 2010, they drafted the standards, and again, those were standards, what our students would need to be able to know and do as it relates to the different levels of education, and it was built with higher education professionals, teachers, curriculum specialists. Public comment and business were all invited before those standards were released here at Peachtree Ridge High School in Suwanee, Georgia. Our state education department adopted those standards in 2010, after a great amount of public response was invited, and our schools began to implement that in 2012, with full implementation for math, English, and language arts expected this year. Shouldn't have done that. So what is Common Core? Again, created by the states, not by the federal government. It's standards, not curriculum. It does not dictate educational resources or materials that should be used, left to the school districts to decide. It is much more rigorous than the current standards, and quite honestly, when students first engage these more difficult standards, they will struggle. But from what we're hearing, they feel like they're learning more. It allows for us to have a balanced apples-to-apples comparison of our students against the students that are being taught in all of our neighboring states. And when employers are looking to fill jobs, they will go where their skilled workforce exists. And the student data stays local. There is no student level data that rolls up to the federal government. It stays here in our state. Common Core standards look a little bit like this. 3rd grade, multiply and divide. 8th grade, solve square and cube roots. And then a series of standards for reading and writing for 3rd grade, 8th grade, and 12th grade, which again we have examples of here on these charts. But as many of us who are supporters of these more rigorous standards recognize, there have been issues in implementation. The readiness of our teachers and schools to actually implement was one of the things that we have heard of. In fact, I hear of at home. And our students needed to be introduced with the right set of educational materials which were not always there. However, those are catching up. I ask you to, as you learn more about this issue through your study group, please focus on the fact that it's not perfect, but it is better than what we've had in the past. And if we stay the course, students, teachers will have better outcomes in the long term. I thank you for your time. Any questions for me?
Any questions for the presenter from the committee? Thank you for being here.
I thank you.
If the presenters would, when you come up, be sure to reference, because it's a little difficult to try to see the screen. But if you would reference your handout, that's why we want this, where we can follow it. We're following you along. Be sure that all the committee members are referenced where they have that, okay?
Okay, and we have Miss Helen Rice, I think, chairman of the state school board is here, so it's all right. Yeah. Okay.
They've been very great. Two of them brought me. Never find it. It's not very good signs. I went, well, will you tell me so? Those two.
Good.
Okay. He came from LaGrange, Georgia, so. Okay, next presenter is Dr. Jennifer Wander, Associate Professor of English. Hey. And we have a handout, do we know?
You do, sir.
Okay.
And please don't panic. This entire binder is not the presentation.
Thank you.
I promise.
Reference your handout to us. Could you tell us which is yours?
Yes, sir. The one that is mine says an overview of the, yes, sir. That's the one.
Everybody got it?
It has a grayed out cover, an overview of the involvement of higher education. Excellent. So thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for allowing me to speak today. I'm here to speak to you about the overview regarding what higher education in the state of Georgia did related to these standards. I'm also here to answer a couple of questions that people may have regarding concerns that have been raised. I'd like to start by telling you who am I to talk to you about this. So I'm going to give you a brief overview of some of the things that I've done and where I come from in terms of involvement. One that may be of interest is I have over 20 years of experience teaching in the university system of Georgia. That's at Georgia Tech, at Georgia State, and most recently here at Georgia Gwinnett. In those 20 years, I have taught a range of our students across fields. So I'm not just teaching honors classes, I'm not just teaching seniors, I'm not just teaching technical communication. I've also taught our freshmen most significantly at all 3 schools in English 1101 and English 1102, which are the core curriculum English classes in the university system of Georgia. In addition, at every last one of those schools, I have taught the courses for students who need some help transitioning and need some help demonstrating proficiency in reading and writing. So I've worked on all those levels. What else? I also served during the time in which we developed these standards as the chair-elect and the chair of the Advisory Committee on English for the University System of Georgia, which has representatives from all of our USG institutions. Over the last 4 or 5 years, I've also worked with the Southern Regional Education Board on transitional course projects. I was involved in our reviews of the Common Core with the Department of Education as a University of System of Georgia representative, and I worked on the Park Consortium. So I've been in this from the start, folks. Now, with that in mind, if you would please turn to your first page on your handout, I'd like to talk to you a little bit about how this process took place in Georgia. So there's a couple of things that I want folks to be aware of. Number one is in 2009, when Governor Perdue and the other governors first took this task on, Georgia sent representatives. In English language arts, we had representatives from UGA and Emory on the initial work teams, both for the construction of the first draft of the standards and for the review. So we had representatives there from the beginning. Multiple drafts were released. They were released to the public and they were released to educators. People were encouraged to comment. Feedback was requested. When we say educators at varying levels, that means K through 12 as well as the technical colleges and the University System of Georgia. We were all asked to take part in this. If you look at 2010 on your next slide, moving forward, a draft of the proposed standards were crosswalked. They were crosswalked with Georgia's then current performance standards. And I'd like to show you guys something. This right here is one crosswalk that was done. Just one. It has the proposed draft standards on the left side and the Georgia standards on the right. And I can tell you for a fact, because they were English folk, they argued every last word. We went through all of it, from start to finish. It was sent to representative educators. It went to people from multiple levels across the state. And the Department of Education actually held several webinars and conference calls. This, amongst other crosswalks, came to the University System of Georgia. It came to the Advisory Committee on English. We were asked to not only look at the crosswalks, to not only examine them in depth, but also to examine the draft standards and the research supporting them. We were asked to look at all of it. Representatives from the Advisory Committee on English, multiple representatives, took part in these discussions, these conference calls, these crosswalks. When we were done discussing these crosswalks in these meetings, part of my job as the chair-elect and the chair of ACE was to go back to summarize for every last member of ACE that wasn't on those conference calls or those meetings what we discussed. I supplied everybody with information. At our advisory committee meetings on English, we then discussed it again. We looked at the language, we looked at the research, and we made a report. We gave a finding to the University System of Georgia. What we told them was, yes, these standards align. They align with the previous Georgia standards. Yes, they have rigor. And yes, if our students are meeting these standards, we believe they are going to be college and career ready. We believe that they're going to come to our classrooms in their freshman year prepared to succeed in our freshman classes. That's the first part. Once we started that process, we continued to go through that process of feedback, examination, revision over the next couple of years. The Common Core state standards were released. The report of the validation committee was released. As you all know, in 2010, our State Board of Education adopted those performance standards. Let's go to the next page, folks, and thank you for sticking with me here. In 2011, Georgia began sending educator representatives to participate in the Partnership for Assessment of Readiness for College and Career, what's known as PARC. PARC was a consortium of states. Georgia was a leader in this consortium. We went to PARC not only to discuss assessments, but to continue to drill down in those standards and get at what does it mean if students know the content iterated in these standards? What does it mean if students can demonstrate the proficiency required in these standards? And there were, again, representatives from Georgia at all levels. I can tell you this because I sat across the tables from them for weeks throughout different parts of the year. We had representatives from across the state, from across the levels, not only K through 12, but also the technical colleges and the University System of Georgia. Reviews took place at multiple times, and at each stage, we went back and communicated to our stakeholders. So for instance, at each stage, I was reporting back to the Advisory Committee on English for the University System of Georgia, and we were seeking feedback, which we were then communicating right back in. It was a consistent loop for development. As the developed drafts and materials went out, notice also went out to educators at all levels. They were encouraged to visit the websites. They were encouraged to provide feedback. They were encouraged to attend webinars. The representatives on the Advisory Committee of English would pass these back out to their faculty, to give you one example, and encourage people to go and look at this and provide feedback. Go to your next slide page, if you would, folks. In 2011, we continued this process. In addition, the members of the Advisory Committee on English for the Board of Regents reiterated our previous support for these standards. We emphasized that assessment was going to matter. We did. How you assess this makes a difference. As we were doing this, the Georgia Department of Education was developing and deploying further webinars, further standards. Again, people were asked throughout these periods to respond. Some of those materials that were developed were actually altered based on feedback we were getting from educators. We were getting information back from folks that said, this is confusing, or this part is different, we need to change this, or we loved this one. And we changed what we were doing as we went forward to communicate more thoroughly. So that's your basic timeline. While this stops at 2011, the work did not stop. As I'm sure many of you are aware, from 2012 right up to today, we are still working through that process of giving educators material, working to inform people about what these standards are and what our teachers need to be aware of and what our students need to do. That's your timeline. Now I'd like to talk to you about some questions related to the core, and if you would turn your page. So, one of the big questions out there is, all right, what's changed? What's different now? So, the Common Core Georgia Performance Standards, the ones that are aligned, they maintain and advance the rigor of the previous standards that were in this crosswalk, folks. They are not less rigorous. They advance that rigor. At the same time, they do it by providing our educators with extra flexibility. With the new standards, our educators have more flexibility in terms of methods and content. And I'll tell you, folks, one of the things that I tell people when we're talking about this is it sometimes helps if you think about the Common Core like bowling, all right? The standards are the pins. You want to knock those pins down. There's a lot of ways to get the ball down the lane, though. This is the idea that we're working with, giving our teachers the ability to get to those standards in a variety of ways. What else is different? The new standards emphasize a depth of knowledge and a mastery of skills rather than what might be called a broader but more shallow exposure. And this requires a little bit of explanation. So I'm going to hold up a page from this, folks, so you can see this. Over here on the left-hand side is one example of a Common Core standard, okay? Over here on the right is Georgia standards. Now, if you've ever done an outline, very often you'll have a Roman numeral at the top, and then you'll go down, A, B, C, D. The old Georgia standards sometimes drilled down all the way to the letter V. Okay? Now, imagine being a teacher trying to get through all this all the way down to the letter V each time. That's tough. And what it leads to sometimes is a sacrifice of depth, a sacrifice of rigor in an attempt to cover everything. Okay? Sometimes it leads to a memorization of a fact rather than a deep understanding of what it means or the ability to communicate that fact. So that's a key difference here. These standards make it possible for our teachers to plan and teach at a greater depth, more thoroughly, without being concerned, am I hitting sub-items A through V on each and every item? What else? It focuses on results, and it allows multiple means to achieve them. It also allows for a greater emphasis on skills that are related to effective communication across grades and across disciplines. And I'm going to come back to that in a later slide. But when I say communication, that is not strictly writing. That is communication with verbal skills as well. What we're trying to do is prepare our students, and we're emphasizing not just the ideas, but the ways in which students communicate those ideas. Because as I'm sure y'all know, you can have a great idea. If nobody understands you, it's not going anywhere. It matters. This is why we also have an increased focus on writing arguments and on writing informative or explanatory texts. Why? This is what you use. In college and in your career, you write proposals, you write reports, you write executive summaries and recommendations. Narrative is still in our standards, but we are emphasizing these other forms because, quite honestly, your boss rarely asks you to write a narrative. It doesn't happen as often. If you would turn your page, please. So, there's a lot of concerns out there right now. Folks are saying, wait. Looks like it's all focused on skills and we're losing content knowledge. Other folks say, what happened to our literary texts? And I want to address that because we discussed that very thoroughly at a variety of levels. One of the things that you need to know is that these performance standards include and allow for the study of important literary texts, both fiction and nonfiction. We are not losing our literary content. We are not losing it. Georgia educators will continue to teach American, British, and world literature. It has not been lost. Foundational texts can and should still be used. Shakespeare is in there. The Declaration of Independence is in there, as is the preamble and the Constitution, amongst other things. Informational texts have caused a lot of confusion, and I want to make sure that everybody understands where this came out in the discussions. Folks hear informational text, and the first thing they think is how. They think they're going to be asked to go look up how to do something online and work from a website. No. We had to define them some way, folks. So informational texts are nonfiction. If it's not a play, if it's not a poem, if it's not a short story, and if it's not a novel, it's informational text. There is a lot of literary informational text out there that your teachers already use. Thoreau, Mark Twain, Eudora Welty, Poe, to name only a few. There's a lot. In addition, informational texts are what your teachers use outside of your English classroom. And yes, the Declaration of Independence, which I just mentioned, that's an informational text. Those texts your social studies teachers are using, your teachers in your history classes, in your American government classes, in your science classes, your econ, your psychology, your math, and I could go on and on. Those are informational texts, folks. There is a range. They can and they should be taught in non-ELA disciplines, just as they already are. And I'm going to take a moment and explain something here. When folks read those standards, I'm aware very many people think that's only what happens in your English classroom. How many people think English language arts only happens in your English classroom? You don't, but a lot of people do. And it's natural. When they look at their student schedule, they see English language arts. And they think, all right, that's what happens in period 2. But the reality, which any English teacher will tell you, and boy, they'll get vociferous about it, is that you apply those arts across your curriculum. You apply them across your disciplines. And that informational text requirement is there and can be filled across your disciplines. I know people have heard a lot about that 50-50 split in the lower grades and that 70-30 split in the high schools. And they say, that's it. We're not going to be able to teach literature anymore. Yes, you will. If you think about it, that 100% is not only what's happening in your English classroom. It's also what goes on in your history class, in your science class, your government, your math. And if you do the numbers, what that means is that if you want to get to 30% literary text from the whole day for a student, you better be teaching literature in those ELA classes. You better be. Go to your next slide, please, folks. So, will non-English teachers have to start teaching English? The fear of science teachers everywhere. Wait a minute. Am I going to have to start teaching this? No. We're not asking your science teachers to suddenly go do something they're not already doing. But the reality is, if they're going to be college and career ready, our students must be prepared. They must be prepared to research, to read, and to write across disciplines. So what are we asking your science teachers to do? We're asking them to continue to teach their students how to research and how to write appropriately in their discipline. We're asking our students to effectively communicate what they've learned in those classes. We're asking that writing not take place solely in an English class. And most of you know from your schools that it doesn't take place solely in an English class. What we are doing is giving your social studies, your science, your teachers in your other classes some clear standards to evaluate that by. We're giving them some guidance. Next slide, please. This is the last thing I'm going to say, and then I'm happy to answer any questions anybody might have about this. These have been reviewed. They've been reviewed by educators at all levels throughout the process. We agreed, and this includes members of the technical colleges as well as the University System of Georgia. We agreed that they are not lacking. They are comprehensive. They are rigorous, while allowing for greater control of the curriculum and the content at the state and the local levels. And this is precisely because these standards do not dictate every last detail. What we want in our classrooms is not being decided. Content and curriculum are not being decided by these standards. The content and the way it is taught is being decided by our school boards with input from our citizens. Thank you for the time.
Questions from the committee?
Sure. Break the ice.
Representative Jaspers.
Break that microphone out.
Okay. Oh, we just got to get started asking questions and break the ice. Just to make sure, and I think, because I've been on this committee and looked at it, I've just seen timelines and making sure I understand the timeline, because in your slideshow, you talked about those CCGPS at 2010 and bring it prior to that. You make it sound like to me that they're hours, and that the creation of those are hours and hours alone. And I think that you talk to the public or just different people out there, they feel that outside forces also had input into those standards.
Sure. So let me give you a little bit of information. So in the early stages, before, and we should probably, let's do this. There's the Common Core state standards, and there's the Common Core Georgia performance standards, okay? Sure. So the Common Core state standards that were then adopted by the Georgia Board of Education, we were stakeholders in that, in those early stages. So if you're wondering whether Georgia was the only ones working on it, no. The Common Core state standards are a collaborative effort from a great many states. That is correct. Did Georgia have significant input and feedback into them? Yes, we did. And I'll tell you one of the reasons why we did. And it's not just because our governor was co-chairing. That's not it. And in 2009 and 2010, when the process began and folks were working on these, Georgia had recently, in the previous years, actually benchmarked our standards. So Georgia's, we're going to get too many different levels of standards here. Georgia's old standards, okay? Let's put it that way. Georgia's old standards had been benchmarked. And because of that, our old standards were one of the models that were used. So they had some good data, and we had a lot of people putting input into that. Does that help?
Yeah, we're getting there. And so if you're a parent or someone in the community and you looked at the difference between the CCSS, the state Common Core, and the GPS, what's the real difference, in your opinion, in English and language arts?
Yeah, I'll tell you the real difference. And this takes a little bit of drill down, so if I throw anybody, ask a question, okay? Let me know. So the real difference here comes in the drill down in the A through V. That's where the real difference comes in. And to give you some examples, or I'll give you one that's one that came up for discussion multiple times. Let's try this one. So previously, if you went into our standards, Georgia's, previously the old ones, we had a lot of drill down that got down to very, very highly specific levels for what our teachers would be teaching. And sometimes those levels were more mid-range. To give you an example, our standards required that our students study specific types of Georgia authors, okay? Now, the Common Core state standards that a lot of states have adopted do not specify Georgia authors in them, and that's appropriate. That's appropriate not only because, oh my goodness, I don't want to try and think about getting an author from every state into those standards. The teachers would never get to it. But at the local level, right, we can still keep our Georgia authors because these standards, the new ones, do not say you must teach X author from Georgia. You must teach Y author from Georgia. But if our local and state boards want to say, you will teach Eudora Welty, and you will teach this exact text from Eudora Welty, we can. So that's one example. The difference is our old standards used to drill down to very, very detailed pieces that we now leave to the local board and the state boards if they want to include them. Those things still got to the same goal, though.
Mr. Chairman, if I can still, thank you. One complaint that I hear is that from educators is that, you repeatedly said they have more flexibility. Mm-hmm. On the ground, what I'm hearing back out is there's less.
So this depends on who's telling them what to do, okay? These standards do not tell them how to teach. These standards do not set their curriculum. These standards do not tell them how to get that ball down that lane. If, however, their principal or their folks at their level are telling them how to do that, that is not the standards. And I think sometimes there's some confusion. We see articles come out where somebody says the Common Core is making them teach X, or the Common Core is making them teach Y. That is not it. What's happening is somebody is interpreting a piece of the Common Core and requiring somebody to teach it. But that is not what the standards do. And if you look at the frameworks on the Georgia Department of Education site and the sample materials that are available on the wikis, you will see very, very often on virtually every one, it says, these are examples. These are samples. These are methods you might try. Use them if you believe it's best, alter them at will, add to them if you like. Now, if somebody else is saying to them, you must do X, that's not the standards.
Yes, sir. Can I have one more? Just to follow up on that. So in, some of these I ask, I know the answer, but I think the public needs to make sure they understand that when you do the standards, there is also an accompanying site that gives curriculum, what could be used. Is that all right?
There are examples, yes. There are supporting materials for teachers if they wish to use them.
But there is a curriculum for 9th grade, whatever, English.
Not
on the state side or anything?
So let me make sure I'm understanding your question. Are you asking if there's a required curriculum?
No, ma'am, there's not. I know there's not. But I'm saying, is there a sample out there?
There are samples, but there are multiple samples, and that's important. Okay. So let me give an example. If you're a 9th grade English language arts teacher, right, and you want to see sample materials that would tie to some of these standards, right, you can go on there and pick and choose from those resources if you wish to do so. Yes, but that is not a requirement. And in fact, what I hear from a lot of teachers when we have these discussions is that many of them actually will come pick and choose pieces and they'll alter them to suit their students or their classroom. They'll take a good idea that's tied to, say, The Great Gatsby and use it for a different sort of novel. Does that help?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Dr. Wonder.
Sure.
Can I add to this? I do teach 9th grade literature at a high school, and now maybe you can hear me. I have looked at the resources available on the state site. SLDS provides a number of lessons, but I feel in no way bound to use those. What I base my curriculum on is the standards, and while we try to have a push now for common assessments, SACS recommendations, things like that, each teacher is given the liberty to reach the mastery of that standard in his or her own way. And so I have a very different teaching style than perhaps the people around me. We might even choose different text for the content, but our ultimate goal is just to meet the standards.
But that's up to you at that level.
That's up to me.
Any other questions? In a few minutes, we're going to have a principal that'll talk about, get more in depth to your question too, I think.
Yeah, I have a question. Can you hear me?
No, right into it. Here.
Dr. Wanda, I want to go back in history. You said you were an appointee by University System of Georgia.
I served as the chair-elect and the chair of the advisory committee on English for the University System of Georgia. And in some of these, for instance, the PARC Consortium and some of these standard work, I was a University System of Georgia representative.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right, let's go back to when Common Core came to fruition. I think some of us are of the belief it started 20, 25 years ago. When did you actually start in the initiation of meeting with other states and standard writers? When did you yourself, when were you engaged in that?
Sure, that actually began in early 2010, so February of 2010.
So you were not there with the folks, supposedly there were 24 writers of standards.
I did not. That was a representative from the University of Georgia and another representative from Emory University.
So you never met with any of the actual writers of the standards?
Actually, I met with several of them moving forward. Yes, sir.
Who did you meet with? You remember?
I cannot give you names. They were at the tables in those initial meetings.
If I mention some names, would you recognize them?
Sir, I'm sorry, it's been 5 years.
How about Sarah Clough? Is that Dr. Clough's wife?
I'm sorry, sir, I cannot tell you. It's been too long. Those meetings were very large. I can tell you that at those meetings, many of the representatives were at the initial ones, in part because when you have meetings with 200, 300 people, you need the folks who were there initially to do the breakout tables and to sit and to discuss and to explain.
Okay, so really you weren't...
The 2009, no, if you're talking about the initial work committee and the initial feedback committees, the ones in 2009 that made the very first draft, no. Did I serve as a representative and provide feedback and work from then on that was incorporated in these future ones? Yes, sir. If you're talking about that very first one in 2009, no, sir.
So you took the standards that Georgia got and with your team rewrote what Georgia standards wanted to look like?
No, sir. So the 2009 teams, the two teams, the work team and the feedback team in 2009, the teams that had the UGA and the Emory representatives that created that very, very first draft of what's known as the Common Core state standards, okay? Those two teams put together a draft of the standards, all right? They put it together based on a ton of research and a lot of work and a lot of surveys and a lot of analysis of where students were and where we needed them to be. Okay, not just Georgia, to make the distinction, not just Georgia. This was a consortium, a group, a collaboration across many states, all right, with many experts. They then released that first draft, okay? They put that first draft out in 2010. In 2010, that first draft got crosswalked to our previous Georgia standards, where we said, all right, let's look and see where Georgia standards fit. Let's look and see where we might be missing things. Let's look and see what the differences are. This, on the Georgia side, this first crosswalk became the initial basis for a great deal of feedback and discussions. We communicated that feedback and those discussions back, as did the Georgia Department of Education. This information was all being funneled back to the collaborations. Now, at multiple times, to give you sort of a picture of how this worked, at multiple times during 2010, we would gather nationally. So there were representatives from Georgia in English language arts and in math, but I'm going to speak to English language arts. In English language arts, there were representatives from Georgia. We had representatives from the USG, me, as well as representatives from the TCSG, as well as representatives from K through 12, as well as representatives from our Department of Education. As a group, we went as Georgia representatives to these larger meetings that were held in places like Florida, in places like, I believe one was in DC, one was in Boston during a snowstorm in January, and we were trapped in a hotel for a week on the airport. But different locations, we would go and we would again, particularly in those early stages when you were seeing multiple drafts, right? We would break into work groups and we would analyze each and every standard. We would analyze each and every piece of it, and we would say, does it need revision? Do pieces need to be revised? We would look at the feedback that was coming from states like Georgia, and we would say, do we need to change a piece? Do we need to alter something? And so those were workshopped as a collective effort with English educators from across the states.
Okay.
Does that
So
help?
total meetings, how many meetings did you go to? Do you remember that?
At which levels? All together?
Yes.
Oh my goodness. Let me, in any given year, between 6 and 8 in any given year.
So we implemented the standards when? When did Georgia
The State
DOE?
Board of Education, adopted the standards in the summer in 2010. So the Common Core State Standards got adopted in 2010 by the State Board of Education.
But going forward, we rewrote, we changed what we felt like was best for Georgia, correct?
In terms of what we do, if you look on the Georgia Performance Standards, if you look at I got to make sure everybody's got the right, there's so many standards now. The Common Core Georgia Performance Standards. If you look on our site, okay, one of the things that you will find on Georgia's site, to give you an example, is that students who are taking, say, world literature or American literature or British literature in high school, and teachers, they can click on that and they can see the standards that are related to what goes on in our Georgia American literature classrooms. Now, what Georgia and what every state does related to this is we add the materials that have been deliberately and explicitly left to us. So, when it comes to give you an example, when it comes to authors, all right? What Georgia does at our local and our state level is we determine what books, what authors, what content is being taught in that American Lit class. So there is the personalization in that form, yes, indeed.
Thank you for your answers. Anybody else?
Yeah,
One question right here, Bud.
Dr. Wonder, thank you for being here today.
Sure.
We had standards in Georgia, and then we, as you mentioned, we went to the Georgia Performance Standards, which seemed to receive some good critiques, and as you mentioned, became one of the standards that was used to help develop the Common Core standards. So now that we've gone in Georgia here from the Georgia Performance Standards to the Common Core standards with our own little tweaks, in your opinion, do you think that we have, when we did that, moving from Georgia Performance Standards, did we take a step forward in your mind in English and language arts teaching, or step back, or are we about where we were before?
We took a step forward.
Okay. Could you elaborate on why?
Sure. We took a step forward for a couple of reasons. And one of the reasons I would say we took a step forward is that these standards, the new standards, are ones that are both rigorous and yet more easily understandable and translatable and allow for depth versus a sprint across everything in the world. And one of the things that the old Georgia standards did, and folks, this was in an effort, a very good and sincere effort to help teachers. The idea was we're going to tell them everything that students need to know. But by getting down to level V on every last element, that made teachers feel like they had to teach every last piece. Think of it this way. Imagine trying to teach 5,000 years of literature in 15 weeks. 5,000 years, 5 continents, 15 weeks. Sprint. What we allow for now is the ability for those teachers to give the students the depth and the transferable mastery that might not be possible when you're trying to hit 26 different points for every single item.
If I could just follow up, you mentioned the Georgia Performance Standards. You mentioned they went kind of like from A down to level V. Did that contribute in your mind to maybe a problem that I hear complained a lot about from teachers and parents, is that teachers only are forced to teach to the test, and so
yes, and it did. Folks felt like, well, I've got to make sure I hit all of this because if it's covered on the test, that's what's going to happen. And that was what I meant earlier, when sometimes it leads to rote memorization or simple sort of regurgitation of facts or ideas. And it also leads to some unfortunate mismatches in terms of tests. And I'll give you an example. How many folks know what a predicate is? You don't have to admit it if you don't. You don't have to admit it if you don't, but if you do know what a predicate is, thank your teachers. A predicate is a verb, okay? And yeah, some folks are like, yes, I got it right. Here's the thing. That term, predicate, was used in some of our old standards, whereas in some of our other old standards, the term verb was used. And sometimes what you would get as a result of these sorts of things is the idea that they needed to teach students to know what a predicate was in terms of vocabulary, rather than why it's important to know what the verb in a sentence is, how that helps you write a cleaner sentence. So you might get teaching to the test in which teachers would be teaching, here's what a predicate is, so when you get that multiple choice item that says identify the predicate, the student has the vocabulary word, but not necessarily the skills that knowing a verb in a sentence leads to.
Any other question? Yes, sir. Dr. Bush.
Mine's more a comment than it's a question. As a superintendent in a large district, we're the 4th largest district, I just want to make sure folks understand. So our teachers look at the standards, our principals look at the standards, and then it's time for us to buy materials. I have to bring those materials to my local board of education and say to my elected board, here are the materials that we've seen out in the industry that are available to us. let's take a look at those. Here's what the teachers like, here's what the parents like. We show them to everybody, and then we agree to purchase those materials. And I think that's a part sometimes we forget to talk about. So the standards are here. That's sort of, what needs to be taught, how it's taught, the materials that we use. Local boards of education get to decide that. I just want to make sure that's clear.
That's a key point, I think, what you're making.
Very important.
Anybody else have a question?
Can I add to that? In speaking of is it fair to say when you said flexibility, and this might be an example of maybe using math, but at second grade, but once you have a standard, and say it was dealing with money, in second grade, but as a local superintendent, they could look at those standards and say, well, I'd like to do that in first grade too, so they could teach it there and teach it in second and have a transition. I think maybe is that fair to say that that's what you were talking about, the flexibility?
Yes.
Being able to move and you...
Yeah, I want to add to that. That is an excellent point because, for example, in Fulton County, my board has directed staff to take a deeper look at making algebra, for example, an on-level course for 8th grade. So we've been able to take all the state standards and say, in Fulton County, for example, we'd like to make it even more rigorous because that's what our community wants. So we still use the standards, but we unpack them and create them in such a way that gives the kids in Fulton, because that's what our local board wants, a different sort of organization of those standards, if you will.
Yeah, other question, yes, sir.
As a superintendent also, and one of the things that I've watched over the years and as this evolved became very clear to me as we're talking about the standards as they were. The unintended consequence of all of that is exactly what some of you pointed out, and that is teaching to the test and do certain things. When in actuality, we didn't even know it. We were taking away the professionalism of teaching and turning everyone into practitioners. When what we have now, those were the tragic unintended consequences, and what we have now are some massive transitional and growing pains of liberation, of going back to this concept of the how, being the professionalism. And I think when you get down to knowing what exactly to do, and then you get into the issue of distribution of resources, decisions have to be made. And right now, we're in a very gray area that it's important we see through. And how we deal with that as leaders, I think, and decision makers is going to have a tremendous effect on that. So I do think it's turning back to the professionalism that we want our professionals and our teachers to have.
And I would add that the examples and the comment are spot on when it comes to English language arts. That math example is equally true for English language arts, particularly because the standards are recursive. And what that means, folks, is that the standards are a baseline, all right? The standards are what you need to hit, but you can go as high above them as you like. And in fact, the way they're designed is to allow for that professionalism and to allow for that flexibility so that teachers can make it as challenging as necessary for their students. And you're going to come back to the same skills again and again. You're going to add a little complexity. You're going to add a little challenge. And it adds for professionalism and gives teachers back their classroom.
Could I follow up on that? I'm
Yes,
glad
sir.
you raised that point, because one complaint that I hear from folks is, all right, Common Core has watered the standards down, and that you've played to the lowest common denominator here. And to go along with the point you just made, okay, you've got these standards and you're encouraging school systems to go well above them. What happens to the school system that says, we're just going to stay right here. We're just going to stay at that, and we're not going to rise above that? I know, talking to our folks in Gwinnett, they have chosen to ratchet up and go well above what they require of their students than what the But what happens to the school system that says, we're just going to stay right here? Are those students better off than they were before? I guess is what I'm trying to drive at. If the school system is going to choose, we're just going to stay at this base level right here and not go above that like you're encouraging systems to do, what happens to those students?
So based on the standards we have now and the emphasis that they place on certain abilities and content and skills, even if a school says we're going to stay right where we are, you're going to see an improvement. Because right now, we're not getting as many students at the college and career level as we should from our school systems who should be able to write and read closely and conduct analyses and provide summaries and communicate effectively. We have way too many students in our transitional classes that are not college-bearing credit that are delaying their success. Part of that reason is because in the past, we have been focusing less on these kinds of skills. So even if a school says we're staying right at the standards, we're not going to try and go higher, you're still ahead of the game and you're still going to have better results.
All right. We want to thank you so much, and I hope you'll stick around where we can see you at lunch. I don't know what your schedule is. Now, where are you today? Where are you located?
I'm actually on campus all day, roaming around helping students.
Very good. We appreciate you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for the time, folks.
All right, let me tell you, we started about 30 minutes late, but we're right on time. I apologize to those that came in late. And I want to say we have some students here, I think, today. Do we have any students here from the education department of the college? I think they told me some are going to be coming in. We appreciate y'all dropping by, Liz. Stand up and let us see you. These are future educators back there. We're proud of them that are coming here. And we're going to encourage your professors to see that y'all get an A+ for sitting here doing this. That'd be good for you. All right. Our next presenter today now, if they would come forward, would be Josh Stevens with Page. And then on deck would be John Campbell, principal.
Hey, thanks for having me today. My name is Josh Stevens. I'm the legislative policy analyst.
Eat that mic.
Let's see if I can get it adjusted a little bit better. Is that better?
That's good.
There we go. So my name is Josh Stevens. I'm the legislative policy analyst with the Professional Association of Georgia Educators. For those of you that don't know much about PAGE, we represent about 84,000 members. We're a non-union association, and many of our members are classroom educators, administrators, paraprofessionals, student teachers, retired educators, and other support staff. Our core business is to provide professional learning for Georgia educators, and we also provide legislative and legal assistance to the same educators. Our members do stay in Georgia to fund professional development programs aimed at elevating the teaching profession and the achievement of Georgia's students. Back in 2013, when the House Education Committee and the Senate Education Committee went on the listening session tour, we were asked to do a survey of our members over different policy issues, and Common Core was one of those issues. We had about 3,900 responses, and they shared all kinds of different ideas, and you should have those surveys in front of you there. You feel free to look over them. I'm just going to focus on the Common Core results today. We used that survey also to steer our legislative agenda for this past legislative session. So just to kind of briefly go over the Common Core numbers, over 70% of the survey respondents were classroom educators. 45% of them had 16 to 30 years of experience, and almost 40% have 6 to 15 years of experience. So these are veteran educators mostly that took our survey. They seem to be mostly happy with the Common Core in general, with 75% of the educators saying supportive to very supportive of just overall support for Common Core. As mentioned in one of the previous presentations, there have been some implementation and training issues that our educators had provided many comments about on this survey. And that's reflected in the numbers, with 57% of educators saying satisfied to very satisfied with the training on Common Core, and only 55 saying satisfied to very satisfied with the actual implementation of the standards. This past legislative session, PAGE opposed Senate Bill 167, which I'm sure many of you know all about that. And the main concern that our members had were that education professionals would not have been adequately represented on the Standards Advisory Council that would have been created under this bill. And many of our members were also concerned that being unable to adopt new standards would harm their efforts to prepare Georgia students for the 21st century. While we understand there's been strong reaction to the way Georgia was signed on to the Common Core and also concern with the appropriate role of the federal government in education matters in Georgia, we are concerned that we may be doing our students a disservice if we overreact and close down our state to any and all outside organizations and standards, which would have happened in this bill. Not saying that that's the goal anymore. And standards to the point we would seriously handicap public education and end up preparing our students for careers in college in Georgia and almost no other place. Although we have not polled our members in the last few months, we have been in schools since the beginning of the year and talked to thousands of educators, and many of their perceptions of Common Core that were found in this survey and the comments that we received from that survey pretty much have stayed the same over the course of the year. Our members are frustrated with partisan policymaking and the impact of abrupt curriculum changes on student learning and assessment and on state programs predicated on these standards, such as the teacher evaluation system and educator professional development. So with that,
do you have any questions?
All right.
Thank you, Josh. My question is, I see your data here. Do you have a summary or narrative of this data similar to what you just read to us?
We provided that at the listening session tours, and I can get you a copy of what we presented there. It covers more than just what I discussed here. I don't know if I sent her one for it, but I'll definitely get you one.
Thank you.
Anyone else have a question? Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. So, my understanding, the major issue here is that from the information you've collected, is the biggest concern is that we may go off course? Is that is the concern that we stay the course, or is it that we need to change some things?
Well, there's definitely some changes that we've noticed that need to be made.
Okay.
We can go into detail of that with you later, but mainly it's making sure that the implementation is taken care of the proper way. Implementation and training is handled the way it needs to be handled for our educators to understand exactly what they need to move forward with, and also to not change the standards on them yet again and force them to have to relearn a whole different set of standards and kind of hinder their innovation in the classroom.
Okay, so training to support the implementation being
Correct.
one of the biggest. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Josh, I looked on page 17. You know, you said rate the support of the following initiatives. You know, Common Core and TEKS is on there.
Right.
You just draw a line right there between somewhat supportive and then people who are very supportive. I mean, it's 50-50 at that moment.
Right.
I guess, I know the teachers have been working with Common Core now truly for a year.
Right.
And I think it would behoove everybody in education, especially this committee and others, to see what they feel and some detailed questions, not just do you support it or not.
Right, and
from you guys.
We're having discussions right now on what our next survey is going to include, and it's more than likely going to go in much deeper.
Well, I hope it does, not just do you support it or not.
Sure.
You know, but just like our superintendent asked on training,
Right.
on what we're not doing, what we can do, very specific things that you can have action on.
And we did that with the TEKS and LEAKS programs. We did a survey 2 years ago on that, and we're looking to possibly do a survey on the Common Core with the same information. So hopefully we'll have that for you.
Any other questions? Thank you so much. At this time, we're not going to take a break, so if you need to use the restroom, as Mary said, they're right out the back to your right, so just make yourself comfortable. There's some beverage, I think, water in the back for you, so just make yourself at home. At this time, we'd like to ask Dr. Campbell if he'd come forward, John Campbell, principal, if he would come forward. And you have a very important person with you. He's one of your teachers, I understand. And I want to tell the House member he has a very, very famous father-in-law. And if he would stand up, where's your teacher? If he would stand up.
Michael McIntyre.
And tell us who your father-in-law is. Y'all know Buddy Hart, that's his, and he has grandchildren here at the school up here, so that's very important too. So, John, tell us about you and your school. Thank you.
Well, there's one other important person here I'd like to introduce as well, and that's my wife, Miss Melanie Campbell. Melanie, would you please stand?
You're a good man. You're good. You're smart.
She's joined me today because today is my 63rd birthday, and I'm honored to be here on my birthday.
I had that down to sing to you at the end, but I would let you go.
Thank you. Dr. Coleman. As some of the previous speakers, well, first of all, let me say I did provide written comments, should have those. I think they begin with a Roman numeral 1 that says need for new standards. So you'll be able to follow along if you have that document. Like this. Okay. As the previous speaker from the Metro Area Chamber of Commerce stated, what young people need to know and be able to do as they enter college or careers today is different from what was needed just a few years ago. Today's graduates need the ability to gather, comprehend, evaluate, and report on information and ideas. Today's graduates need to produce clear and coherent writing in which the development and organization are appropriate to the purpose, the format, the audience, and the topic. Today's graduates need to learn math at both the procedural and the conceptual level so they can compute correctly and solve real-world problems. As a parent, a grandparent, and as an educator entering my 40th year in the profession, I've become increasingly aware of a disconnect between what our standards ask students to know and be able to do with what colleges and businesses expect students to know and be able to do. Thank you, Chairman Coleman and members of the committee, for allowing me this opportunity to address a topic that I believe is of great importance to both the educational and economic well-being of this state. My remarks will be organized around 3 main points: the recognition of a need for new education standards, the response by states to the need for new standards, and the reasons why I personally support the Common Core standards. Students at my school, Osborne Middle School, have consistently performed at a high level over several years on every state assessment. Even though I am very proud of their performance, I am concerned that we may not be adequately preparing our students for the demands of college or careers. My son now works as a senior manager for Coca-Cola, and my daughter is a CPA and vice president of Jamestown Property Management. When I ask my children to tell me about their work responsibilities, I hear about analyzing copious amounts of data, evaluating reports, charts, and graphs to discern trends, patterns, or anomalies. I hear about working collaboratively with colleagues and writing papers that are clear, concise, accurate, and professional. When I ask them when and where they acquired these skills, they say mainly on the job. I then ask them if we, meaning public schools, could have done more to prepare them, and they say yes. Now, don't get me wrong. If I'd asked these young people to do more when they were in high school, I think I would have received a resounding no. However, they now are looking back and saying that we could have asked more from them. The point is that we as adults know that the world is a tough, competitive place where employers are looking for employees who can think, produce, solve problems, and add value. When the federal government passed the education legislation, No Child Left Behind, states were allowed to set their own standards. Because there were consequences from not meeting standards, many states set their standards and their corresponding assessments at a low level. What we in Georgia were describing as proficient or meets the standard was misleading. Students who scored at the meets or exceeds the standard as measured by the CRCT were frequently coming up short when held to higher standards as measured by the National Assessment of Educational Progress, the NAEP, the Scholastic Aptitude Test, the Program for International Student Assessment, or indeed college performance itself. Unfortunately, at this time, Georgia does not enjoy the reputation of being an education powerhouse. As the principal of one of the top performing schools in the state, I would like to see how my students' academic performance compares to students from, let's say, New York, Ohio, North Carolina, and Oregon. If we were not a top performer, we could learn what we need to do to improve in a matter of time. And in a matter of time, we would be among the top performers in the nation. Also, when families move into my school attendance zone from out of state, They would like to know the standards are closely aligned to other states so their children would not have to miss key concepts or skills or not have to repeat concepts or skills already learned. In 2007, a group of governors and state education chiefs saw the need for new learning standards. Governors and state school superintendents led the development of these new standards, which became known as the Common Core. In a statement announcing the Common Core initiative, the National Governors Association noted that state school chiefs and governors recognize the value of consistent real-world learning goals and launched this effort to ensure all students, regardless of where they live, are graduating high school prepared for college, career, and life. By signing on to the Common Core Standards, State Standards Initiative, governors and state commissioners of education across the country are committing to join a state-led process to develop a Common Core of state standards in English language arts and mathematics for grades K through 12. These standards will be research-based and evidence-based, internationally benchmarked, aligned with college and work expectations, and include rigorous content and skills. After the Common Core State Standards Initiative was launched in 2009, the vast majority of states in this great nation voluntarily agreed to be a part of this initiative. Over the next year or more, feedback was sought to the standards. Based on that feedback, revisions to the standards were made. In June of 2010, the final standards were released. The federal government did not write the standards, the federal government did not approve the standards, and the federal government does not mandate the standards. Now, why I support the Common Core standards. These standards set a high bar for what our students need to know and be able to do. These standards are fewer in number, but higher in academic expectations than any standards I have seen in my career. These standards give teachers the opportunity to go deeper into the content and more fully develop important skills like problem solving, writing, analysis, and critical thinking. These standards tell me what students should know. They don't tell me how to get there, and they don't dictate what materials or textbooks to use. States and local school districts make the curriculum decisions, the materials decisions, and very importantly, the assessment decisions. Superintendent Barge and his staff are developing the Georgia Milestones Assessments, which I fully support. These new assessments will help us determine if students are meeting the standards. The Georgia Milestones Assessment will make it harder to teach to the test, but they will give us a more realistic gauge of whether our students are ready for careers in college. Ladies and gentlemen, I've dedicated 40 years of my life to providing a quality and effective education for young people. I want my work to be meaningful. I want to prepare our young people to have the knowledge and skills they need to keep our state and our nation strong in every way. Please let us raise the academic bar as outlined in these standards. Though the work will be difficult, we can and will achieve these higher standards if we pull together and commit to them. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll take questions now. Does anyone have a question? I want you to know he has a middle school out in the, what is it, southeastern part of the county? Is that?
Northeast.
Northeast part of the Gwinnett County. What, 1,500 students?
1,641 as of
and
Friday.
have had up to 2,000 at school.
Yes.
So, all right, so we have a question.
Thank you, sir. To take what Dr. Wonder said and try to just make sure I understand, and a complaint that I guess I'm hearing is due to testing. You know, that it's coming from everywhere above you, testing for children and their content knowledge, and also testing for teachers, and also, evaluation for teachers and evaluation for yourself. There seems to be, I guess I hear, when you get on a committee like this, you get lots of input. Right. That teachers, I guess, feel intimidated. And I think Dr. Wonder repeatedly said that there would be, flexibility. And I wonder if there's intimidation or feel of Big Brother pressing down on them that undermines that flexibility, because they have to accomplish a certain level of success, as you do, as the teachers who work for you and for our children. And I just want your comments on that, because I think that's an underlying thread that's out there in this From Race to the Top, because it's not just a Common Core committee, it's how the federal government is interacting in our communities. I'd just like to hear your thoughts on that.
Well, as far as testing goes, I believe that good tests can really drive good instruction. That if we design these assessments to really measure what we want kids to know and be able to do, that they can make a very positive difference in our children's lives. Now, if we design tests that are simple recall type questions that are low level, I think that our teachers teach kids to perform on that kind of an assessment. But if we get a good assessment, and I've seen some precursors to what the Georgia Milestones assessment will be, and I consider them to be very good, that it will require a higher level of teaching and engagement in our classrooms to prepare kids to perform on those. We won't be able to prepare students as specifically as we had before, because we won't have the level of detail in the curriculum that we've had, but we will have a requirement of being able to read with depth and understanding, read for meaning, and write to demonstrate understanding of what they've read. And so I think as we move to those assessments, we'll see that that will drive better instruction, better engagement, and our students will be better prepared.
You know, I think it's important, I'll let you use it. I think it's important with that question for members of this committee to realize that the legislature, 6, 7 years ago, passed a bill that we allowed schools the flexibility because of the problems we were having with the economy. Not only that, but also to grant them more flexibility. We had let them become an IE square, investing in education excellence. And what that basically is more flexibility for signing a contract that you agreed to do a higher achievement. We also agreed to have charter system, and I think, Dr. Vosa, you're a charter system. I don't know if any others are. And we also allowed what we call the status quo, which we've changed that term. No one wants to be status quo. That should be strategic systems. And I think your system chose IE square.
Correct.
And that gives you...
Yes, sir. With IE squared, we have a little bit more flexibility in terms of class size, some expenditures, allotments, salary schedule flexibility. I've enjoyed having the flexibility that falls under IE squared. I'm responsible for the outcomes at my school, the learning that is demonstrated by those students, and I'm held responsible for getting those outcomes. And I think that's a very much appreciated flexibility that has been given to schools.
And this is a system of 172,000 students. And Dr. Vosa, I think you're in the charter system, which also at the bottom, from the school system up, if you may want to comment, I mean, that guarantees you that a lot of these decisions at your local level. So a lot of the comments we're hearing from parents are maybe not the state directed or standard directed, but our local system. So if you want to comment.
So as a charter system, our school board entered into a 5-year contract with the state, and it outlines how our parents have, and our teachers and administrators have a lot more say on what's happening in their buildings. You know, it's pretty complex. I can't give you a 90-second answer to that.
Oh, it is, yeah.
What we are doing is seeing a lot more local control, autonomy, decision-making. The board has changed the way we're budgeting dollars from the central office and allowing those decisions to be made at the school. So rather than saying every school gets one police officer, one nurse, one this, one that, we're asking the schools to create a set of resources that make sense to them. So if they're trying to solve an issue, they're able to make those decisions at the local level. That's what Fulton decided to do. We've got the last 40 schools going through that process now, and all 100 will be operating in that new sort of found autonomy next year.
And you need to know that about 28 schools now in the state of the 180 are either IE square or charter systems. And by next year, all 180 school systems have got to choose one or the other. That's something we did as a legislature, so they're looking at that. Any other questions to Mr. Camp? Yes.
Just want to follow up just a little bit. because I'm going back to teacher and evaluation, you know, and I guess I hear this undercurrent out there that, you know, curriculum director wants to have success. They're going to pick a curriculum that they know that within you're in Gwinnett, is that
Yes,
right?
sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
That they want to be successful, of course. They have been in the past. You know, anyone in the state does. But are they going to pick a curriculum that was going to make it inflexible for teachers? Because they, too, just have got to ensure not only the system's success, but your success. And it kind of undoes what the previous speaker a time or two said, that it's not going to be that flexible. They're going to be really a cookbook thing put around CCGPS to make it successful.
I think that's possible, but I know that Mr. Wilbanks's and our school board's direction has been managed performance for accountability. And by that, he means that if you are performing at a high level at your school, you are given additional flexibility in terms of decisions and allocations and materials that you would use at your school. If you're not performing at that high level, then at that point the district has a right and even an obligation to become a little bit more directive and a little bit more involved in the operations of that school. And we found that that works well for a veteran educator like myself. I enjoy this flexibility. I enjoy the idea that I'm held responsible and that I can make the decisions that I feel are best for my school. I have a colleague who may be next door who is a beginning principal, may not be enjoying the same success. Support comes in the way of a little bit more oversight and a little bit more direction. So I think it's a balancing act of when is it appropriate, how much, and when. And that's a decision that Gwinnett schools seem to have found.
Any other questions? Any member of the committee? Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, our last presenter before we take our lunch break, and once again, as Mary told you, for lunch now, you're on your own. You can go into the cafeteria, said, what you say, for $5 or $6, you can get all you want to eat, which you can. Now, the committee members, we have a room for committee members. There's lunch for you, and then I think there's 5 or 6 that have a special meeting, so we'll be breaking at 12 for that. All right, the next speaker is a mathematics teacher, Kathleen Carpenter. Kathleen, we're glad to have you. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning. This is a difficult position to be on the agenda, so I'll try to be brief, although I am my mother's daughter, and sometimes it's hard to break free of that tradition of oratory in our family. Oh, okay, I'll just tell you when change slide. Okay. So I'm here this morning to hopefully give you a boots on the ground perspective about what's happening with mathematics in this state. And if you'll go to the second slide, just gives you a little bit of my pedigree, which is the bottom slide on your handout. I do have experience as a high school mathematics teacher. That was my first career when I started teaching in Ohio before we moved to Georgia 14 years ago. I did work at the state agency in Ohio as a mathematics and technology specialist. I led committees that implemented state standards and developed state standards and assessments. When I came to Georgia, I worked as a specialist for the Southern Regional Education Board on a federally funded, not a federal project, a federally funded project to improve achievement in high poverty districts across the Southeast. I worked with 72 school systems as part of that project over 6 years. I've most recently become an independent mathematics consultant because I am also a mother to 3 children who are in Georgia's public schools, 2 third graders and a 6th grader. My children attend Title I schools, which are high poverty schools, and my daughters in elementary school are fortunate to attend an elementary that has children from more than 3 dozen countries. It's an amazing place to come to school every day. Some of you may have heard of me before because last March I did a 13-point analysis of the proposed Senate Bill 167, which is what kind of started my involvement in this effort. Next slide, please. So I have 2 brief goals this morning. And I have my contact information at the end of the packet. I'm not making that public because I've gotten burnt with that before. So the committee members have my contact information. I welcome your comments or further questions at the end of my presentation. I want to examine the intent and the unintended consequences of what's happened with the implementation of the Common Core. as well as provide a boots on the ground story of what's actually happening in Georgia. Currently, I am working in almost 20 school districts in this state. I've worked with more over the years, all the way from Brunswick, Glenn County schools, all the way up to Catoosa County, all the way to Chattanooga, and all parts in between. So what I'm sharing with you this morning are not boilerplate comments. They're comments I created specifically for today, and they're not comments that are being given to me by any interest group. These are my comments as an independent mathematics specialist. I also, actually, Representative Coleman, I did view the first session, the July meeting. It's actually only 3 hours and 45 minutes. And I actually hooked it into my car and listened to it on the way to a couple long drives to some meetings. So I do want to just make a couple points that when we talk about mathematics in Georgia, we have to take a longer lens than just the recent implementation of the Common Core. If you, in your packet, and this is not part of the slides, so you don't have to advance it, is a copy of the current high school mathematics graduation requirements from the Georgia Department of Education as of October 28th, 2013. And what you need to know is that this is actually a simpler chart than we've had in many recent years because of the state of flux of our high school curriculum and in what is my opinion a knee-jerk reaction and hasty decision making when we come to high school course taking in this state. And that's the result of bowing to, in my opinion, political pressure and not actually what's best for teachers and students. But I leave that as your reference today. But I want to bring up 6 main points as far as, and they are brief, I promise. 6 main points with the what's happened, what I've seen happen in this state. And by the way, it's happening in other states too. My home state of Ohio, if you would like to pull the local control card, they actually have 88 counties and 612 school districts. So local control is alive and well all over this country as far as reaction to the Common Core. And so I promise you the conversation we're having today has some unique qualities to Georgia, but also there are some very common threads in many states across this country. So the main point of the Common Core, one of the main intents was to provide focus to the curriculum, to help get away from a laundry list of standards and to move toward, and this is page 4 in your packet if you're following along, and move toward a more concentrated curriculum that's deeper and richer. What happens unintentionally is that some people's quote-unquote favorites have gotten left off the list. Some people are concerned that there's no probability until 6th grade. Well, when you look at the research about how children actually learn probability, it's really not appropriate for young children. So we took some of the marbles and some of the rolling of die out of the elementary curriculum, developmentally appropriately, mind you, but some people took offense to that. The second intent, rather, of the Common Core was to provide coherence, both within the grade level as well as up and down the grade levels. And if you study the standards, you actually see that there are connecting ideas. Unfortunately, an unintended consequence of that is that this is a transition for parents, teachers, and students. We are not used to being explicit about using what we learned in 3rd grade to do mathematics in 4th grade. That's a new phenomenon in many of our schools. And so that takes a transition for many parents and many teachers and children. The third intent of the Common Core was to provide for a conceptual understanding of mathematics, so that I not only understand the topic, I don't only understand a procedure, but I understand what's behind it. And sometimes what happens is what I call the bulldozing anthills approach, is that you get parents and well-meaning and well-intending parents who will take an assignment that a teacher gives out of context and do something like post it on Facebook and then misinterpret that assignment as the way we do mathematics in an everyday circumstance. And that really is just, in my opinion and what I've seen, it's a function of people not having conversations with their teachers and not understanding what's going on. So then a fourth intent of the Common Core was to provide for application of mathematics, where we provide students with the opportunity for meaningful, relevant learning. Unfortunately, some people take that to mean that we no longer care about skills, and that could not be further from the truth, because the fifth intent of the Common Core was not just to talk about skill development, but fluency development. So what does it mean to be a mathematics learner and to be able to be fluent in it? And embedded in that is the skills. An unintended consequence of that is a lack of communication with parents and a misunderstanding about what those skills are. However, if you read the standards, they are explicit. Starting in kindergarten, there are fluency requirements up through 6th grade for children. Then the last one, and this is the one that I get comments on most frequently, is this whole idea of rigor. And the intent of the Common Core was to really take those ideas of conceptual understanding, application, and fluency, and combine this to this rich learning experience for children that becomes rigorous mathematics. Unfortunately, what's happened is we've gotten this misguided notion of rigor being hard mathematics or being inappropriate, things like inappropriate assessments for children. I know of 2nd graders last year who took a 17-page math test. That's not rigorous. That's torture. And the only point of that, in my opinion, is to get children to hate mathematics. And that wasn't the fault of the standards. That was the fault of poor choices by adults to implement those standards. And I would reference you, because the other point about rigor, it's interesting, what's been fascinating to me, because I've been doing this work since 1998, working on state policies all over the country. I've never seen a time where we have opposing arguments trying to argue the same thing, such as we want to get rid of the Common Core because they're too hard, but then another group will say we want to get rid of the Common Core because it's too watered down. And what happens is that I think it's just a misunderstanding of what happens when we implement standards. And one of those things that the watered down approach that I hear this comment, I just had a conversation with a colleague last week about this, is handout 5 in your packet, which is the multiple opportunities for middle school students to advance their understanding of mathematics by entering advanced study. The most egregious email I've seen is a message out to high school students saying that if you go through the Common Core, you will not be able to take calculus. Nothing is further from the truth. I have never worked with a district in the last 5 years that has even had that conversation, let alone made that policy decision. And so you see in the state of Georgia, we have at least, and districts have the option, of course, to have their own pathway for advanced study in mathematics. There are at least 5 state-developed options for children to advance their study in mathematics and culminate in advanced placement or post-high school study of mathematics. So, you know, none of these unintended consequences come from the standards. It comes from our imperfect implementation as a public as well as education community. And so that's just kind of my nutshell soapbox when it comes to the Common Core. But if you look on page 6 of your handout, I want to make most of my comments today about the work that I'm actually doing, which is the next slide. So the biggest piece of work I do right now is in the northwest part of the state, and it's called a Math Science Partnership Project. This is a federally funded grant that is administered through the state of Georgia. And when I started working with Northwest RESA in 2008, it serves 16 districts in the northwest corner of the state, about 100,000 students. We had teachers who are used to workshops, but not really professional learning and really studying how they were teaching mathematics and how their children were performing. Their mathematics teaching methods were largely based on tradition, as are many teachers in this state as well as across the country. And we had a very clear disconnect with state policies. About the time we started doing this work was also about the time that the Georgia Professional Standards Commission decided to excuse teachers from professional learning to renew their teaching certificate. In my opinion, that is a real injustice in our state. I just had to have a pulse this year to renew my teaching certificate. To me, that's criminal. We ask our hairdressers to do things every year. We ask our veterinarians to go to continuing ed every year. We don't ask our teachers to do that. I think that sends a message about the level of confidence we have in our state as teachers as professions. So we have this mismatch of our state policies with what we're actually going to ask teachers to do in our classrooms. Mind you, the best teachers do this already, and they will continue to do this. They will continue to do a good job. But what we need state policies to do is to be coherent and to provide for those children who do not have a voice, who typically have the weakest teachers. That's the protection we can provide them as a state in our policies. So we have this whole background. So we started started this professional learning series in 2008 because of the state adoption and difficulty teachers were having with the performance standards. So what happened was also about that time was the Great Recession. And so the money just dried up. There was no money for professional learning. So we sought out this state-administered federal grant, Math Science Partnership, to support our work. So if you go to the next slide. Now, I've included in your page 7 of your handout some data because I am a math person and I had a statistics minor. I kind of do enjoy these numbers, but I won't bore the audience with them today. But your final results are on your handout. I won't share them today, but we started working with 65 math teachers from 40 schools. We provided them with the opportunity for the 3rd, 4th, and 5th grade teachers to complete the mathematics endorsement that our RESA offers, that is approved by the Georgia Professional Standards Commission and is an add-on certificate. We gave them content and teaching pedagogy enhancement. We asked them to come to workshops during the school year, as well as give up 2 weeks of their summer, every summer. Now, we paid them for this. This was not volunteering at the church, but we paid them actually a rather paltry stipend in exchange for their attendance. You can see on your results, we actually ended up, as a result of this was pre-Common Core implementation in the state. We created an item bank of high-quality mathematics assessment items, as well as statistically significantly, and I know that's a lot to say, statistically significantly increased the content knowledge of those teachers and had performance from our students that we were pretty proud of. But we weren't done there. Next slide, please. Once we finished that round of funding, we went to a second round of funding that was designed to extend not only in mathematics but also in science. At this point, the Common Core was being adopted in the state, and we wanted a head start. We wanted a leg up with our teachers. And so we started what we called Project TRIMS, which our goal was to transform the region in mathematics and science. We extended to not only math teachers, but also science teachers for the endorsement, as well as providing webinars for those teachers. And we learned a lot in that because we tried to balance the desire of teachers to be in the classroom with their need to get high-level quality professional learning that can only be received through taking time out of class and getting a sub. And so we were fortunate that we had 71 teachers from 29 schools in that project. And we also then started providing in-depth on-site coaching to those teachers. You can see on page 8 of your handout are the final results. I won't belabor the point right today because of our time, but we had some difficulty extending into the high school area in terms of truly assessing the teacher content knowledge. And we're still working on that today with our current project. So we had a difficult time capturing whether or not we statistically significantly impacted the high school teachers' content knowledge. We have anecdotal feedback rather, that we had an impact on their teaching in a positive way. Next slide, please. Currently, we're finishing up round 3. That project ends September 30th. I'm helping corral the data for that project. We asked for the mother load and we got it this time. We're training 142 teachers from 55 schools. We've expanded to not just individual teacher professional development, but we asked districts in these lean and mean times to endorse giving vertical teams the chance to provide teachers with the opportunity to collaborate, which they do not get as a regular part of their work experience, which is unfortunate for a variety of reasons. We actually had so many folks interested this time that we had districts from the non-Northwest region of our service area participate, and we currently only have year 1 results because literally as we speak, our data crunchers are crunching the 2014 results, but we've had some good success in the initial year of our analysis of our data. So our STEM to Core project is designed to help teachers take the Common Core standards for mathematics and whatever Georgia decides with the science standards, which we will not start that conversation today, to take it and really take it to the next level in terms of extending to a collaboration with employers. We were fortunate this past summer in June, we had 6 employers present to our teachers from that region who hire their graduates and actually told them what our children need. And you know what it was? It was the Common Core standards for mathematics. It was those mathematical practices of critical thinking and reasoning. If you go to the next slide, what we're really interested in, and we'll be presenting to the U.S. Department of Education at the end of September, these long-term results, are what we doing just a happenstance of what's currently happening across this state, or is it really because of the work that the team that I'm helping facilitate is doing at Northwest RESA? So what we did in 2013 is we had our data folks look at the long-term impact of the participation in our Math Science Partnership Program. And what we found were these 4 major areas where the districts that participated with us have statistically higher achievement, not only in mathematics, but you also see there in grades 6 through 8 science. They have statistically higher achievement, those districts that have been consistently participating in our work since 2009. And I share this with you today because our next goal is to tease out the whys. Why is this happening? Is it because those districts are doing other things as well? Or is it because this project is really impacting? And that's my goal for the next 12 months, is to try to figure this out and to provide information to those superintendents that serve on the governing committee of the Northwest RESA. But I will tell you, this has helped us get our final round of funding. We found out last week, not final, but our current next round of funding. We've gotten funded for round 4. And we're going to take the work even deeper and take some of the teachers in our region and have them lead students in what we're going to call a Student Innovation Expo, where those students will have to work together to solve a real-world problem and present to industry experts whether or not their solution is viable. By the way, if you're interested in any of the detailed data reports, I'm happy to email those to you. But if you'll go to the next slide, and this is one of the reasons I'm here today, is I wanted to share with you in closing kind of the extended impact that our work is having. So, you know, the goal of this committee is to look at what role the federal government has in our state in education. The work that I am helping out with at this point, I think, is some of the most important work. It would not have happened without federal dollars. This is good work in terms of we're able to take the lens of the Common Core. We've had the Common Core from the start of these projects as our linchpin, as our guiding principles, if you will, to help teachers do a better job with their students. So what has happened is we're seeing districts expand that vertical teamwork and rededicate their local dollars to have teachers engage in the vertical team process that are not part of this grant. Bartow County Schools is one that is implementing vertical teams K-12 in every feeder pattern that they have as a result, and we're helping facilitate that work. We have districts that are connecting this work to Georgia's STEM certification that's available to districts and programs. And they see this work as a vehicle to facilitate that certification. We also, with our teachers getting a math and science endorsement, it facilitates their opportunity to take advantage of House Bill 280, which provides them with a $1,000 a year stipend for getting that math and/or science endorsement, and then showing that they have had an impact on their students' achievement. And the last piece, which is kind of like an unintended consequence of our work in a good way, is that we've established a regional community of learners. Before we even received our notice last week that we are getting funded for the next round, we've already had emails from districts and from teachers and from principals saying, are you going to keep working with us? Is this work going to continue? And it also provides the RESA with a capacity building vehicle, because we don't have enough support staff in this state to train every teacher with the level of support necessary to really have an impact. So I want to share 3 things with you on my last slide. Thank you. There are 3 things that I hear teachers asking for as I go across this state. And the first one is consistency. I alluded to this at the beginning of my remarks in the sense that, in my opinion, and some of you may agree with me, and that's okay, I got to go meet the bus stop about 2 o'clock, so I'll be out of here and we don't have to double date or anything. But teachers need to know what the standards are and that they have time to get to know the standards. We have not afforded them this in recent years in this state, in my opinion. I'm still learning things about the Common Core Georgia Performance Standards, and I've worked with them as my life's work since their inception. Number 2, teachers need clarity. They need the resources to help clarify the standards and the level of expectation. We need to give our teachers time for the materials development to catch up to the standards process. I facilitated a group of 37 elementary math teachers in 2013 looking at the top 7 elementary math programs that are available to teachers in the marketplace. None of them met the Common Core standards to the level that those teachers thought that they should to really get the students to meet the standards. You know what that does, though? It doesn't tell them they can't use those materials, but it helps reinforce that they have to take a critical consumer's view when they use materials. We need to give our teachers clarity about what the expectations are and what the best materials are. Testing is still a mystery in this state, in my opinion. That's all I'll say about that right now. Number 3, support. Teachers need support to be comfortable. Arguing over the standards only impedes the work they really need to do. Standards are actually the least invasive aspect of the pressures that are facing teachers today. It creates an unnecessary distraction. If you've talked with a teacher recently, you know about all the other pressures they face. The standards are not the pressure they face. It's the new evaluation system. It's the new testing program. It's the new graduation requirements as they continue to change. It's new promotion requirements their district may be implementing. Standards are the least of their worries. In addition, states that abandon the Common Core are spending valuable time and resources creating new standards that actually end up looking nearly identical. If you've followed anything in the news, not to mention the fact the development process is rushed, I'll mention the state of Indiana that recently abandoned the Common Core and in the course of just a few weeks had new standards that when you read them were virtually identical. In my opinion, that's a waste of time and resources and a clouding of the message of what teachers need to be about. I want to thank you for your time. I hope that this state continues to conduct careful study and analysis in its policymaking, including collaboration with other states, believe it or not. We can learn with and from other states. And consultation with true leaders in the field of mathematics teaching and learning. We are at a perfect juncture of having common standards, understanding how children learn mathematics best based on real research and not tradition, and implementing assessments that measure true understanding. We need patience with and confidence in our school teachers and leaders as they continue this important work. Thank you.
Thank you. Do I have any questions? Yes, Dr. Avosa.
Mine's both the question. I'd like to start first by saying thank you to Ms. Carpenter for being here and sharing her work. I do get questions from time to time about parents saying to me, well, I understand that Common Core or our standards don't have multiplication tables or don't require kids. When you talk about fluency, what does fluency mean? And is that what a multiplication, sort of memorizing, quote unquote, the multiplication tables means?
Okay, that's a great question. And I'll preface that by saying one of the best pieces of work I'm doing right now, and I'm doing this in 2 elementaries, is having parent math nights where we talk about these very important things. At my children's elementary last year, we even had an interpreter for Spanish-speaking parents. And we had about 60 parents every night. We had 5 meetings. And they were in sequential order. It wasn't y'all come and come to one. People came for the series. And that was one of the things we talk about. And when you look in the standards at every grade level in elementary, there are specific requirements that talk about students will understand, okay, I don't know, have it memorized off the top of my head, but they will know the addition facts, for instance, in first grade, know addition facts, single-digit addition facts from memory. That's crystal clear. In addition, they will use strategies to do subtraction facts. There are parallel standards like that in 3rd and 4th grade for multiplication. So fluency embeds the skill development in that, but it's also an effort, and I had the best definition about 3 summers ago. I was working with some teachers, and I asked them to define the word fluency, and I had the best definition, and a teacher said, it's natural. It's not fast. It's natural. I'm fluent in English, not because I can speak really fast, which is what we think fluency in mathematics is. No, it's natural. It's that I have a toolbox in my brain that I can pull things from. My daughters like to call them their file folders. You know, what file folder is that in your brain? But I know enough about not only that specific fact, but how to retrieve that fact and how it's related to other facts in the event that I can't remember it, to really have a working knowledge of mathematics. And that's what we're trying to get with fluency, is this balance of efficiency, which has a speed connotation to it. I don't want to sit here and do tally marks to find 9 times 8. I'm not saying that we can't teach kids a great trick for memorizing those facts. But as we teach them, and what our research shows, is that the best teachers interweave those facts and that fact development with understanding of the number system, understanding of operations. And that's what we need to give our teachers the time to do as they get to know these standards, because there are some nuances to the Common Core, and I'll be honest with you, there are some standards that give me heartburn, that I look at and I'm like, ooh, I don't like that. But as a body of knowledge, you will not be able to find a better set of mathematics standards in the sense of providing a coherent path up through learning the core mathematics that children need to learn in K-12 mathematics. Now, and I will tell you, my daughter's in 6th grade. She was my children are not gifted in math. My 6th grader is a musician. I don't know how this happened, because I am her mother and her father's a computer scientist. But she was in on-level math up until 4th grade, and then she begged to be in advanced math. And I let her because my husband told me I had to. But I can tell you the core that she has gotten in being on-level math is not an evil thing. It's not a bad thing. It's not a lesser thing. If you truly look at the standards, I'm married to an engineer who manages 16 electrical engineers. He works for an Austrian automation company. And about a year ago, he said, what's going on with these standards? I'm going to read them. He actually testified at the House committee. Right. Because I was out of town, I made him come. And I owe him forever, I've been told. But when you read the standards, which is what my husband did, who is not an educator, he said, I can't find anything wrong with these. I can't find anything undermining in these. I can't find anything brainwashing in these. And what I find most often is that people who have these large-scale beefs with the standards probably haven't actually read them. And I find that many, many times. So, anyway, I kind of got off topic there, but I apologize.
Thank you. All right, we have another question. Representative Bronkway.
Yeah, and I realize I'm between us and lunch, so I'll be brief. But I guess my question is, and I appreciate you mentioning that this committee is to look at the larger federal role in education, not just the standards. And one complaint I hear about federal funding, especially when it relates to education, is that it boxes us in and gets the state to do things that maybe we otherwise would not want to do. That's a big complaint that you have with Common Core, for example, and Race to the Top funding. And so, your program seems pretty specific to do a specific thing. Could you just explain a little bit about how did you put that together? How did you find out that there were federal funds available for that? And was there pressure from the federal government to get you to do something in that program that you might otherwise not have wanted to do?
That's a great question. I'm glad you asked me that. So the Math Science Partnership Grant, there's actually several different veins of that program, but our specific program is administered through a block grant to the Ohio Department of Education that then the state decides how they're going to prioritize their awards. And the state of Georgia, and the RFPs are on the website. If you go to the Department of Ed website, you can find those RFPs, requests for proposals. Our requirement is that we give first allegiance to state mandates, state standards, state policies. So all of our proposed work and funded work has been in an effort to forward the implementation of state policies. Now, there are some nuances to that. we are required to have a representative from a higher ed institution, and we are fortunate we work with math and science professors from the Georgia Highlands College, and they're incredible to work with, great group of folks. And that is in an effort to build that bridge to post-high school institutions. So we're required to do that. That is a requirement from the state, as well as we're required to have summer work. And part of that is just a mechanics thing. It's easier for the college folks to be clear, strategic, involved partners in that when they're not in that semester of their typical academic year. So I will tell you, there is no there was no mandate from the federal government as far as you will do this way. Our charge is, here's the only charge we have, is to increase teachers' content knowledge in mathematics and science. So we test our teachers using assessments that have been developed by several different entities across the country, as well as some developed by the state of Georgia, to provide a clearer picture of the impact of the project. Is that helpful?
Another question?
Absolutely. And just I think a key word you said there was block grant. And
yes.
I think, as a state legislator, I wish that every federal dollar came down as a block grant, and with just minimal requirements that you described. We get boxed in and all sorts of ways and all sorts of funding that have nothing to do with education.
And I'll just,
that's a big concern I have. Thank you.
I'll just add, though, over the course of 3 funding cycles, we have tried to push the envelope a little bit, and the state has been very supportive of us trying to go beyond what the requirements are. And really, in this Student Innovation Expo, we cannot use grant dollars to touch students, to impact, to serve students directly. All the money has to serve teachers. So that's a requirement. But we're going to use our work to then bring in some of our business and industry partners to provide that external support to support things like a Student Innovation Expo.
Yeah, Representative Brown, I hope you can, and we'll buy you lunch.
I can stay till about 2, and then I gotta go to the bus.
I hope you can, because right after we're going to deal with that race to the top and look at federal grants. That's one of our charges, and the strings attached. That'd be great if you could help us enter into that one too. One thing I'd like for you to know, you notice you said RESAs. How many RESAs are there? There
16, sir.
16, I thought. And you need to realize that a lot of these systems we found, you remember members of this committee, and we traveled this state over, don't have. I mean, Gwinnett, they're able to take care of they have their curriculum directors, and DeKalb and Fulton has it, but you find systems with a population of 500, 700, 1,000 students they don't have. And if it were not for RESAs and people like this, they would go under. They could not do it. So I want to my hats off to, and you work with just the one RESA, is that it?
Right now, I work part-time for the Northwest Georgia RESA.
North Georgia RESA. Everybody understand what RESAs are? That's, okay. All right. No other questions? One question. We got a question. All right. Now, this is important. All right.
Thank you for your confidence, Mr. Chairman. Nice. I'll be glad to say the blessing, but I'm devil's advocate here. You can kind of tell already. But, early on in that first meeting you listened to right in the car, you heard a comment that 90% of GPS, the standards we had prior to Common Core, is in Common Core. And so that, I guess the people that are afraid of Common Core are looking at it, what's the difference? I think your perspective from being in Ohio here, you've seen a transition, and I think that's something that really has to get out in the public so people understand. I'd love to hear your...
Okay, a couple things. When you look at the Georgia Performance Standards and then the Common Core Georgia Performance Standards, there was some... I called it kind of moving the chess pieces around. There was some moving of some topics. Something moved from 5th grade to 4th grade. Those kind of things. And we created crosswalks, similar to language arts, although I don't think we killed as many trees, where we mapped those changes. And I did that in more than one state. That was something that almost every state that adopted or modified the Common Core and then adopted, has done to help teachers understand where those things lie. So from a logistical standpoint, some things moved from grade level to grade level. The Georgia Department of Education and Mathematics as well created a transition document where they helped teachers see in those transition years which topics needed to be moved temporarily to avoid children having gaps, and teachers have been using those. So from that perspective, content-wise, not much has changed in content. The biggest thing that has changed with respect to the mathematics is the equal weight given to what are called the standards for mathematical practice. That problem solving and communication and patterned reasoning, looking for structure in mathematics, is as important as the doing of mathematics. So, and when we develop our new assessments, because those standards are of equal importance, teachers will also get feedback about how well their children are doing with respect to those mathematical practices. So it's the how we do mathematics that is the biggest change. It's not just about the what. That causes great discomfort with some folks. My husband was singing in the choir when that came out because he has very bright engineers, and I've talked to multiple employers that have the same experience. He has to get rid of engineers who can't problem solve, who can't talk to customers. His team provides support for people who are having problems with their computers. And so if they can't model that problem in their office, they have to waste time and resources to go to California, to go to Michigan, to solve the problem that Chrysler's having on their assembly line with the robot that's being programmed by his company's computers. So in his mind, the benefit of the Common Core is to help even our brightest children become better mathematical thinkers and not just doers. You know, I used to teach calculus years ago, and I had very bright students, but I had what were called the mindless memorizers. And those were those children who were extremely bright, and they got through because they could learn the laundry list. And traditionally in high schools in this country, that's who we've taught mathematics to, and that's who we've reserved our best teachers for. I tried to buck that trend because when I was teaching AP Calculus was when the calculus folks did this transition years and years ago, and it was not without growing pains, and it was not without protests, and it was not without lots of public hearings themselves. But what they found is that you had, for instance, my kids in 1996 had to do weekly essays in their calculus assignments, in their calculus class. Now, I was not their friend. I wasn't there to be their friend. I was to help them learn calculus at a deep level. And I did that as a calculus student, and I knew calculus like I felt like I knew it. And that was a growing pain for my children. When my results come back, you couldn't argue with them. And I had private school teachers from the most affluent schools in Ohio coming to watch me teach because they wanted to know, how did I get these kids to have this level of performance? And it's because we valued not just the what of mathematics, but that conceptual understanding and those practices. Now, one more point. From a logistical perspective, when we have a consortium of 40-some states that have the same standards, textbook companies listen. Materials developers listen. And so the power of being part of a consortium with mathematics standards is that teachers now have usable materials that have valuable resources being plugged into them rather than textbook publishers trying to give a sticker to put a Georgia version of their curriculum out. So from a materials adoption and a materials development standpoint, it's a win for teachers in terms of helping them have better resources that they can then still take that critical consumer's eye, but have more confidence that they've actually been developed with these standards in mind rather than the idiosyncrasies of each state.
Let me, because they give me to see, but I want you to stick around. But you had a question. Go ahead.
Yes, sir. If I just really,
if she can give, because I'm gonna have her come right after we get back.
Well, it's interesting. We keep talking about autonomy for teachers, which is, I think, very valuable. But when you talk about a lot, to be successful, you have to have alignment of resources with your initiatives and what you're trying to do. So you mentioned a block grant. What I'm looking for, I think, is Representative Brockway touched on it, is the amount of autonomy you had with this grant. Is it because it was a block grant and you had that autonomy to do the things that needed to be done? I'm looking for that That's, I think, is a barrier that, and I'm trying to understand
Yes,
how much autonomy you had.
Absolutely. We had total autonomy in choosing the strategies that we felt were necessary to be funded to increase the teacher's content knowledge. And I'll tell you, there's usually about close to 24 projects that are funded across the state, and we go to meetings where everybody's, I'm going to one next week for the next round. The range of activities and experiences that the different projects gives teachers from across the state is very varied.
And was there a lot of paperwork you had to do that was cumbersome as a result of this?
The only complaint I have, since I have done the paperwork for 6 years, is that the budget line items don't match up. So when we have to report how we spend funding, for instance, teacher stipends are considered one category at the federal level and a different category at the state level. So anytime I do a budget report, I have to create two. That's my only burden that I face in terms of inconsistency.
We're going to, when we get on the federal part right after lunch, we're going to deal with that. We'll deal with these block grants. We're going to talk. So we're not going to stop because that's one thing we wanted. All right, we're going to break for lunch. Now, who can tell us where they need to go and guide us? Stand up and tell us. Now, where's the group? The four superintendents are meeting where? Where? I can't hear.
Upstairs.
Upstairs where? All right, she's out there, guys. So we're going to be back here at about 1:20. We're going to start back. We're going to cut it a little bit. All right. Is that good, Carl, with you? All right, you're going. The superintendents are going upstairs. Everybody's going downstairs. Now, I want to say a couple of members. Well, we want to go ahead and do this part because this one's very critical. A couple of members of the committee. The State Board of Education, you need to know, they are holding hearings all over the state looking at Common Core and looking especially at the math standards. And so we'll have a committee member that will be conducting their hearing tonight. Our hearing for this area by Mike Royal is tomorrow night at 7 o'clock at Buford Civic Center. So please come, have a chance to speak, make your feelings known about the math and Common Core along with these hearings. And then we're in communication between us and the State Board. We're communicating, sharing data. And your meeting's tonight, I think, Helen, isn't it? All right, so they'll have in Columbus, so she's going to have to drive to Columbus. She's going to have to move and try to get through Atlanta before that traffic. You know how that is. All right, so the first presenter we have, one of the things we asked for, the committee asked to look at federal grants. Not grants, but to look at federal programs and to look at grants. You heard us before this last session ended, we got into a couple of grants federal grants that Reese's had applied for. So this session is devoted to talk about Race to the Top. I mean, the Race to the Top money, any strings attached, any question you have, and also to look at any other federal grants. And then we're going to spend a lot of time talking about the project we've asked to do, and that's the school food service grant. And been a lot in the paper about this last week. So the next presenter is Susan. Thank you for being here, and if you will, we're going to talk about Race to the Top, right? And eat that mic. You have to pull it right up to you. I don't think it's on. Somebody could help her. I'm not sure. I sit here.
Yeah. No, it wasn't.
I think it was.
Thank you, Chairman Coleman and Chairman.
Which handout do you have they're asking?
You received my handout last week, so I'm just going to go over that same one. You don't have a copy of it today, but
Courtney, do we have a copy of her handout? Oh, last meeting, okay.
you received it electronically.
But it'll be up here, right? Okay.
Yes, it is. Thank you for allowing me to come to talk to you about the Race to the Top grant that Georgia received. There are two types of federal grants. There are formula grants and there are competitive grants. The formula grants are those that are allocated to school districts by formula, based on things like per capita income, percent of children in poverty, number of percent of children in a target population, And this money just flows to school districts through the State Department of Education. And those are the grants that you know of as Title I, Title II, Title III, the Carls Perkins Grant for Career and Technical Education, the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act. Those are formula grants. The grant funds are earmarked for many different reasons, and it flows, as I said, straight to the districts. And just the federal Title I grant last year was about $460 million, in FY15, $481 million. These grants must be supplemental to state and local grants. But the Race to the Top grant is a competitive grant. Competitive grants have specific criteria. The criteria is based on education reform priorities. The amount of funds are determined by the application criteria. The application details how to apply, and the application requirements must align with federal funds, with federal law, excuse me. The competitive grants application is voluntary. In other words, states do not have to apply for a competitive grant. Race to the Top is a competitive grant. We chose as a state to submit an application for the Race to the Top funds. The application requirements are posted for public comments in the Federal Register. So what is Race to the Top? Race to the Top is a competitive grant that was funded by the American Recovery and Reinvestment Act of 2009. Georgia chose to compete for this grant and was awarded $400 million to implement the reform efforts described in the application. $200 million of that amount was to stay at the state level to implement state-level reform, and $200 million was earmarked for districts that volunteered to partner with the state on these reform efforts. At the time that we received the Race to the Top grant, I was a school superintendent in Columbus, Georgia, had 32,000 students, 6,000 employees. Georgia had several reforms that we were working on at that time. One was that we had already moved to a standards-based environment in our classrooms. And I knew that I had 3,000 teachers that I needed to train on standards, and I didn't really have the money to do that. Georgia was also working on developing a new teacher and leader evaluation instrument. As superintendent in Harris County and then in Muskogee, we were piloting those efforts with the State Department of Education, and yet we had hit a standstill because we didn't have enough money to continue those efforts. We also had tried as a state to develop a longitudinal data system. We had tried using a vendor approach on several occasions. However, every time those efforts had failed, and so we were still struggling because we didn't have the funding to develop a statewide longitudinal data system. And as superintendent in Muskogee County, I had 3 lowest achieving high schools of the 10 high schools that were there, and I needed money to support those high schools. And so as a superintendent, I chose to join the efforts of the state with the Race to the Top grant. There were 26 districts that did that also. So Race to the Top had $200 million for the state efforts and $200 million divided amongst those 26 school districts who joined, who agreed to participate with the state in the Race to the Top efforts. So we considered Race to the Top a funding, just a funding source for our reform efforts. In the Race to the Top application, Georgia listed these goals: set high standards and rigorous assessments for all students leading to college and career readiness, prepare students for college, transition, and success, provide great teachers and leaders, provide effective support for all schools, including the lowest achieving schools, and lead the way in STEM fields. Under these goals that we placed in the application, there were 4 reform areas: standards and assessment. That's where the implementation of Common Core comes in. Data to improve instruction. That's where the development of a longitudinal data system comes in. Great teachers and leaders. That was funding to develop a new teacher and principal evaluation system. and turning around lowest achieving schools, which was money to support reform efforts in those schools that certainly needed additional support. Under the standards and assessment portion of the grant, states had to determine and demonstrate a commitment to work with other states to adopt a common set of high-quality standards, and had to describe how the grant funding would be used to transition the state to these enhanced standards. The grant criteria did not specify a particular group of standards that had to be implemented. As you heard Dr. Winder talk about this morning, Georgia had determined that the Common Core Georgia Performance Standards advanced the rigor in our classrooms, emphasized depth of knowledge, had a greater emphasis on skills related to effective communication, and increased the forms of writing that our students did. So we had determined as a state to move to Common Core from the Georgia Performance Standards. The Race to the Top application did not obligate us to do that. We chose to do that. There were 5 projects under the standards and assessment part of the application. We obligated ourselves to develop resources for Georgia's teachers. We have developed 18,000 digital resources, provided unit plans, pacing charts, and other supports for districts to use in the implementation of the standards. We agreed to provide professional learning for teachers, and professional learning about the standards has been provided in person, in our summer institutes, by webinars, through wikis, through newsletters, and with the use of those digital resources. We have developed formative assessment items that teachers may use to determine how to adjust their instruction based on student results. And we have developed benchmark assessment items for districts to use to create units, 9 weeks exam, end of semester test. These assessments allow schools and districts to determine the progress their students are making in mastering the standards. The standards and assessment part of the grant also funded for every high school sophomore to take the PSAT, and funded the development of 10 new virtual STEM courses offered to students through Georgia Virtual School, and paid for 1,000 more students to take those courses through the Georgia Virtual School. So these are the 5 projects that are under the standards and assessment portion of Race to the Top. In the grant, we budgeted approximately $30 million for the projects and standards and assessment over the 4-year life of the grant. And as of May 31st, you can see this slide was developed then, we'd spent about $27 million of that $30 million. And the Race to the Top obligations for Common Core, all of those obligations will be completed by September 23rd, 2014. This is the end of the major portion of the grant. There are some projects that have been approved for a no-cost extension. That means that we do not get additional money. However, we have been allowed an additional year to complete the work. These projects are the ones dependent on the statewide implementation of the teacher and leader effectiveness measures, the new teacher and leader evaluation systems, and we have another year in which to complete those projects. The standards and assessment projects funded by Race to the Top, however, will end on September 23rd, 2014. The grant period for the Race to the Top grant was for 4 years. And as we all know, many things can change in that 4 years. The U.S. Department of Education provided a process within the grant application for states to make changes in their original applications. Although the process for requesting an amendment is quite arduous, Georgia has been successful in getting approval for every amendment we have requested, and we have requested 16 amendments over the life of the grant. There are many myths about Race to the Top, and this is one of them. One myth is that a reform agenda was imposed on the state by requirements in the Race to the Top application. Remember, this was a competitive grant. We chose to apply. In 2009, the governor, the agency heads of all of the state education agencies, and 26 school district leaders chose to submit an application for this grant. We competed for this grant as a state, and we were successful in meeting the criteria of the grant application, resulting in Georgia's children getting $400 million in order for us to move the work forward. Another myth is that Georgia had to agree to implement Common Core state standards in order to receive the grant. Since 2002, as you have heard, Georgia has moved away from the weak standards surrounding the Quality Core curriculum and moved to the front of the standards movement with the development and implementation of the K-12 Georgia Performance Standards, one of the top-rated set of standards in the nation. Georgia was one of 6 states invited to provide feedback on the development of the Common Core standards. Due to the Georgia Department of Education's significant involvement in developing and reviewing the Common Core standards, we believed that the GPS was already very well aligned to the new standards, and the relatively small gaps that you have heard about from other speakers between the GPS and the Common Core standards could be quickly resolved. It is for that reason that we agreed to align English language arts and mathematics with Common Core, but named the new standards Georgia Performance Standards, Common Core Georgia Performance Standards, to retain the identity of Georgia's work on the instructional standards. You may have heard about our ESCA, Elementary and Secondary Education Act waiver application. These 2 documents are companion documents. There's nothing in Race to the Top that's not in our ESCA waiver, and there's nothing in our ESCA waiver that's not in our Race to the Top application. They mirror each other, and the result of this work would not have been as powerful without both of these documents coming together. The 26 districts that have participated in Race to the Top have been instrumental in piloting this work, implementing this work, giving us feedback, and allowing us to change and modify the work as we've gone along. The results of the work would not be as powerful without their support and hard work. So Race to the Top was a competitive grant. Georgia chose to submit an application for it. We won the competition along with 11 other states in the District of Columbia, and we received $400 million for those efforts. I'll be glad to answer any of your questions.
Before what I asked earlier, Susan, when I think it was Kathleen, is she still here? When Kathleen was speaking, same thing. That was a competitive grant, but you applied for that federal money through the state. They were allotted this money to give out for other competitive grants, which was separate. So that was a competitive grant also, correct? Okay. Are there any questions? I know you have some on this Race to the Top. All right, Representative Rockway. I know you just do it. I appreciate it. That's right. Check these. We may need some technical support up here. I think about 3 of our mics are not working. Did you ever get yours going?
Here we go. Thank you. My question is a little bit about the timing of when these things happened, when Georgia was moving from the Georgia Performance Standards to the Common Core Georgia Performance Standards, and how that relates in the time frame to when Race for the Top was going on. Can you just refresh my memory? When was the Race to the Top? That was sort of the end of Governor Perdue's term in office, so it's around 2008, which is what I guess would have been before the Common Core standards were really starting to. Georgia adopted Common Core standards in 2010, yes. Correct?
Yes.
Okay, so I guess what I'm driving at is, often with federal funds. Okay, yes, you didn't have to change your standards, but it sure did help you get the grant by sort of agreeing to change your standards. Can you talk about that? Was there any maybe implied pressure that, boy, wink, wink, it sure would help you get this grant if you went ahead and adopted the Common Core standards? Was there anything along those lines that happened in that process?
No.
Okay.
We believe that we could have received the Race to the Top grant with the Georgia Performance Standards.
Okay, and the slide you showed earlier said the requirement was essentially that you had to have standards, which Georgia already had. Was I reading that right?
Let me go back and read you. I have the application right here.
Yes, ma'am.
If you'd like to read it. I want to tell you exactly what the application said.
Okay.
I think what you're referring to in the application said you had to have a very good set of standards.
Right.
States had to demonstrate a commitment to working with other states to adopt a common set of high-quality standards that build toward college and career readiness.
So
that's out of the application.
The Georgia Performance Standards would have met that criteria,
Yes.
wouldn't they? So it's sort of, I guess I'm saying.
Why did we go to Common Core?
No, that's a different thing. I mean, you hear and we hear and I hear from folks that that adopting Common Core and joining Race to the Top went hand in hand, and that we were. I'm trying to think how to phrase this properly. We went to Common Core simply because we got the money from Race to Top, and that we more or less agreed to do that. And that's, of course, what your presentation is about, saying that that's not really the case. So I'm just trying to nail that down. Federal funds always mostly come with strings attached, and there were no strings attached to say we had to switch from our standards to Common Core standards.
That's correct. There are strings attached.
Sure.
In that you had to have a set of high-quality standards and that you worked with other states to develop them. And there were strings attached in that you had to develop a new teacher and leader evaluation system that had a portion of it that dealt with student growth. That was the string attached.
But I think the problem is, perception-wise, I think you can see where folks would start to think, the only reason you switch is so you can get that Race to the Top money.
And I think it was a convergence of things.
Sure.
The agency heads were involved in the writing of the application, so you had your university system, your chancellor sitting there, you had your technical college leadership sitting there, you had your DOE leadership sitting there, you had the governor's office there, you had the Office of Student Achievement Accountability sitting there, and so they knew that we were all working in this new standards environment, and that we had the Common Core, and that Governor Perdue was part of the Governor's Association, that they were all working on Common Core. So all of that came together at the same time. And so it was just a convergence of all of that at one time. I've talked to individuals who were on the application committee, and they have assured me that they believe that Georgia could have, and I asked specifically and explicitly, do you think Georgia could have received the Race to the Top grant with our Georgia Performance Standards? And the answer to that was yes. Now, that's their opinion because we didn't send in an application with that. But because there was such commonality between Georgia Performance Standards and the Common Core state standards, we believe that we could have received Race to the Top if we had stayed with the Georgia Performance Standards.
It did require the states to have a common set. Let's say you didn't have Common Core.
That's right.
It would have been mandated to have a standard set.
Yes, for you to have
So
a set of standards.
it's kind of hard to.
But it didn't have to be Common Core.
No, but it had to be standard with the states, different states.
Yes, and the reason we think that we could have done it with our Georgia Performance Standards is because we had been working with those states who were developing the Common Core, and we knew that much of the Common Core was modeled after Georgia's performance standards. So that was our work with other states if we had stuck with the Georgia Performance Standards.
Any other questions?
Yes.
Let's go. Chairman Rogers coming right on down.
Ms. Andrew, how long have you been with the department?
I've been with the department since October of 2012, and in this role since December of 2012.
So you weren't there when we...
I was a superintendent at the time of the writing of the application, and I was on advisory committees that worked on the application.
Who was there? Whose place did you take?
Teresa McCartney.
Okay. Is she still there?
Teresa is now
Governor's office. Okay, that's right.
Office of Planning and Budget.
Gotcha.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Understand?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a couple of questions. You said you had to have permission, from the Federal Department of Education to continue your work on TEKS and leaks.
No, not permission, funding.
Well, I think you said, I understand it as, the funding ends September 14 next
Oh, you're
month.
talking about the no-cost extension?
Yeah, and so, well, I mean, I guess, the people that are out here wondering, why do you have to have permission? You know you're going to finish it. Seems like a worthy thing, but why are you having to get permission from the federal
We
government?
developed the teacher keys and leader keys about effectiveness system with Race to the Top money. Very, very expensive. It has to be piloted, and a new data collection platform had to be developed. And so that was only with the 26 Race to the Top districts. That's all this application requires Georgia to do, is to develop it and implement it with those 26 districts. But we want to use that evaluation system in the whole state, and the legislature and the governor signed the bill so that we are now required to use teacher keys and leader keys throughout the state. Well, that takes a huge training to get every teacher in this state and every principal and every central office evaluator trained on teacher keys and leader keys. So we wanted to use Race to the Top money to do that. And so we asked the federal government, could we have another year to use the Race to the Top money to train statewide so that we could implement that with fidelity and with smooth implementation throughout the state.
So there are more dollars coming after September 14 to
No.
allow you to do that?
No, we had not spent all of our dollars, and so we'll be able to continue spending those through June 30th, actually, 2015.
Yeah. Just another question. At the very beginning, we're talking about Race to the Top, and I understand they were competitive, but you said we had to meet an agenda. And I think that's a key word that's in this world that we all live in back at home for Race to the Top. I've never seen, I'd love to, I hope you could provide this committee with just what was the agenda from Race to the Top in just a short.
Those 4 reform areas: implement high-quality standards, develop a teacher and leader evaluation system that had a percentage of it, and they did not tell us what percentage. Georgia selected 50, a percentage of it based on student growth. Develop a longitudinal data system so teachers can have data at their fingertips about their students' history academically, and turn around your lowest achieving schools. That was the reform agenda.
Okay, thank you.
So I have a quick question around the pace and cadence. So what do I mean by that? As a superintendent, I'm troubled by how fast this occurred, right? So I know that there were some school systems that signed up and said, hey, we're going to be part of the Race to the Top district. Fulton County Board decided not to participate in that, yet we were still required, even though we took no funding for that, we were still required to meet the demands that ultimately became part of the state's way of doing business, which is fine because the old evaluation was terrible. It was basically, you were an S or a U, right? Unsatisfactory or satisfactory. So we agree with that. The issues I think we're hearing in the field right now, especially systems that weren't part of Race to the Top, are one, the percentage, not just for the teacher, but the principals. The principals' evaluation is up to 70% growth. And so the trouble I have as a practitioner out in the field is how do I get my high-functioning principals to move into low-performing schools where we've had a history of bad performance, and 2, this idea that we're going to TEKS at a very rapid pace, the teachers are pushing back hard. And again, I agree with accountability. I think if you look at the work we've done in Fulton, you'll see that we agree with accountability. I guess my real question is this. At the end of the Race to the Top agreement that we have with the feds, can the state rethink the percentages that are tied to the teacher evaluation, given the fact that the growth model is so new and it is so hard for us to explain to parents really what that is?
It is now in legislation, in state legislation. So yes, you can revisit that at the State House. but that's where the change would have to occur. Now, the Race to the Top instrument was developed with Race to the Top money. However, and within those 26 districts and piloted. However, there were hearings at least twice a year in 5 locations around the state to gather input and to work on the Race to the Top work and the Teacher Keys and Leader Keys evaluation systems. But there are no obligations for us to continue the work after the obligation of the grant. Of course, you don't want to spend $400 million and not sustain the good parts of that work. And in the FY15 state budget, there was money put in a variety of agencies and areas to continue to sustain that work. But there's no obligation to do that. But the changes that you are requesting are now in state law. So those certainly can be revisited, but it would have to be done at the level of the General Assembly.
Yeah, that was one thing. That was that bill, the bill that was carried that was talking about the teacher evaluation. Yes. And the percentages, and it would be up to legislation. That is in legislation. It would have to be amended by the state legislature.
By the General Assembly, that's right.
Actual percentages.
I had a quick question. Sorry.
We had one more than coming back to you. Yes, sir. Okay, you yield, right?
My question was actually dealing with the longitudinal data system and how it relates to the TEKS and LEAKS under Race to the Top. So I know right now if I go in to the SLDS system, I can view student growth from 2 years ago. So are they planning to catch that up so we have a more current view of our student achievement, or is that something in the process, or is that something Race to the Top
There have
money
been
goes
7
towards?
years of data loaded into the longitudinal data system, and so your district, you should have 7 years of data, so your district may have given you access to 2. But yes, that data will continue to be input every year, so you will have up-to-date data on your students.
And isn't it true that that data system has been working on for 20 years, and it was encouraged by the legislature and others to try to complete that? And that was why it was important for a component of that to be for data, which was in it.
We had tried a vendor approach on several occasions, as you all know, and every time we could not buy one that was robust enough to do what we needed it to do. So the Race to the Top money provided the funding for us to build our very own. State of Georgia owns it. We are not obligated to any vendor to keep.
And I want to call him names, but over the 20-year cut, certain powers to be decided to move it to Georgia Tech, decided to move it here, decided to move it there, and each time they decided to move it, it had to start over. So that's where it should be, we think. Yeah. Question?
Yes, sir. Dr. Andrews, back to which came first, the chicken or the egg question we keep coming back to with the Common Core, Georgia Performance Standards, and the Race to the Top, which I think creates that confusion of, you had to have the standards in common with other states to be able to apply for the Race to the Top. Back to it seems to confuse people. And I guess what I'm trying to understand, the origin of Common Core, as I understand, came from the National Governors Association, and that was, do we know, over 10 years ago maybe, the idea behind this? I think, and what I'm looking for is, if back approximately 10 years ago, this idea came to fruition, and it took ultimately until 2009 when the standards were being drafted, and then along came Race to the Top. Is it logical that the Race to the Top guidelines were modeled after what was already in motion in relation to what the National Governors Association
Yes,
came
they were
up
the
with?
same players, state players at the table, and I think that's where the confusion comes in. They were all working together on the Common Core state standards. The same players were at the table, the same people who were writing this. It all came together at the same time.
Right, so you talked about that convergence, so the Race to the Top criteria became modeled somewhat after that. So is that, and that seems to be the replay that keeps happening in the discussion of confusion. So I just wanted to understand that, because I understood that the Common Core origin was predated the whole Race to the Top concept to begin with. Is that correct?
The conversations and the work on the Common Core standards, yes.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Any other questions?
Mr. Chairman. Ms. Andrews, I thought I heard you say we didn't have to change our standards and we still would have gotten Race to the Top money. Is that correct?
That's our opinion now. We didn't submit an application with the Georgia Performance Standards, so we don't know that to be true, but we believe that to be true. And those individuals who sat around the table and wrote this application believe that to be true, that we most likely would have received the Race to the Top application with the Georgia Performance Standards. And the reason being is because we had collaborated with other states in working on the Common Core, and we knew ours were like those other standards. So we had already done that collaboration with other states. We felt our standards were strong, and so we believed that we could have received the Race to the Top. That's our opinion. Of course, we don't know that that's the case.
But the governor then pushed the Common Core standards at the time, right?
The application, yes, was the governor's office was the entity who wrote this grant. This is a governor's grant. So they wrote the grant.
The DOE did not write the grant.
Well, DOE was at the table, but this is a governor's grant. The governor received the grant.
Okay.
I think one thing you heard the first meeting, and I'm going to hope that our state board member will mention this too, that we were one of the 6 states in the nation that had the best set of standards in the nation, and that's why we were included. All right? Yes.
I just am going to ask some things for clarity. And only because I think when we speak of going back to these periods of time, was it not when we were looking at going to Georgia Performance Standards when we moved from QCC, were we not feeling as a state that we were lagging behind already in math and science, so we were getting a boost to make some changes already? Is that a fair?
In 2002, the Fordham Foundation said that Georgia's Quality Core curriculum was rated a D, that it was a mile wide and an inch deep. And because of that, we moved to Georgia Performance Standards. And then the Fordham Foundation rated Georgia Performance Standards a B+ and an A- and said it was some of the strongest and best in the nation.
Okay, I wanted some clarity on that. The other thing is, once we moved into the Georgia Performance Standards, and we almost merged within a year and a half Common Core Georgia Performance Standards there. And I think that might be the quick shift that people were feeling like,
Yes.
You know, we had something great. Why did we go even further? And I think you've answered that. You might reiterate that just for clarity.
Because we felt like they were more rigorous. We felt that students were asked to engage in a higher order of thinking, and the kinds of writing that was required of the Common Core was stronger.
And when Georgia Performance Standards, I think, were mentioned, it went from an A to a V kind of concept or standards, and you collapsed those and made them stronger and rigorous. And is that clear?
Correct.
All right, once we moved from that, and we already had these standards, the Race to the Top you didn't have to have those standards to do Race to the Top. You just had to have a common standard. But was it true that, I mean, not true, but what you were saying was that you did Race to the Top, this grant, because we were already doing TEKS and leaks. There was already a foundation for that. There was already a LDS system in place. And there was another thing that you mentioned that was already in place, and we just needed some money to boost that. Is that a fair analysis?
Lowest achieving schools. As a superintendent with 10 high schools, 3 of which were lowest achieving schools, we were in the middle of 2008, 2009. Our budgets were being cut drastically. I knew those schools needed math coaches, language arts coaches, graduation coaches, and as a superintendent, I didn't have any money to do that. That's why I signed on to Race to the Top, because we were already piloting Class Keys, which was the early version of the teacher and leader keys. It was very huge and cumbersome, and we needed money to continue to revise it and pilot it. We were already in Georgia Performance Standards. We were talking a lot about Common Core. I knew my teachers needed to be trained. I didn't have money to do that. And so those are the reasons that we made the application for Race to the Top to begin with. And that's the reason why 25 other superintendents and myself decided that we would partner with the state in implementing the Race to the Top.
Okay. Yes, sir.
Asking that for clarity.
One more. Any questions
Okay,
on this side?
so as superintendent and your involvement with this, what I'm hearing you say is you made an informed decision to go into a partnership on this to procure the funds to do the things that you needed to be done. Any feedback for us in terms of the things, lessons learned, in terms of dealing with, say, federal funding that can maybe streamline some things for the future that would make things better?
Let me think about that.
And maybe that's not to be answered now.
That is described in our Race to the Top application, and we've said this all along, those of us who were part of the 26 districts as well as the state, is this is a decade's amount of work. But we were given 4 years of funding, so we've had to do a decade's amount of work in 4 years, and the speed with which we've had to do that on occasion has hindered the work, as you know, and when you're going at it at such a pace that we've had to go at this work, you don't have time for people to really reflect on it like they should, and I think that's a lesson learned. Now, there are some parts of Race to the Top that we have just said, no, we cannot do within the grant period. And you may have heard that USAID is withholding $10 million of our $400 million because part of what we obligated ourselves to do was to implement a new teacher pay scale on a merit basis based on student growth. Well, we don't have our effectiveness measure in place statewide yet. We don't have anything to model for legislators to tell them this is how much a new system would cost. And so we've just said we can't do that in 4 years. But we're not standing still on that. We have Fulton County and Marietta City, who are both charter systems, who are piloting and working on developing a new teacher salary schedule. That will be information that we can use as a model in the future for Georgia as we move in that direction of paying our best teachers more money. But we just could not do that in 4 years. And so we just said, no, we can't do it.
Good. Yes. Come on. Use the mic if you would.
Is it fair to say also that in certain situations, as you've been working on the Race to the Top, that you've come to a pause and said to, instead of overreach, you've said, I'm outreaching and going, I'm not going to do this at this point. Is that fair to say, too, that you paced yourself within what is Georgia specific?
We have amended the Race to the Top application 16 times, as I said before. I can give you a very specific example of an amendment. In the beginning, we said that we would use student surveys as 10% of the Teacher Keys effectiveness system, a standalone 10%. As we began implementing that, our pilot districts said, no, we don't want student input to be 10% of the system, and we don't want you to ask 5, 6, and 7-year-olds if their teacher's any good. And so we went back to USAID and said that we want to amend that. Now we want the student surveys to inform the standards and not be a standalone part of it. And so we had to have lots of conversations and discussions about why that was the case, but we did get that amendment approved. So 16 times we've gone back to USAID and said, this is what we talked about and obligated ourselves to in the original application, but in Georgia we don't want to do it that way. We want to do it this way. And even though it's taken lots of conversations, they have agreed every time and approved our amendments.
Okay, any other questions?
Ms. Andrews, tell me where you were principal.
Where I was principal or superintendent?
Superintendent, I'm sorry.
Superintendent in Harris County for 9 years and Muskogee County for 3.5 years.
So you taught in a classroom?
I was classroom teacher in Harris County for 9.5 years, assistant principal, assistant superintendent for curriculum and instruction, and then superintendent for 13 years.
So you retired, then came to work for DOE?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Question?
Yes, I just want to get some clarity here. If I understood you correctly, you said there were $10 million being withheld because we failed to implement the pay scale structure that had been suggested that we do it.
Yes.
In your opinion, would that say that we were being penalized?
No, we could not do those activities, so the money set aside for those activities is being withheld. Does that make sense?
Being withheld by whom?
By USAID. So, however, we are in conversations with them about the work that we have done on that, and there's a possibility that that money will be released.
But if Georgia in the beginning, in the initial stages, were chosen virtually because of our exceeding the standards nationally, and they seem to like what we were doing. Why wouldn't they take our lead on?
Why wouldn't they?
Take our lead on the pay scale issue rather than penalizing us for not doing it?
We could have amended that part of the application to maintain that money, but we just didn't feel like we had time to do that piece of it.
Okay, so it was about time, not
Yes,
about. Okay.
about time.
All right, thank you.
We thank you so much, and if you'll just hang around, at this time now we're going to move. We're still looking at federal, and the request was made by this committee last time to discuss the federal school food service grant and all the strings attached, and what if we said to heck with it. And you notice, I think it's been quite interesting that the state board has been dealing with this the last week, and if you've been reading the paper, some of the decisions they've made. So this is very timely topic. So I see the handout. So if we'll go to that, well, I want you to introduce yourself, Scott, and your people that are with you, and let's go. And just tell us. And this is the handout you'll be using, correct?
Yes, Mr. Chairman,
All right.
that is the handout.
Everybody have the handout. All right.
And please let me know if you can't hear.
You go ahead.
I can't tell if it's coming out.
If the AV people are here, if there's any way to get a little more volume on this mic, we can barely hear them up here. So y'all help us out. And eat that mic if you have.
Can you hear me now?
There you go. Eat it. Yeah.
Okay, I won't
You have
start
to
singing,
pull
I
it to you if
promise.
you have to. Just pull the bass to you.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I'm Scott Austinson. I'm the Chief Financial Officer of the Department of Education, where I've been for 12 years. And I have with me Nancy Rice, who is the Director of School Nutrition Programs. Mr. Chairman, as we talked about, I'd like to just start quickly at the very beginning, these first 6 slides or so of the presentation, to talk about federal funds in general, and that is the kinds of federal funds we get in the commitments. And that, I think, will inform this committee on future funds or grants that you might choose to look at in more depth. So you've heard from Race to the Top, which is a competitive grant. You're about to hear from School Nutrition. There are a few more that you may want to be considering, but I thought, if nothing else, I'll give you a list of information about the grants that we have and the dollar amounts that they are, and another piece of supplemental information you have, which is how much each school district gets in terms of federal funding. So I'm not intending to give you a broad overview. I'm just intending to give you some information, much of which you can take with you, and if you have questions, please see the chairman or call me and we'll follow up. So we're going to talk, I'm going to speak firstly about the grants. I'm going to show you how much money we got in fiscal year 14, which is last year. I'll show you what we had in fiscal year 15, which is the current year. And then I'm going to talk broadly about types and requirements and the grant process. This is the fiscal year 14 list. It's probably hard to read, but I did want you to have that as a takeaway. So if you have it in front of you and you have your reading glasses, you'll be able to see it. The import of this is simply that we receive a lot of money. If you look at the bottom right-hand side, you'll see the bottom line is $1.6 billion. That's the amount of federal funding we get. This chart, and there's another chart for 15 after it, shows you some delineation based on the type of grant, and I'm not talking competitive or formula. I'm just talking in terms of general program activity.
I want the committee members to hear this. We're not talking about Race to the Top, any of the competitive. This is the federal money we receive every year, okay?
Yes, sir. So if you see that first grouping in the top, and you'll see in the middle it says NCLB total. Those are the No Child Left Behind grants. So Title I and all of the titles just above that are what's referred to as No Child Left Behind. You'll hear terms like AYP, you'll hear the growth formula. Those are the academic grants where there are requirements for having subgroup accountability for academic performance. The grants grouping below that, where in the center we've called them other, are different kinds of grants. For example, IDEA, which is specific to special ed. In that middle grouping, we've also included the school nutrition grants, and I do want to point out that school nutrition grants are very different in that they come from the U.S. Department of Agriculture, and they are what we'll see on the next slide, and you may as well, if you care to, turn to fiscal year 15. Same grants. The difference is on the far right-hand side, I've said program type, where I'm telling you whether it's a formula or competitive. In relation to school nutrition, there's a third one to look at, which is eligible reimbursement. An eligible reimbursement means there was some qualifying criteria. In this case, we're talking about school nutrition, which Nancy Rice is going to be talking about more. The qualifying event is that the student has to be of a certain wealth or low wealth, if you will, and the student has to actually eat the meal. So it's if the student qualifies for free or reduced lunch meals or breakfast, and the student actually partakes of the meal, and it's actually counted each time that they take it, then it is reimbursed. So that's what we mean by eligible reimbursement. In the very bottom, it's relatively small, but you'll see E-rate access, which is $12 million. Just for your information, particularly those of you in the House and on the Appropriations Committee, that $12 million does not go through the K-12 budget. This E-rate money is the three-quarter match to what the state puts in. The state puts in about $4 million for E-rate, and that's the bandwidth access. The federal government, through the E-rate program, actually directly reimburses AT&T or whomever our vendor is, and it may be PeachNet next year, 75% of the cost. So we put that on there to make sure that everybody understood that there was $12 million that does not flow through the K-12 budget, but that does go to the benefit of all of the school districts because the federal government through this program is paying 3/4 of the bandwidth connectivity in the state. And then the last one is impact aid. Now, impact aid does not show up on the Department of Education's K-12 budget as well. However, if you look at the reports that I'm showing you where you, just as supplemental information, it is included. So the impact aid goes directly to the school districts based on the documentation. The E-rate goes directly to AT&T. The school nutrition program monies do come through the K-12 budget, so you will see that. Grant types, you've already heard. Dr. Andrews talked about the difference between formula and competitive, and I mentioned to you that third category of eligible reimbursement. The spending commitments. All right, so the different federal programs, particularly those that come down as formula, there's a maintenance of effort, which means roughly we have to spend the same amount of money or some degree of money that we spent in the prior year for this activity. That would be mostly for the formula grants. Those are grants that actually do repeat, as the chairman said. These are grants we get every year, which is most of the grants except for the competitive grants, which we get for as long as we requested and get approved. So for maintenance of effort, it's mostly the formula grants. Then if there's a competitive commitment, anything that we have committed to in the budget or in our grant application in terms of matching funds, we of course have to spend that. We're committed to the match funds. And then in some cases, that third bullet point, which is actually relatively small, we're talking about the administrative dollar match. So for example, in IDEA, the Department of Education is required to spend 50 cents of state money for every 50 cents of federal money on the IDEA program. And so that's a formula match of the administrative funds. What are the spending restrictions? Again, for the formula, the grant award itself, which is a document from Washington, will stipulate what all the requirements are. Title I, if you want to know what the Title I requirements are, go to the source, which is the Title I grant award, and all of the requirements are outlined in terms of what the objectives are. In a competitive grant, the source would be the budget and the application. As Dr. Andrews talked about, we're committing to certain things in words, and of course, I'm the Chief Financial Officer, so I will tell you, if you want to know what we're really doing, look at the budget, because the budget will match all the words into line items that will dictate what we're allowed to spend money on. The compliance regulations are not really commitments, but when you're in the finance area, it sure feels that way, and that is requirements of how federal money can be spent. And there are very strong accounting restrictions and rules around how federal monies need to be spent. You'll hear words like Circular A133 and A87. You'll hear about the single audit, which the state auditors tend to do on behalf of the federal program. So every material federal program undergoes a separate audit. It's called a single audit, and it has to do with compliance and spending federal money. And then Dr. Andrews also talked about supplanting and comparability. Generally speaking, it means you can't eliminate state or local money and replace it with federal money, essentially is what that's getting to. The grant process. The Department of Education receives the grant award. We take that grant award to the State Board of Education, which approves amounts consistent with the grant award, both competitive or formula. Once the State Board of Education, as SEA, approves it, the Department of Education's program managers let the LEAs or the school systems know how much money they have for that grant, and then school systems submit what we call a local budget and any other documentation that is required in our consolidated application, and that's software, the consolidated application software process. So that's a way for local systems to tell the State Board of Education how they're going to spend the money. So if you get a $1 million Title I award for this fiscal year, the State Board approves it, we let the school system know it, they come back and they say, here's how we're going to spend that $1 million. And they put it into the consolidated application local budget. And then, of course, once that local budget is approved, the funds are available to draw. And that, in a nutshell, subject to your questions, it was...
Any questions on how the grants that we're talking about now, we're talking about I have a question from Dr. Vosen, then be right back to you. All right, Dr. Vosen?
I have a quick question. My question is, how often do we look at the formulas, for example, in special education, sort of what happens behind the black curtain with the formulas? I mean, is that annually, every 5 years, every 10 years?
I think everybody heard the question, but what I would say for any formula, it depends on what the formula is. In many cases, the formula is dependent on information about the student's census data. Title I, for example, is based on census data, which is taken, every 5-10 years. But there is an updated census data information that comes through the governor's office. So there are annual updates, and every 5 to 10 years, depending on when the census, a final census is complete, there are more thorough updates. In the area of IDEA, actually, it is a student-based allocation, but the information about the student is actually coming from the school district. So Title I is census-based because it's the percentage of poverty, and we're compared to other states. And so we need a mechanism of knowing how we compare with
Clarify,
other
I had somebody say, I heard tell them what Title I is.
I'm sorry, Title I
had somebody say, what is
the
that?
money that is provided for low-income students for education. So this is providing for monies. When you hear Title I schools, it means this is a school that has a high concentration of poverty. And so there additional federal funds are provided to supplement the activities that are provided with state and local dollars. So it is federal money targeted at schools where there are high concentrations of poverty.
He said, what's the cutoff? The question was, what's the cutoff, percentage cutoff on Title I?
Actually, the cutoff depends on, that's a good question. It depends on, firstly, there's the question of the cutoff for the formula. Georgia, I believe it was around 60%, but it depends on what you're talking. So as a state, we have to compare ourselves. And the question for Title I is not just how poor are you, but how concentrated is your poverty, and how poor are you in concentration compared to everybody else. So in the formula to us, from the feds down, if you will, that's really looking at the census data of how Georgia compares to other states. Within Georgia, we look at every school district, and there is census data that defines the level of poverty in each of the school districts, and that information is updated on an annual basis.
But local school district boards are allowed to decide their threshold. So, for example, in Fulton County elementary schools, we say a school's Title I when it hits 35%. Some school districts use 50%. Some use 75%. It's a local board's decision to decide that.
However, and I agree with you, however, you are correct. You'll hear that the school boards have to decide, or I guess the word is choose or set a Title I school, however, for that designation. However, Title I requires that the schools with the highest concentrations of poverty be served first. So there is not an ability for a school district to say, well, this school that has 70% poverty will get nothing because this one's going to get 30. There is a requirement that all schools, that the schools have to be ranked within a district based on their concentration of poverty, and that those schools with the highest concentration of poverty have to be served first. There is discretion, however, for local boards to decide what the baseline activities are and to define those level of baseline activities to try and spread the Title I funds further, if you will. So oftentimes, if districts aren't giving all the money to a 70% poverty school, it's because they would like to provide something additional to those schools that have lesser concentrations of poverty, but which nonetheless still have issues.
Your next question, Dr.
Mr. Chairman, I have two quick other things. One is I'd like and we can do it offline. I'd like to know the last time we set formulas for special education. What I'm seeing compared to North Carolina, where I last worked, it seems like there's some disincentives baked in to allowing kids to move into a least restrictive environment, because if we put them in a least restrictive environment, the disincentive is that the funding is gone. But I'll work with somebody offline about that.
Yes, and Superintendent Vosa, if I may, Mr. Chairman, this is precisely why when the chairman and I were talking, we were thinking IDEA and Title I would probably be.
We're going to be a separate. We're going to have a special meeting for that. That's the next meeting. We're going to deal with that next meeting. That's
All
good.
right. And so is precipitous decline also part of special education? You want to do that in a separate?
Well, I can tell you the general answer, and then I would explore it in the next meeting.
Yeah, let's explore it, because that's a whole different ballgame.
Maintenance of effort. You have to spend this year what you spent last year, unless there's been a precipitous decline in the budgets. For example, when we had the recession that hit, that was a precipitous decline in revenue and justified in the area of Title I, less money spent this year than last year. Actually, IDEA took a harder line, and they didn't allow as much precipitous decline. So the maintenance of effort requirement for IDEA was higher than it was for Title I.
But Chairman, that's our problem with, again, federal overreach.
That's
School
right.
system like Fulton County may get $10 million from the feds on special ed. We put in $90 million more. So $100 million of our budget goes for special ed. We cut classroom sizes. We got rid of music. We made, I don't know, 1,000 people lost their jobs during the Great Recession in Fulton, and yet we were not able to make any changes to our special ed funding.
Right.
It doesn't mean we wanted to hurt special ed kids.
No.
What I'm saying is if the funding's going down for everybody,
we should
be able to reduce the funding in an equal amount for all children.
You may not be aware, but Chairman Nix and we brought in some attorneys from several school systems to deal with that last 2 years ago, and we found that is a real problem, what we could do, because we were trying to do that in our budget cuts, and these attorneys from the local system, we had Fulton's people there, we had Gwinnett's, and that was the problem because we couldn't. But I want to say, next session, we are going to deal this time about 2 hours just with special ed. All right, let's take Buzz, Representative Brockman.
Thank you. Just a quick question. You mentioned earlier about there's some federal funds that we could not replace. We couldn't say to the federal government, look, we'll handle this program with our own money. Could you elaborate on that a little more?
Oh, yes, sir. I may have misspoken or wasn't clear. You're talking about supplanting and comparability, which is similar. What the federal government is saying is, if you're spending money, here's what supplanting means. If I'm spending money on a certain activity as a district and using either state or local money, and all of a sudden I get money, say, from Title I, which is intended for poor kids to supplement the activity, if I eliminate the funding for what I was paying for with local and state, and I simply insert federal money, that's the problem. So what they're saying is it's intended to supplement. If you eliminate the funding, the money that you were already spending with local and state, what's the purpose? It's not supplemental. And so their measure is typically mathematically, they look at how much money was spent, and that's how they get to it. Yes, sir.
You know, I think these questions are great because this is what people are concerned about. All these programs, I remember when the school food service program started out, very innocent. They were just giving us some peanut butter, a few chickens, and now it's all the strings attached. That's what people are concerned about, the bigger picture. So that's why I think this is important. Yes, sir. Your question.
I think you're going to probably tell me we're going to discuss this later, but along these lines, though, as Mr. Ross explains these things, maintenance of effort, supplement versus supplant, things like, compliance, I think ultimately we all want the same thing. Federal government, local level, we want to be able to help the students. And of course, you get these earmarked funds toward specific areas. The problem that continues to happen, it seems that as money becomes tighter, which it always is, when you get less resources and things become complicated, you need more flexibility. And what happens is the overreaction is to clamp down to say that there has to be more compliance, which puts it puts the practicality of everything we're sitting here discussing into an absolute tailspin to the point where compliance wins. I mean, ultimately you get shut down. And it's just, I think, as we go through this and understanding like you were talking about with supplement versus supplant, understanding all that from a compliance background, but at the same time having to have a practical application on a larger scale, I think we all live and see that supplement versus supplant, even though it's well intended, becomes something that just completely knocks the axle off of the wagon. So I think that, as you said, I think we're going to have spend more time on these particular issues, because I think when we drill down to it, I think those are the major issues that cause, when you get down to the brass tacks of federal overreach, those are the things that really literally become the impractical aspect after all of this has been discussed. So I appreciate the fact that y'all are willing to.
Yeah, because, they start off with all this money, then pretty soon, as you say, when you get down to compliance, after a while, you're putting in 90%, they're putting in the 10, where it has been reversed. All right, any other questions? Good question. All right, we're going into the school. Now, we are going to be covering, we're going to prioritize after today now. Realize this, we're doing school food service, special ed's next, and I want you to listen to any other programs you want to have some time on, so that's what we're trying to do today, all right?
Good afternoon, Chairman Coleman, Chairman Rogers, and members of the committee. I'm very proud to be here to present the school nutrition story. We have a really proud history in school nutrition in Georgia, and other states look to us for guidance and trends because we do set the pace, and we're very proud of that. I think that I'd like to start, just give you a 1-minute overview of the history because of the history in Georgia. The National School Lunch Act was actually passed in 1946, and it was renamed the Richard B. Russell Act in 2004. Because Richard B. Russell was instrumental in passing the act. Its purpose was to provide free and affordable lunches to children throughout the school day and to encourage the domestic consumption of our United States commodities, agricultural commodities. The school breakfast program was piloted in 1966 and it became permanent in 1975. In Georgia, we administer 7 programs: the National School Lunch Program, the National School Breakfast Program. We also promote and have lots of schools doing breakfast in the classroom. The After-School Snack Program, the Seamless Summer Option Feeding, that is seamless feeding during the summer months. The Fresh Fruit and Vegetable Program, and that's a $4 million grant. The USDA Foods Program, and wanted to let you know we have 4 warehouses that house the USDA foods in Georgia. And when we have disasters, we partner very closely with GEMA and the Red Cross to use those USDA foods that are designated for schools. If there's a disaster, they call us and we work hand in hand with them to get the foods that they need. We also have several schools that only ask for milk. So it's a milk program. Primarily the residential child care institutions have the milk program. I also wanted to let you know that we're required to do a lot of training on our program throughout the state. Last year we did about 40 training sessions on various regulations, and Chairman Coleman, I appreciate the fact that you know how complex the program has become. We want to feed children. We want to give them the food that they need so that they're ready to learn for the teachers so that the teachers can teach them. As I said, we have 4 warehouses across the state that house USDA foods. These are some of the products that Georgia has in the program. We also collaborate with allied agencies. We're required to do that to enhance and increase outreach and accessibility of school meals. As far as national statistics, over 30 million students participate in the National School Lunch Program every day in over 100,000 schools. Over 5 billion lunches are served in the program. And Georgia's statistics, $670,140,265 in federal funds are sent to Georgia for school meals, and this is in reimbursement dollars. Reimbursement. The child eats the meal, they claim the meal, those numbers are uploaded to the state, it goes to our claims division, and then the money is sent back down to the local education agencies for those meals. 203 million total lunches annually, 1.15 million lunches daily. Over 70% of all students in Georgia participate in lunch. We're ranked 5th nationwide in lunch and in breakfast. 554,000 breakfasts are served, and 36% of the students eat breakfast in schools. As far as the big picture goes, 3 things, 3 areas, major areas, and embedded in these 3 areas are a lot of other things that we do. Big picture, nutrition and nutrition education, food safety and security, and then the lunchroom business operation. Within nutrition, we have rules that we have to follow. The school breakfast has to meet certain requirements. The lunch has to meet certain requirements. Food safety and security. In each school, it's important that you know that we're required to have 1 person on staff in the school that is certified in food safety at all times. If the person happens to leave, you have to have someone in charge that at least knows the basics. We teach food safety and sanitation every year. Twice a year, we offer and pay for the exam that is required in the schools for the managers. And as far as lunchroom business operations go, that's where the meals are served. The cashier has to make sure that Johnny has Johnny's meal, Susie has Susie's meal, and they're counted and they're claimed accurately, and that's where we come in. The State Department is required to make sure that the regulations are followed and that they are properly accounting for each meal that is served. As far as percentage of eligible free or reduced price students, 59.75% of the students in 2013 qualified for a free or reduced price meal in Georgia. The revenue, I've already told you what the federal revenue was $670 million. At the state level, almost $204 million, and that's local receipts. That's paid meals, adult meals, and that brings a nice total for the state of Georgia for our lunch program. The average plate cost, you might be interested to know that the average plate cost is $2.87. This was last year. The average meal price charged is $1.93. The free federal reimbursement is $2.88. We have outstanding managers in Georgia, outstanding directors in Georgia that are operators. They know how the business runs, and in fact, they treat it like a restaurant. It is run like an enterprise, and they're very good at money operations. So they keep their price low by good operational techniques. This is a slide that shows you the average plate cost and the average lunch price of small, medium, and large school systems. $2.76, average plate cost $2.18. Let me find that slide, excuse me just one moment. Yes, the large systems that we took an average of, Gwinnett, Fulton, DeKalb, and Cobb County. The average student enrollment for these systems was about 116,000 students. The medium price, which is in the middle, Atlanta Public Schools, Chatham, Paulding, Rockdale. The average student enrollment in these systems was 31,600. Small systems chosen for this average, Bleckley, Early, Fannin, and Oglethorpe, and that was about 2,500 students. So again, I want to impress upon you the fact that these, in Gwinnett County, there are about 134 schools, I think. So it's likened to having 134 individual restaurants with the central office being the regional restaurant office. They have to earn the money to operate their system, either through reimbursement from the federal government or through sales, to pay the salaries, the benefits, for the food, the equipment, the supplies, everything. They are self-supporting in most cases. The central office might kick in a little bit, but for the most part, they are self-supporting. Okay? With regard to state funding, in 2008, we started out at $38 million. In 2013, it was $22,500,000. And again, this funding was set aside for the school nutrition program to help offset the cost of sick leave, 2 days of sick leave for each school nutrition worker, and a supplement, a $400 supplement for each manager, because the manager in the school does work that is different from and in addition to the work that is done by the other staff, the food assistants. So that money has gone down some. There are a lot of school nutrition requirements that we have to follow. That's not new. The program's been around for a long time, and we are accustomed to the regulations that we have to follow. That is my presentation. So if you have any comments.
We're going to take questions now. That's a very good presentation. It's a huge program. I think that one thing that you didn't mention, something in there that schools have to do, the insurance, the sick leave, that's being absorbed now by the school systems, I think, and that's been a big controversy. But and the requirements, there have been a lot of. Would you comment before we take questions on what's been in the paper about and what they're talking about? You know, they say what we have to serve, how we have to serve it, and then the newspaper said the state board is allowing the equivalent of 80 days, or what, half the time, 90 days now, they can have fundraisers. What does that mean?
Yes, sir. And I have a handout if you would like it. I'd be glad to leave it about the nutrition requirements for breakfast and for lunch. They are very specific as to what we have to do, calorie level, fat level, sodium requirements, and the Congress passed a law in 2010, and this section of the law just went into effect recently, and it requires a reduction in sodium and some other factors that students aren't accustomed to because they eat differently at home, they eat differently in fast food restaurants. So it takes a while for students' taste buds to come around to a decreased sodium level and a decreased fat level, but we're working very hard with the managers and directors in the local school nutrition programs to enhance the flavor of the food through spices and other things. And the other item that you spoke of is the smart snacks. When Congress passed the law, it required the state board to set a limit on fundraisers that did not meet what the Institute of Medicine called healthy nutrition standards. They also said that state boards of education were required to set that limit, and our state board did set that limit at 30 per year for the length of 3 days. And what they did was they fully vetted this. It was hard for them to come up with this limit, but they felt like the local school systems could make a choice, and they can. The local school systems can be more strict than the state board policy, so they can pass their own limits. We have 2 school systems that have already done that. Chatham and Gainesville have already done that.
Now, when you say fundraisers, tell people what you mean by fundraisers, because that's important. We're talking about Coke machines, cookie machines, donuts, so tell them what you're talking about.
Yes, sir. What the Institute of Medicine considers not so healthy items, so they're limited so that students have the same choices campus-wide to set the example.
But what I'm saying, they have to take out their Coke machine. What I'm saying,
food during the
just
school
during
day.
the school,
Yes,
all
sir.
during the day.
Just-
They've got to get rid of cookie machines, Coke machines.
Yes.
They can't have donut sales in the morning to raise funds for the cheerleaders. That's what we're talking about, right?
That is correct.
None of
Except
that.
for 30 times. It doesn't have anything to do with fundraisers outside the school day.
Oh, yeah, it's just
or adults, anything like that. But yes. Okay. Those are the limits.
Okay. All right, questions now. All right. Yes, sir.
Along those same lines that you just mentioned about fundraisers, Coke machines, cookie machines, there actually are, can you hear me?
Oh, there you are.
Oh, you're looking for, okay. But it's my understanding is those vending machines can still be in the schools as long as the the items in the vending machines are within the nutritional guidelines.
Yes, sir.
And it's my understanding, too, that the fundraisers, such as whether it be apples being sold for the band or candy bars being sold for chorus, whether they meet those nutritional guidelines is the question of whether they then fall within that school day as to whether they can be sold unless they're under one of the exemptions. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
If it is if it's an item that meets the nutrition
Nutritional
standards,
guidelines.
they can sell it anytime, anywhere, except during the lunchroom, during lunch, so as not to compete with the school meal.
I understand. Okay. And the items in those vending machines can still be in the school, even during
Yes.
school day, as long as it meets the nutritional guidelines. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Because there's been a lot of discussion on that. I just want to make sure my understanding was clear. So
Yes, sir.
Go back to whether it's in your professional opinion or whether it's based on the published fact. What is the reason for the tightening of the nutritional guidelines that we've seen since 2010 that's now impacting us?
It is my opinion that Congress wanted a level playing field for the entire school environment,
Okay.
the entire campus.
Okay.
Because if you're trying to teach a child a healthy meal, and you're doing that in the lunchroom, they wanted to see the same items sold throughout the whole campus. And I brought my specialist in Smart Snacks with me. If you
No,
want
and
to
I'm sorry,
ask
you're
some
answering the question in relation to Smart Snacks. I was actually asking in relation to the nutritional guidelines that hit us in 2010.
Yes.
That you mentioned in relation to the less sodium and things. What's the reasoning behind that in terms of for professional
The original
reasons?
reason was childhood obesity.
Okay.
To cut that.
Which is that proven to be an epidemic in this country?
I couldn't answer that
Okay.
question.
All right. I'm just understanding because I'm looking for the logic versus the overreach in relation to this. The other question I had was in relation to the lunches. I see here you have 70% or roughly 71% of all students participate in lunch, but about 59% are eligible for free or reduced meals. Now, I have children of my own, and I hear this as a superintendent, and maybe it's just Bullitt County, but I don't think so. The meals just don't taste good, or nobody wants to eat them or whatever. But I walk through, and I see a lot of children happily eating the meals. Now, I haven't checked. I don't know what homes they come from, but I'm just looking for the understanding of it. I've talked to my daughter about this. It's it's great that you have options, that you're not that hungry, but I'm just looking for an understanding of, are there any data out there that have been collected in relation to, well, this 10% right here between the 59 and the 71%? Are those the ones that are eating it that don't like it? I'm just looking for some sort of understanding as to who doesn't like it that's eating it versus the ones that are eating it that do like it. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does make sense, and I know that I have a friend at USDA, and she said that they are starting a study on that, but we don't have anything that I know of yet. Sarah, do you know? Okay. Sorry, but I'll look.
I appreciate the fact that y'all are looking into that, because I'm trying to understand this seems to be a circular conversation that really we're beating ourselves up over, and I'm just trying to look for some grounded understanding of what the issue is. So, thank you.
All right, I have a question from Representative Glenn, and I have one down this way, so all right.
My question has to do more with the matching dollars. Have you seen or do you know if there's an increase in state dollars being used as a result of trying to comply with the new federal regulations regarding nutrition? Is there a number out there? Is a study out there? Do we know the impact financially to the state as a result of the compliance with the federal guidelines?
The meal cost has gone up from last year. I think it's about 8 cents, the meal cost, but we do not know exactly what that is attributed to. Remember, we had snow days last year, and we are looking at last year's costs.
So if you were to compare the previous year to last year,
it goes up every year because food cost goes up about 3% every year.
so you don't say 100% is a result of new federal guidelines. It could just be inflation
There are
and
a
so
lot
on
of
and so
factors.
forth.
A lot of factors to look at.
Okay. All right. Okay.
Hi. Thanks for being here.
Thank you.
My question is, I know that it's been in the news recently dealing with Marietta City passing the resolution. Basically, they have no issue with the guidelines for lunches, but they feel that the federal government is overstepping its bounds dealing with snacks. Will that then impact their federal funding? Will it be, do you know, would it be stripped from them as a result of that?
There is no fiscal action at this time. We're not following the snacks. We just, at this point, there is none.
Okay.
Yes, and remember, it's Department of Ag, not the Department of Ed.
Anyone else have a question? All right.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Question, Scott. So the total federal, I'm right here in front of you. It's all right. Total federal funds we get each year, this past year, was over $1.6 billion.
Yes, sir.
Correct. That's everything federal fund wise.
That is correct. However, I wanted to give you something that would show you the recurring grants. There is, as you heard, carryover. Race to the Top and the LDS grant that came down started out, and they were 5-year grants. And unlike many of our grants, which are for a specific year, the Race to the Top grant and the LDS grant came with a 5-year time horizon. And there were specific measurables for each year depending on what we said and what we budgeted, which is a way of saying the money, because it was appropriated in the AOB. So what I gave you that summary at the end of how the funds are put in. Of course, we get the grant award. We also put it into the AOB through what's called a budget amendment with the budget offices, just so you know. Well, those monies have already been budgeted in. And now, as you know, because we do the annual budget on a continuing basis, they would be considered carryover. So there are some funds that I would suggest that are not always captured in any snapshot view, and those are funds that are of a carryover nature that have not yet been captured in the completion report process that we go through. But other than that, everything is reflected. Yes, sir.
Follow up, with the refugees coming in now, is DOE doing any kind of emergency funding for local systems? I know in Hall County, we probably have 100 of them. I know there's 1,200 or 1,300 refugee children, ages 15 and below. They're in systems all over the state. Is there any help on that? Are we trying to help the locals? Are y'all doing anything on that matter at all?
At this point, Mr. Chairman, we are trying to come up with the number with the student count. We'll be doing the FTE count in October. Unfortunately, to answer your first question, no. The federal government, through the U.S. Department of Education, has not provided additional funding. The Department of Education and the State Board are, however, very interested in this. We know that in Texas, for example, we've heard costs, and this is anecdotal, of somewhere around $50 million for a certain number of students. We know that the cost will be relatively high. At this point, we don't know where the students are going, and when we collect that information, we'll have a special collection. Again, similar to Title I, a big part of the cost will be how concentrated the students are. So at this point, we don't know how many students there are, but we do know if there are a lot of students and if they self-select to go to a certain home, if they spread themselves out among the state, it is more manageable. If the students are placed in centers by the department, whoever does it, whoever places these students, and I think you read about that with the governor being a little upset about it in terms of how they get placed. We don't know at this point how much control we'll have over where they go or how many we will get. At this time, there's no additional funding from the Department of Education, U.S. Department of Education. The Georgia Department of Education and the State Board are, however, asking all districts to keep us informed. We will monitor the costs, and we'll be informing the General Assembly of wherever they are and however many we have and what types of programs and support would be available, whether they're from the state or especially from the federal government.
Follow up, Mr. Chairman. So state funding, how much are we appropriating on state funding now on the state share? QBE, fast-growing schools, what is that
Well,
number?
the total state budget's just around $9 billion.
$9 billion.
Yes, sir. So
that does not include federal funds.
That does not include the federal funds. That's correct.
We'd even cut that down to about $4 million and we put it back. Isn't that true? Last year, we put it back. Well, you don't know, but we'd even cut that some. Yeah.
I heard rumors.
We put it back.
You put it back, so I let it go, right?
Yeah.
Thank you for that.
No, it's terrible what they've cut. They've just cut.
So we're over $11 billion right now, including federal funds.
Not 11, no.
Yes, if you include, yes.
Yeah.
And not including school nutrition funds. The split is typically about 8 to 9% federal funds. This is a general rule. With ARA, with Race to the Top, the percentage of federal funding has increased, but normally federal funds are about 8 to 9% of the K-12 budgeted funds. That does not include school nutrition.
What is the FTE count right now statewide?
It's just about 1.7 million.
1.7
million students.
Any other questions? I had a concern expressed by couple on the panel earlier. In our schools, we have a lot of athletes, and these guys that come to school at 6:30 in the morning and work out, many of them, they may eat breakfast or may not, and then they have lunch, and then they go right to practice, and they're saying they're hungry. They're telling their teachers they can only get so much, and they say they're hungry, and the foods just don't take care of them. So can students get more if they want it? Can they ask for more? Do they get it?
Yes, sir. But they would have to pay for extra.
But they have to pay. That's right.
Because
2 lunches.
The reimbursement is just for X amount of food. It's not all you can eat. But I want to stress that there are after-school programs, and this is for athletes as well. If there is an educational component, a 30-minute educational component right before practice, perhaps a guided instruction with their coach, sitting there helping them do their homework, the school nutrition program can provide a snack for them.
Yes, some schools doing that. Yes,
sir. Very, very successfully. Bleckley County was the first one that I know of that started it.
Okay, that's good. Could that be free lunch too? I mean, that qualifies for free snacks too? Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's good. All right, another question I had asked by members of the committee at lunch was that used to have stoves and baked rolls, but it seems like that everything's self-service now and prepackaged, and we've done away with trays and gone to styrofoam. With the environment, word about landfills, why have we gone to that? Is that cheaper? Are we really cheap? Is it really cheaper? Are we protecting the environment by going to this self-service with styrofoam, everything prepackaged? Because once they get that prepackaged, it's gone. We have to throw it away, they said. Is that true?
That is correct. In some of the school systems, the larger school systems where they pay more per hour, where labor is more expensive than the packaging, they will take the packaging route. In smaller school systems where they still have cooks that cook the food from scratch, that is generally in your smaller school systems where the pay might not be as competitive as in a large metro area. So that's primarily the reason.
Have we gone away from trays and gone into styrofoam and that throwaway?
We're working on that. We're
Getting
trying
away-
to
getting away from
encourage them
dishwashing.
to go back to dishwashers.
Any
Yes,
other
sir.
questions from any member of the committee? Very good. Thank y'all so much. Very good. Now,
Thank you.
We appreciate that. And the next time, we hate to ask you to come, but Scott, we want to go into the school. You may get ready. We want to go into special ed, Title I, all of that.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, what I would recommend is that, the fiscal year 15 slide, it's number 5 or 6. If you look at that far right-hand column, you'll see the ones that are referred to as competitive or formula.
And so if anybody on the committee has any other suggestions of other future title
we have
federal
discussed
programs.
IDEA and Title I.
Okay.
And Title I will actually carry with it a lot of the requirements.
Any question about any federal program now before we go? We're moving on. All right, if they would, if Jody, let's say Mrs. Jody Christian Brooks, we are Sabrina Masters and Dorothy Kitchens. Are they here? Raise your hands. Let me say, you'll be next. Right now, we're going to take about a 10-minute break, so y'all come get ready. That's the order we're taking you. Then anybody who wants to sign up to speak, we have Angela. Please go over here to the table now and sign up, because the audience, you have a right to speak. So the others, we're going to take Jody Brooks first, then we're taking Sabrina Masters, and then Dorothy Kitchens, and then Angela Palm. Okay, take about a 10-minute break.
Okay. I was checking that because I'm like, wait a minute, that's not what I have. Okay.
Hey, Juanita, Carl Rogers. How are you doing? Good, good. I got your voicemail. No, I don't have to pay for them. If you want to comp them, that's fine, but I wanted to offer that if that helps. Okay, that'd be great. And what this is a lady that helps me during my business and everything else I do. So, just send them to the P.O. Box 639, Gainesville, 40502. You're mighty gracious and sweet to do that. I appreciate that very much. Absolutely. Okay, good. Thank you, Juanita.
Cookies sure are good.
Enjoy these.
Oh, I love it.
it's going to be like all general elections. I was a Democrat. This has been but you know, it's going to be hard. But I think he'll. They've got it organized. They have. I don't think that. Yeah, I don't think that. Ready to start?
Yes, sir.
Chairman Coleman, we'll go ahead and start the session here. If everybody could take their seats, please. Chairman Coleman, if you can take a seat, please. Mary Brantley, are you around? I need you to turn the heat on. Okay. Okay. Feels good though to me, but must be a new compressor. Okay, Ms. Brooks, you ready to start?
Sure.
I think so. Go ahead and proceed. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Jody Christine Brooks, and okay. Hi, I'm Jody Christine Brooks, and I am a third grade teacher, and I'm actually doing 2 presentations, so we're going to be able to condense this down time-wise and get back on schedule. So, teachers. Yes, her father is sick, and she and I have worked together in a cadre of teachers that Georgia Association has brought together to work on delivering Common Core to teachers, students, and parents. And so when she had to leave, we have talked about everything that you guys have spoke about today, and you'll see she has the LA Common Core flip chart. But really, she agrees, and we all agreed with everything that's going on with Common Core, that it really is valuable, that students do learn, that it raises standards to a higher level. The only thing that we have not discussed yet is Lexile scores and how that's a new way that they're rating reading scores. And I know K through 8, and I'm a third grade teacher, so that's all I really get to see because that's pretty much the world I live in. But Common Core is now using Lexile scores to help students compare reading scores with others in their grade level and throughout the country. So that was the one main difference that Rhonda was going to talk to you about. And that's on page 8 through 15 of her slideshow. And there is a really good video that's included on that if you want to look it up later. Thank you. And I've actually delivered this PowerPoint to a group of parents in Covington, Georgia. And we actually made them do some Common Core activities. And it was kind of fun to see because parents naturally assume that children are going to be taught the same way that they were taught. And now that they have to learn to figure out and problem solve and find correlations, it's definitely a different ball game. And we did a math activity with some parents, and they said, if somebody would have taught me this way, I would have learned math. And, you know, so it's a different way, and it was nice to create a community of parents, and it was a Title I school that we were working with that really did take something out of this presentation that we made. So I'm going to go ahead and leave this with you and then go into my speech. Are there any questions about Ms. Ware's presentation? It was really hard work. It was a hard work from a group of us that are all Georgia Association of Educators. So, but the title of my presentation is The Uncommon Core. And a little bit about myself, first of all, where I'm coming from. I am a teacher at Atlanta Public Schools, and I've been teaching there for over 10 years. I started out at Mary Lynn Elementary, which is in Candler Park, Georgia.
Where?
Mary Lynn Elementary in Candler Park, Georgia.
That's where I went to elementary.
Really, and it's an amazing little school.
Back in the dark days.
Well, we had a big anniversary. And actually, the president of Piedmont College came out of there, too, and that's how I got my graduate degree. He brought a cohort to Mary Lynn. But I started there, and that school had 1% free lunch. It's an affluent neighborhood. There are many different families because it's near Emory University, so we have a lot of professors' children. And that is where, when Common Core rolled out, I started working with Common Core. And I recently have moved to a school called Garden Hills Elementary, which is in the Buckhead area, but it's kind of a little school that's almost like a black hole in the center of Buckhead, where we have over 80% free lunch. We're 70% English language learners, but 97% of our third graders met or exceeded expectations on the latest CRCT test this past year because of our use of Common Core. We all know that education has a lot of hot button topics, and I'm coming to you today as a teacher because I'm a face of somebody that's in the battle every day. And my sister, who is a JAG lawyer in the Army, said you always have to ask who's fighting the battle to see what really is going on, not what's being discussed at tables. So I'm sitting in front of you today to tell you that Common Core does work. I have 26 students in my class. And I have more than 4 different languages spoken in home. I recently got somebody from Saudi Arabia who has no English at all, nor do his parents. So we are working hard with a translator to make things work. Many of my students come from the beautiful homes that surround Garden Hills, and they have 2 parents and good families. But most of my students are students that live in apartment buildings and are first-generation Americans, if not just moved here with their families. And a large population of ours are also homeless. So these children are still fighting to figure out where they're going to sleep at night, where their next meal is coming from, and a lot of other issues. This by far is the best job I've ever had, working in a school such as this. Common Core allows us to use creative ideas to teach the standards with students that have had the best experiences and have had minimal experiences. My students, I think that there are some deficits of Common Core. I'm sorry, what is Common Core and why? Common Core was developed as a set of clear college standards, and we've heard almost everybody that's come up here and say that. And we know that not all of our students will go to college, but they will be ready. They'll be able to communicate. They'll be able to speak to you. And I recently have seen a huge growth in the way that children talk to each other and respect each other because of the standards that we're teaching in our class. When I was in school, we had to take manners. Now, Common Core has a set of manners and standards that are taught with them. You look at somebody in the eye, you discuss things, you talk about it. One of the problems with Common Core was the way that it was rolled out. It was all rolled out at the same time for each grade level, so therefore there were some gaps in the way that the education, that the standards were rolled out. And we have seen some small things, but as teachers, we are professionals. We've been able to fill in gaps and make adjustments as needed. I've noticed that some of my students have had some problems with addition and subtraction before we start multiplication. And it's something that you can fix as a teacher in 3 to 4 lessons to get them right back on track and keep pushing them further. And I think that teachers really, we were kind of taken back by Common Core because there was the talk of it coming, and you saw the impending snowstorm, but we weren't properly prepared. I have met some wonderful teachers, though, through chat rooms and everything else, and I've created a group of people from all over the country. I actually have 2 friends now in California that I'm going to meet next year when they come to Georgia for a vacation, and I met them on a Common Core website by talking about what we do in our 3rd grade classroom. We actually exchange videos through FaceTime with their kids where we're talking about the same kind of heroes, that the American heroes, and we were talking about Mary Bethune. So we have now connected with another teacher in Florida who teaches near where Mary Bethune started the first university. And these kids see how things are all coming together, and it makes what you're learning, it makes the world a smaller place because we have a common vocabulary of what we're doing. I really do think that teacher training does need to be looked at more closely. And when I say teacher training, it's not those meetings that you sit in where somebody's up saying, this is how you teach math. You do this first, you do this next. And we've all been to those day-long, week-long trainings that you take away 2 or 3 things from, but you could have spent a lot of your time more wisely. I'm referring to like a teacher cadre or a cohort system that we could create as teachers. And it's something that I started talking to GAE about, where we can share ideas and talk about how we're using Common Core in our classrooms. Because I learn more from talking to teachers and allowing somebody else to make a mistake or talking about a way that I can improve something better. And I think it's a valuable resource to have. I think the biggest freak out moment though for teachers is when Common Core wasn't put out by a textbook series and you weren't handed what you were supposed to be teaching. You know, I have a teacher who's been teaching in my school for over 40 years, and she was given a set of reading books called Treasures. And it's produced by McGraw-Macmillan, one of the big companies, where you go from page 1 to page 216, you read each page, you answer the corresponding workbook pages, and that's how you teach everything you need to know for 3rd grade reading. In my school now at Garden Hills, I have 26 students, and their reading levels vary from pre-primer to 9th grade. I wrote a grant through Donors Choose, which has definitely helped us get what we need to do this, and I've used my Scholastic bonus reading points to buy more books, but every student is handed a copy of Because of Winn-Dixie, which is what the Georgia Framework says is a good way to present the first unit of reading. Every student has the power of a chapter book in their hand. It's not a textbook. It's not something the teacher says they have to do. The first lesson we do is say, what is friendship and why is it important? My students have built interactive journals instead of doing workbooks where they create definitions based off of what we've read in a book, and then they get to illustrate what it means to them. These are just simple composition books that they can flip out, look at, and study and interact. The cost is very minimal to the school system to provide these items, and the thing about it is they take away knowing more and feeling proud of doing something else. A lot of things have been labeled as Common Core ready and things, and teachers go to buy those because they think it's easier. But I think that the biggest thing about Common Core is it just comes down to the best teaching practices. If you're a good teacher, if you're going in and you're doing what's right for your students every day, you are going to be successful if they give you a Treasures book or if they give you a Common Core book. The thing about Common Core, though, is it allows you, as a teacher, to teach things in a way that fits your learning style and your students' learning style. I know when I was a kid, if I had to listen in a listening center all day long, you would have lost me in the first 30 seconds. But when you start, I'm such a visual learner, I like to look at the pictures, I like to see the bigger idea, and I like to make it into something that I could own. When you can take ownership of something that you're doing, whether it's math, whether it's an art piece, whether it's the latest music trend, if you can own it and you can explain it or teach it, then it's yours and you understand it. And I think that that's something that Common Core really allows teachers to do, is to be able to evaluate what students know and can do based off of the way that they learn. And I think that that is something very valuable. And in closing, there's a couple of things I wanted to say. Common Core will work if you accept the challenge. If you play the victim role and say, well, I didn't have that book, so I can't do this, or I didn't have everything I needed, or the school didn't supply things for me, you're not going to be successful. It is not pre-made. You cannot purchase it. It's about good teaching, interactive teaching, and solid teaching practices. Last winter, I was sitting with my son and my in-laws and my husband in North Carolina in a restaurant in Hickory, North Carolina, pretty much in the middle of nowhere. A little boy sitting next to us at a table was reading Mr. Popper's Penguins. And I looked at him and I said, do you think Mr. Popper is going to be famous? And he looked at me like I had 3 heads. And I said, I teach in Atlanta. We're reading that book in my classroom. They are using the same frameworks that we are here in Georgia, in his school in North Carolina. And he goes, what do you think is going to happen next? And his mother finally said, I'm sorry my son is bothering you while you're trying to enjoy dinner with your family. And what I said to her, I go, this book is magic. I said, why don't you show your mom something magical about the book? So he starts talking about this book, and I look over about 10 minutes later, and he and his mom are having the best conversation about who the main character is, what's going to happen next. Then he kept saying, can you predict what's going to happen after they make their money? And this mother looked at me and she goes, thank you. That came from something that I was doing in Atlanta, Georgia, that's also happening in Hickory, North Carolina. On a smaller note, my son and I were eating at Doc Shay's, which is a huge noodle house, in our neighborhood. There are two very high-performing elementary schools in Atlanta Public Schools. One is Springdale Park, the other is Morningside. Parents threw a fit when they said they were going to separate us out because there were so many children in these schools, and it was a huge deal in our neighborhood. Well, my son went to the school that was just opened, where they compete over who has the highest test scores, who has the highest reading lexiles. Is your son in the gifted program? It's the hot topic at every cocktail party. My son was sitting there talking about how he thinks the Wizard of Oz lied to him. He was in first grade. I said, the Wizard of Oz lied to you? He goes, Dorothy's shoes are silver. Why are Dorothy's shoes silver? And I said, I don't know. He goes, give me your phone. And so he's in first grade. He Googles, why are Dorothy's shoes silver? Well, because in the movie, they're red because that showed up better when they used the Technicolor. So there was a little girl sitting next to the table, and she goes, are you a first grader? And they both didn't have front teeth, so it was obviously they were wearing the badge of first grade. And she goes, I go to first grade, and my teacher said. And so they had this whole little debate over Wizard of Oz. They're two 6-year-old kids sitting at a restaurant. My son ended up going and sitting at her table talking about it. And she goes, well, I didn't like the movie and I didn't like the book because everybody should have nice shoes. And my son looked at her and goes, but don't you think the point is that it doesn't matter what your shoes are like, it's if you have a heart. And he goes, I want to be like the lion. And I thought, all of this based off teachers reading a book to students and allowing them to create their own ideas. Common Core allows students to learn how to debate an idea, think about an idea, internalize it, and then be able to share it with others. And I know that this doesn't happen everywhere, and there's a lot of teacher training that's going to be needed. But I think that if we do this, we're only doing a better thing for our society and our future, because that's, as teachers, is our job, is student success. Thank you.
Question.
Are you sure?
Hey, you do have a question? Okay, good job.
I can give you my microphone. It's loud.
Are you on? Get caught. Check.
Yes, in first grade, their reading levels vary, and some of them are, even just still learning letters. So the teacher was reading Wizard of Oz to the first grade class. No. But some of the students did read it in first grade, and it's a little girl named Virginia. Or my son thinks that she's just evil because she has the most AR points. But yes, there are some students that can read at that level, whether they're comprehending or not. But it allows a teacher to have a common topic to discuss that's outside of what's regularly going on, and the student to create those things. But yes.
Any other questions? Any other questions? Thank you so very much.
You make Mary Lynn proud.
Tell me, Mary Lynn, I said hey.
I sure will.
Right.
Thank you very much.
All right. Next we have, is it Sabrina? And then on deck is Dorothy. Where's Dorothy? All right, you're next. All right.
Good afternoon, Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Sabrina Masters, and I am a member of the Georgia Association of Educators, and I'm also the president of the Barrow County Association of Educators. That's where I'm a third grade teacher. Before I begin with my presentation today, I would just like to share with everyone here that I'm not here because someone has told me I need to come. The last time I spoke at an event like this, someone later said, well, you're probably here because your school system said you needed to. I'm not. I'm here because the Common Core is an issue that's very important to me, and I'd like to start. I'm going to be talking about some specific standards, but I would also like to share my personal opinion. With the Common Core standards, what should have been an education issue has unfortunately become a sensationalized political issue. While misleading and outrageous rumors have been thrown at the public by people who don't really understand the issue, many of the opponents have never taught the standards, or in some cases even read them. Some of these people say that it's wrong to force Georgia students to learn the same things that students in other states learn. I don't know why that would be the case, but I can tell you what's right about having our students learn the same things that students in other states learn, just based on my experience as an educator. I said previously that I'm a third grade teacher. The third grade Common Core Georgia Performance Standards are not all that different from the previous Georgia Performance Standards, and we've already heard that today. They still require third grade students to read fluently, to ask and answer questions to show that they understand what they read, to write stories, informational reports, and opinion pieces. They still require third grade students to learn their multiplication facts. I learned my multiplication facts as a third grader, and I don't think that there's a whole lot wrong with that. I think that's a good thing. And I doubt that there's anyone here who thinks that that's a problem. And so I don't think that that's the problem that people have with Common Core. I think the problem is that they're misinformed. I mentioned the previous Georgia Performance Standards. When I began teaching in 2006, the state was just finally finishing up that switch from the old QCC standards to the GPS. Changing standards is hard, and it requires a lot of work, but I felt that educators were prepared for that when we took the Common Core standards on, especially for me and my system. We had a lot of training, a lot of support in place for that. They're good standards. We felt that finally students and teachers will be able to use a set of standards for a long time because these standards have been approved by so many reviewers in many states, and we were told the truth about where these standards originated, that they didn't come from the federal government, but that they came from the states. And having this common curriculum across the country was a benefit to students if they move across state lines, and a benefit to teachers who can now share resources. That to me has been an enormous benefit. Collaborative planning used to mean just sharing ideas and resources with teachers in your school or district, or at the most state. But now I can learn new and engaging ways to teach my students from other teachers all over the country. My teaching has improved because of the Common Core state standards, based on that fact that I can collaborate with other teachers across the country. Additionally, it doesn't make sense economically to change the standards again. There are teachers I know who were literally sickened to hear that people wanted to get rid of the Common Core standards after we had spent so many of our own personal hours on top of the school hours spent learning these standards, and also on top of the school and personal dollars spent in preparation for these standards. It felt like a waste, and many of those teachers felt like no one respected their input or even noticed their hard work. I personally attended many days of training on the Common Core standards and spent weeks of my personal time planning units and lessons to use the Common Core standards. I felt prepared when it was time to implement the standards, and I feel that my students have learned and made great progress because of the units and lessons that have been developed. So I'm going to go into now some first, I want to start with the way I start my lessons at school, with an essential question and learning target. So our essential question is, why are the Common Core state standards a good thing for Georgia students and educators? And the learning target is to learn how the Common Core Georgia Performance Standards are taught in third grade classrooms and why teachers like them. This is a third grade mathematics standard. It's an operations and algebraic thinking standard. It's standard number 7. And the standard says, fluently multiply and divide within 100 using strategies such as the relationship between multiplication and division, The example given is knowing that 8 times 5 equals 40. If you know that, then you also know that 40 divided by 5 equals 8. Or properties of operations. By the end of grade 3, know from memory all products of one-digit numbers. So I'm going to look at this just down to the specifics in the standard. The first part it was discussed earlier about what fluency means in mathematics. And to me, that means effortlessly. Automaticity is the term that we use a lot with this. It's kind of like when you're learning to drive a car. When you first learn to drive a car, you have to think a lot about what you're doing. But probably everybody here who has driven for a long time, you get to have that moment where you've driven a while and you realize, I don't even remember making my turns or anything. But you do it because it's automatic. Your body has learned how to do it. It's the same thing with math. We want students to be able to automatically solve these problems without having to spend a lot of time on the basics. The old way that this was taught was with time tests and flashcards. We still use time tests and flashcards, but they're used differently because that's not how students learn. The next part of this standard is using strategies such as the relationship between multiplication and division. We let students explore ways to solve problems and share their strategies in class. This goes along with the standards for mathematical practice, but we also explicitly teach strategies such as the relationship between multiplication and division. We use skip counting and patterns, especially when we're teaching 2s, 5s, and 10s. We want students to understand that when they're multiplying those numbers, that if you're multiplying by 2, then your answer is going to be an even number. We want them to know those patterns so they can check their answers. We even do the 9s trick that you might have seen before, where you use your fingers. We teach those strategies on top of letting students explore. The next part is the properties of operations. We do not drill the names of the properties in 3rd grade, and we don't teach the rule without explaining it. For example, with the identity property and the zero property, I use an example with cups and ice cubes in my classroom. So when I'm introducing zeros facts and ones facts, I'll get cups and we'll look at, okay, I have 3 cups here and each cup has 1 piece of ice in each cup. So that's 3 times 1, so that they can understand how that means 3 pieces of ice, not just them learning the fact, okay, when you multiply by 1, then that's your answer. Explaining so they can picture that. Same thing with the zero property. We look at the 3 cups, there's 0 ice cubes in each cup, so that means there's 0 ice cubes total. So that's giving students an example so they understand that instead of just being told the rule. With the commutative property, when you change the order of the factors, this is something that we all probably learned but might have just had to figure out on our own. We let students explore and figure this out, but instead of just telling them that it's a fact, we let them see how that's a fact and then make sure they understand that that is a rule. And then the associative property with the fact that if you group numbers in multiple ways, the product stays the same. So the example being, if you multiply 4 times 3 times 2, it doesn't matter if you multiply 4 times 3 first or 3 times 2 first, your answer is still going to be 24. So that students understand that rule. We let them first sort of experiment and see that is something that is the case every time, and then we explain that that is a rule, but they don't have to remember the names. For the last part of that standard is by the end of grade 3, know from memory all products of 2 one-digit numbers. This is the part where we use the time test. We use it for assessment, not for instruction. After teaching the strategies and the rules and the properties, students in my class practice independently during guided math and my math workshop time. So while I'm pulling a guided math group, other students might be working at a fluency center, and that would be early in the year, they would be using manipulatives and skip counting practice, filling in a blank multiplication table. As they go along, though, we'll be adding on games. They might play a game with a classmate. They might play a game on the computer, something that might require speed. This is, I think, an example of what has been talked about today with the flexibility that teachers have, that the way I teach this in my classroom is different than the way other 3rd grade teachers at my school do, that I might have different games or different strategies that I teach and different things that I use to teach the standard, but the same result at the end, that students know their multiplication facts when they leave 3rd grade. Another math standard, just to highlight, I'm not going to go all the way through this one, but it also talks about fluently adding and subtracting in this case. It does also in this standard, it says fluently add and subtract within 1,000 using strategies and algorithms based on place value, properties of operations, and or the relationship between addition and subtraction. I wanted to highlight the word algorithms because so many people hear about Common Core and they see things, they see pictures online of student homework and things like that, and they think that we're not teaching students the traditional algorithm, the traditional process that we use for addition and subtraction. We do still teach that. It is there in the standard, but we also teach strategies and help students to understand through place value and properties of operations and relationship between addition and subtraction of why those processes work. I was going to highlight a English language arts standard next. This is the Writing, Text Types, and Purposes Standard 3 about narratives. It was mentioned earlier about the types of writing and that, informational writing, but in elementary school, we do that as well, but we do start with stories just because that tends to be what children are more used to because that's the types of stories that they read. We teach writing through a writing workshop model, but students are expected to practice writing in all subjects. We begin the writing workshop class period with a mini lesson, and then students have time to write independently while I hold individual writing conferences with students. At the end of class, students have an opportunity to share, and we look at examples of student writing that shows what we learned in the mini lesson at the beginning of class. And the mini lessons are arranged into units, and so our first unit this year has been true stories. So we're going to look at this standard. The first part says write narratives to develop real or imagined experiences or events using effective technique, descriptive details, and clear sequences. Narratives are stories, and this standard is helpful in that it has description underneath it to describe specifically what needs to be taught. The first part is establish a situation and introduce a narrator and or characters, organize an event sequence that unfolds naturally. We teach students how to choose a small moment or a just right size story. For true stories, we teach students to remember what happened, and for imagined stories, we teach students how to create a character and plot. We read mentor texts, so we look for books that follow this pattern, and we read them together in class, and we look for how that author used that strategy, and we study their examples. The next part is to use dialogue and descriptions of actions, thoughts, and feelings to develop experiences and events or show the response of characters to situations. Students learn to be storytellers and not reporters, so they have to learn to show, not tell, and learn how to use quotation marks and other punctuation for their characters to talk. Use temporal words and phrases to signal event order. We teach students to write the events in order, what happened first, next, and then. And then we teach that using these words helps your reader to follow the story. And the last part is to provide a sense of closure. We teach students how to write a satisfying ending. We read mentor texts and discuss endings of stories and how they make readers feel and how they help the reader to understand the purpose of the story. So those are just some examples of how I teach these standards in my third grade classroom. I also wanted to, several of the things that I mentioned had also been mentioned earlier today. Just to go along with that, I do remember the teacher input that teachers were allowed to give when the Common Core standards were being developed. When I went to the first training that I went to was a regional training. I was selected from my school to go to that one, and we did get a chance to see the crosswalk example when we were first being trained back in 2012 when this was first rolling out. For teacher flexibility, we pull lessons and activities from the Georgia frameworks. The system required us to use the unit assessments at the end of each unit the first year just because we didn't have common assessments for our system, and that was just a system choice that was made. And I know that some people might have thought that, well, that's Common Core, you have to do that because it's Common Core, but it wasn't, and it has changed now. We have more flexibility now. We have system-wide common assessments that were developed at the system. We also have flexibility in that we have a challenge math class in 3rd grade and 4th grade at my school, and when students have mastered all of their 3rd grade standards, the way that we challenge that for them is we go on and we follow the same path because it's aligned so well with the 4th grade standard that matches up with that, so that they have a little bit more of a challenge in 3rd grade, and then the same thing with 4th grade, we go to the 5th grade standard. But basically, my point today is that the Common Core standards have been good for us as teachers. For me, especially as a 3rd grade teacher, it's made me a better teacher. I have felt the flexibility with it. I don't feel that it's wrong for Georgia students. I hope that myths and rumors will not influence this education decision. I've been very glad to hear today so many people explaining the difference between the myths and the rumors and the truth. I think that Georgia educators would be fine with revising standards, looking at that. I don't know what became of it, but I know I'm also a member of the Georgia Council of Teachers of Mathematics, and they sent out a survey asking about the standards and which ones would you want to revise, which ones are you okay with. I don't know what they did with that information, so hopefully there are other groups like that around that have some preliminary information from teachers that could be used for that if that's the way that we're going to end up going in the future. But are there any questions?
Very good, and we'll take questions. To answer your question on that last one of our board members is here. She had to leave. She's holding a hearing tonight down in Columbus, and they have those surveys. They're going over them now. Great. They're looking at them, and they'll be making some recommendations based on your surveys plus the hearings they're having. Any questions? Yes, sir.
Thank you, Ms. Masters. My question is, you had mentioned earlier that coordinating and communicating with teachers from other states has actually helped you improve in your teaching. Give me an example or tell me how that's helping being able to talk with teachers in another state and compare what you're doing in the classroom here to what they're doing, trying to reach the same standards. How has that helped you?
Well, for one thing, it's very easy if you're looking for resources of what's another way to teach this. If you go online and you search using that standard number, you can find the way that other teachers are teaching it. I follow teacher blogs that do that. Teachers Pay Teachers is a resource that we use often and find what other teachers are using. And really it saves time for teachers. For me personally, I'm at the school long past what my contract says that I'm required to be there, just because I want to make sure that I'm teaching my students in the best way possible and looking and researching what are other ways that teachers are teaching this.
Any other questions?
Let me,
yes, sir.
Chairman Coleman, Ms. Masters, how long have you been teaching?
I've been teaching since 2006. I taught a year of 7th grade, 2 years of 5th grade, and I've been in 3rd grade since 2009.
Okay. Follow up, 3rd grade math. I know the emphasis has always been on reading K through 4th grade, if I remember right. And at the critical time that K3. Mm-hmm. My question is, parents that I have talked to have had students in the 3rd grade and the new math. How do you handle a frightened parent or student? I guess that goes back to the size of your classroom. How many students do you have in your classroom?
I have 18 students this year, but there are other 3rd grade classes at my school that have 20 or 21.
Okay. But, I can remember the 3rd grade very well, but if I had a problem like you just showed me on mathematics, how did you build the confidence of that child and also that parent? Mm-hmm. And obviously you've had to retrain on that to do what I call the critical thinking, and I assume that's what you call critical thinking or using your imagination. I'd like to hear your answer on that.
Well, I teach strategies, and we start at the basic level. Like right now, we have not started multiplication and division yet. We are making sure all students know their addition and subtraction facts before we start that. As I mentioned, I use a math workshop model, so I will usually start the class with a whole group lesson that relates to the standard that we're covering that's a 3rd grade standard that week. But then I will pull small groups, and we'll work individually on that student's level. So if a student is struggling with addition and subtraction, even though that was a second grade standard, maybe they've forgotten over the summer, or maybe they had some gaps from second grade, then that gives me a chance to work with that student. But then I can also pull groups for students that very quickly catch on to the third grade standard. The last one that we did was rounding and estimation. So if I have a student that caught on very quickly with rounding to the nearest 10 and to the nearest 100, which is the third grade standard, then I might work with that student on rounding to the nearest 1,000 to enrich for that child and challenge for them. And then that provides also the opportunity for other students, when they're not working with me, to work on practice, and like you said, building confidence. If they're working on something and they're practicing something that they have learned already and they're having success with that, then that helps to create that confidence.
Follow up, last year, how many students did you have in your class?
I had 20 students last year.
20?
Yes.
Okay. Of the 20, when you brought the example you're using on algorithms, however you pronounce it, of the 20, when you introduced it to them, how many felt insecure, or half of them, till you got them up to speed? I mean, the fear factor is
most of them have seen the algorithm. The algorithm is the standard way that you're used to setting up a problem. Like if you have 27 minus 15 and you write 27, you write 15 under it, and you put the subtraction sign next to it. So many of them have seen that, but sometimes they don't understand why, when they're borrowing.
How many didn't understand in the beginning?
Well, I'm not sure that it's a clear representation, because I had 6 gifted students. So I mean, I would say 75% of my class had a basic understanding when they came to me, just from second grade or from the way their parents were teaching them. And then that 25% that maybe they needed a few extra lessons before they caught on.
So by the end of the school year, they're all up to speed, I assume, right?
For the most part, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Any other question? Yes, sir.
Well, thank you. I did have a lot of training. I was each school in my system was able to send one person to the regional training right before Common Core was rolled out in the spring before that. And then our system also provided a 2-day training for one person from every grade level at each school. Those people came to the 2-day training, and we were trained in how to go back and train our grade levels. So then we had a 1-day redelivery. Then each of our schools had 2 hours each week that we spent on Common Core planning. So we had a math day of 1 hour and a language arts day of 1 hour that we had to work with our grade level. We went through each standard before we taught each unit. We did the same strategies that we had used at the trainings, where we decomposed or unpacked the standards, looked at what each part meant, looked at examples from the frameworks provided by the Georgia DOE. But we also looked at examples from other states, because that was something that was provided at the regional training, and so I had that information to bring back to the school. And so we were able to look at examples of what that meant in other states, what were example problems in math, what were examples of how it was being assessed, so that we would have that when we started to assess our own students, we would have an example to go by.
You know, one thing that we heard when Martha spoke last meeting, that I think that one of the things that what you said earlier, the concern about switching again, that Martha said the thousands of hours they've spent through RESAs, through staff development, through training, through doing, because you went back, trained your teachers, and that's what teachers have said to us. You change now, look at the hours we've spent in training, getting ready. And I liked what you said. They're problems. And as I wish Martha Reichers had just left, we're trying to find the problem where there are the problems. Let's get rid of those standards. Let's add, let's subtract, whatever. But a lot.
I mean, what I would love to see is I would love to see Georgia leading the way in revising these standards. I think we have teacher groups in place that would help to look at the standards and evaluate for their personal grade level what's working, what's not working. I know for our county, we give common assessments, and after we give the common assessment, we sit down and we look at the scores for our grade level at our school, and we determine when students miss this problem. We had a lot of students miss this problem. Is it based on our teaching, or is it based on the problem, or is it that the standard maybe is a little above their reach? Maybe that's the problem. We look at that, and I think that those are in place in most systems, and I think that would be the place to start.
You've done a good job. I tell you, a good teacher. I appreciate her.
Thank you.
And you better watch it. Some of these superintendents will be hiring you.
All right, thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you so much. At this time now, I would like to ask Dorothy Kitchens. Is that right, Dorothy? Did I get it right? And Dorothy is a grandmother. So, how many grandchildren, Dorothy? Good. And you're and only 45. That's pretty good. Come on in here.
I also want to call me the devil's advocate.
Okay.
All right.
Good.
Okay.
Just pull that mic up close to you.
I will do that.
Which is yours? Is this your presentation here?
That is correct.
Okay. And like I say, you're going to have to pull that mic right up to you, because we can't hear
Hello,
you.
hello.
There you
There
go.
we go. All right. I'm going to have my outline here, and I'm going to start reading. And this is things that I have observed and watched as this has evolved. And it has me very concerned. And just to add to this lovely lady's comment, that math system was tried in Russia in the 50s, and it was an utter failure. That's documentation. Okay, here I go. Common Core, the Marxist brainwashing of America's school children. Governors and educator chiefs from 45 states signed on the Common Core standards voluntarily. No, they were coerced with a bribe, the possibility of winning part of $3.5 billion of grant money, a waiver to get out of No Child Left Behind, and a threat if they didn't sign on, their Title I would be taken away. I may be wrong there, I don't know, but this is the information I'm understanding. The state of Georgia has accepted millions of dollars in stimulus money in 2009, contingent on implementing a new federal education teaching program called Common Core. Common Core is extremely controversial in 45 states. Only in America can a group of powerful people take national math standards, eliminate the hardest parts, move skills back a few years, and call them rigorous and internationally benchmarked. Accepting stimulus money to launch Common Core may have been enticing to Georgia, but down the road, the cost of the testing is in the millions of dollars that each state must pay for each test. America has been so busy fighting wars around the world, while our domestic institutions were gradually taken over by those with negative intent. And you will see numbers after certain statements, and that's reference to my bibliography and my resources in the back of this folder that I have documented accuracy, I hope. Bill Ayers said, "We have absolute access to schools." Ayers and Dorn learned after their violent revolutionary Weatherman Underground Acts failed to take down America, they needed a new course and adopted a program outlined by an Italian Marxist, Antonio Gramsci, from 1837 to 1893. To change a culture, Gramsci argued, would require a long march through the institutions, the arts, the cinema, theaters, schools, colleges, seminaries, newspapers, magazines, and the new medium of the time, radio. Gramsci supplied the roadmap, and liberals like Ayers, Dorn, and George Soros and Barack Obama followed the signposts. This is why Obama is not encountering any resistance. Nearly all the institutions have been slowly brainwashed into the collective. Lower your shield and surrender your ship. All children will be equally trained in the Marxist mantra of UN Agenda 21. If you're not familiar with Agenda 21, you should research Frank York. If it's progressed, America will no longer exist as an independent country. Obama said he would fundamentally transform America in his rousing speech in November 2008. Obama and his cohorts have fast-tracked the process. For example, the nationalization of the largest insurance company, a private company, has happened. It is called the Affordable Care Act. Federalization of the largest banks in the country has happened. They're paying back billions of dollars to the Obama administration. Cash for clunkers, costing taxpayers initially $1 billion and ended up costing $2 billion to lower emission rates, and auto investors lost. What? Mr. Coleman, you had a question?
No, ma'am. He was asking me a question about.
Oh, excuse me. Okay, and it ended up costing $2 billion to lower emission rates. Auto investors lost all their stock. He bankrupted the auto industry. The petroleum industry is under attack now, and BP may be led to bankruptcy and another too big to fail. Obama is waging an all-out war on America's energy companies through a relentless barrage of executive orders and EPA. Climate change and global warming is used to intimidate Americans using false data and rigged statistics. A group called NIPCC, a non-governmental international panel on climate change, has, on April 9th of 2014, released an in-depth report on the fallacies of global warming. Remember, global warming is to suck the U.S. into higher taxes into the UN. And my note there is 2 in the back. I won't even go into gun control at this time, but be sure, the feds want your guns to leave you defenseless. Tyrant spirit and armed populace. Georgia State Senate Bill SB 167 and SB 203 would have removed Georgia from Common Core. It failed in legislation session. One columnist suggested they just don't have any skin in the game. I don't know. The people of Georgia had no opportunity to vote on Common Core, voted in or out, and I feel it must be stopped. It is a further dumbing down of students across America, and parents and educators are resisting the CC program. There's a wonderful company called the Pioneer Institute of Public Policy and Research Center for School Reform. They've done intensive work and research on this Common Core. Fact, adopting Common Core standards means bringing all state standards down to a mediocre common denominator. Thus, states with higher standards are actually taking a step back. Common Core is not internationally benchmarked, yet study in a Common Core appendix indicates they are. English language, arts, literature standards are mostly vague descriptions of skills and do not contain recommended title or author. The standards de-emphasize the study of fiction literature, which would leave out great authors of history and literature. Pioneer Institute of Public Policy Research Center has much more regarding fiction and facts of Common Core, but far too lengthy to list here. Now, criminalization. If you'll notice, I spelled the word wrong, and I apologize. On the screen, anyhow. Okay. Criminalization of American school children with zero tolerance. Public schools are essentially preparing children for life in a police state. A child's records are data mined by a program called SLDS for the federal government, and any small infraction will be on his or her record forever and eventually could follow into the workplace. The SLDS statewide longitudinal data system is an Orwellian nightmare. The program data is stored in yet another program called InBloom, managed by the Bill Gates Foundation. SLDS is the digitization of your child's academic records, including grades, evaluation, age and date of birth, address, social security numbers, medical information, arrest reports, family income, religious affiliation, divorced, incarcerated, foster care, abuse, and even workplace behavior. SLDS has a possible 400 data points of information. The Department of Education report released in February 2014 indicates SDLs could one day implement monitoring techniques such as MRI scanning of a child's brain, as well as using cameras to judge facial expressions, an electronic seat, a child's posture, a pressure-sensitive computer mouse, and a biometric wrap on a child's wrist. Some schools have even gone so far as to require students to drape a radio frequency identification tags around their necks. Some 4,200 students at Jay High School and Jones Middle School in San Antonio, Texas, are convenient guinea pigs for the Student Locator Project, which required students to carry smart ID cards embedded with an RFID tracking chip. School officials plan to expand the program to the district's 112 schools with a student population of 100,000 students. Note, Texas was not in Common Core. Some schools in New York, Pennsylvania, New Jersey, and Missouri gave wristwatches to students. They're tracking students' eating habits and vital signs. In 2010, it was revealed that Pennsylvania School District had given students laptops with software that allowed school administrators to track their behavior at home. Why? This revelation led to the threat of a class action lawsuit, which resulted in the school district settling with irate parents for $600,000. Stephanie Alston of the American Academy of Environmental Medicine advised school to use safe technology such as hardwiring related to the dangers of wireless radiation. So if they're going to use these RFID things, these children are being exposed to radiation. All of this is an enormous violation of the Parents' Rights to Privacy under the FERPA Act of 1974. Family Educational and Privacy Acts under Gerald Ford has been totally and illegally usurped by the Department of Education. Minor behavior infractions at schools such as shooters, spitwads may have warranted a trip to the principal's office, in-school detention, or a phone call to one's parents. Today, they are elevated to the level of criminal behavior with all that implies. Students are now being forcibly removed into the back of a police squad car, then to holding cells until their frantic parents can get them out. For example, November 2011, a 14-year-old boy in Brevard County, Florida, a student was suspended for hugging a female friend, an act which even the principal acknowledged as innocent. A 9-year-old child in Charlotte, North Carolina, was suspended for sexual harassment after a substitute teacher overheard the child tell another student, "That teacher's cute." A 6-year-old in Georgia was arrested, handcuffed, and suspended for the school year after throwing a temper tantrum in class. A 6-year-old boy in San Francisco was accused of sexual assault following a game of tag on the playground. A 6-year-old in Indiana was arrested, handcuffed, and charged with battery after he kicked a school principal. A high school student in Indiana was expelled after sending a profanity-laced tweet through his Twitter account after school hours. The school had been conducting their own surveillance by tracking tweeting habits of all schools. With that, you have the making of a perfect citizenry for the Orwellian society, one that can be easily cowed down. Even the teachers are brainwashed into report normal behavior. Shocking, ill-considered assignments. The following are assignments given out by teachers about slavery. Were these their own ideas or suggested to them by CC's script? And I find this part very offensive. In February 2013, a Manhattan teacher caused an uproar after fourth graders were given a math problem based on how many daily whippings a slave received. January 2013, Georgia educators attempted to teach division by how many beatings per day a former slave and abolitionist leader, Frederick Douglass, received. January 9th, 2012, Beaver Ridge Elementary School in Norcross, Georgia, assigned the following math problem for third graders. 1. Each tree had 56 oranges. If you have 8 slaves, pick on them equally, then how much would each slave pick? Number 2, if Frederick got 2 beatings a day, how many beatings did he get in 1 week? Great impression to give to kids. Langwick, Arch, and Simons in Albany, New York called it beyond reason according to the newspaper articles. Students were told, you do not have a choice in your position. You must argue that Jews are evil. Use solid government propaganda and convince me of your loyalty to the Third Reich. Students were asked to watch and read Nazi propaganda, then pretend that their teacher was a Nazi official who needed to be convinced of their loyalty. In 5 paragraphs, they were required to prove that Jews were the source of Germany's problems. The assignment was given to 3 classes, but 1/3 of the students had the courage to say no and refused to do it. One mother is sure that there is an agenda. This is purposeful, it is horrible, there should be nationwide outrage. What they are getting away with is beyond reason. Why didn't they ask these children to write an article condemning the Nazi regime and fascism for the deaths of millions of Jews, Christians, homosexuals, and protesters? Why? Because they have an agenda, and the agenda is to promote motion of communism and fascism in American schools. May 4th, 2014, ABC Eyewitness News reporter Amy Powell reports that the Rialto, California Unified School District came under fire for their critical thinking, is that key word, that was given to 8th graders to write, whether or not they believed that the Holocaust happened. Parents were outraged, as well as the Anti-Defamation League, Jewish legal organization that defends the rights of Jewish people. This is called critical thinking in students. Reported May 29th, 2014 at 8:56 p.m., adjunct Temple University professor Eliseo Lero questioned the death of 6 million Jews in the Holocaust and engaged in what human rights observers describes as anti-Semitic discourse. He is entitled to promote his controversial ideas, according to a university spokesman who spoke to the Washington Free Beacon. Parents and teachers complain. Ella Spears, excuse me, an Arkansas mother, was particularly disturbed when her daughter brought home a history assignment to prioritize, revise, prune to, and replace 2 amendments in the Bill of Rights. The homework was part of the controversial Common Core curriculum stated that the Bill of Rights is outdated and may not remain in the current form any longer. Susan Kimball, a kindergarten teacher of 20 years in Sickiston, Missouri Public School District, gave an emotional testimony before the Missouri State Education Committee last week that she had been bullied and intimidated once her colleagues learned that she believed Common Core would be bad for her students. She was told in a faculty meeting in January, and I quote, "Be careful what you put on Facebook. Don't say anything negative about Common Core. It could affect your job." One question for a first grader in a psychosocial checklist from a community school system, was sexual identity issues. The parents were outraged that their child was asked to fill it out, citing inappropriate for a little boy, and it truly is. Gigi Giuliani, another mother who got involved in campaigning against Common Core, once she noticed a change in her 10-year-old son. "I would pick him up, and he was always happy. Now I pick him up after school, and after the first week of school, he got in the car and he said, 'Mom, I'm never going to smile again.' And that broke my heart. After checking to see if he was being bullied or having problems at school, She realized he was reacting badly to the haste to implement a new curriculum. At that point, she began to investigate the issues and later became active in the fight against it. It's back to school season across the country, but an increasing number of districts. Back to school doesn't mean back to learning. Under the reign of social justice indoctrination, academics are second to political agitation. Activism trumps achievement. In Massachusetts, the John J. Dugan Middle School will open on August 25th with a new name. It is now a social justice magnet school, and primary purpose is to teach fairness. April 7th is another one here where the teacher called in. She's basically the same thing. She could not teach anymore because it bothered her so much. She's from Colorado. And her final plea as she turned in her resignation was, I had to ask myself, is this good for the kids? Is this state money being used wisely to keep and attract our children and become leaders in the educational system rather than followers? With my resignation, I hope to inspire change in the district I have come to love. As Benjamin Franklin once said, all mankind is divided into three classes. Those that are immovable, thank you very much. Break time. You're on the ball there, boss. Appreciate it. Okay. She says, as Benjamin Franklin once said, all mankind is divided into three classes. Those that are immovable, and those that move. She says, I want to be someone who moves and makes this happen. Which one do you want to be? Sincerely, Pauline Harkins. And a very famous fellow up there in Utah is Stuart Harper of Utah, was a physics teacher. He resigns over Common Core. He had a distinguished career for many years. He wrote an expose of Common Core, which was published in the St. George, Utah paper. He was severely scolded by his superiors. During the meeting with the district representatives, quote, to put me back in line, I was told that I was shallow, ignorant, and emotional, the way I wrote my concerns, and that by writing things like this, I would create rebellion and insubordination across the district. I was told I could have an opinion with other state educational systems, but as a teacher in the state of Utah, I cannot be concerned with my own state's educational affairs. I reminded them that my intent was not to promote rebellion, but to simply encourage personal research on the subject and exercise freedom of speech on my off time as a citizen and a father. I was told, those freedoms of speech rights you are probably referring to do not apply here. There's much more on the internet about Mr. Harper. May 13, 2014, Maya Fox, Atlanta, Fulton County, Georgia. A homework assignment has one Fulton County mother furious and demanding answers. Sakaya Coleman was shocked when she read words such as weed, joint, in her son's drug awareness assignment. Her son is 8 years old, is a third grade student at Cleveland Avenue Elementary School. She quotes, when I saw the words marijuana, I just thought it was completely inappropriate. He didn't even know how to pronounce it. He didn't know what it was, said Coleman. She was telling Fox 5. She supports drug awareness, but this assignment is too graphic for a third grader. She said schools should have prepared parents before sending them to school with that kind of work. Fox 5's Nathalie Pozo reached out to Atlanta Public Schools, and they said they are investigating the situation. Now, Kevin Jennings is a teacher and educator, and he was appointed by President Obama to be the safe school czar from 2009 to 2011. And I would let you know that before I go on to the next session. The desecration of childhood. Common Core assigned reading material, pornography. Toni Morrison's The Bluest Eyes. Bobby Ann Mason's In Country. Chris Kuchar's The Chinese Handcuffs. Christina Garcia, Dreaming in Cuban. Judy Picoult, 19 minutes. You may have recalled recently Mr. Bear from Massachusetts, when he picked up his daughter's book and saw that she was being taught in school there. He was outraged when he went to the board meeting. He was allowed to speak for 2 minutes. He went over the 2 minutes to 3 minutes. He was arrested and taken to jail. Parents' rights. There's another book, too, that came out for the 11th graders. It's called The Invisible Man by Ralph Ellison, and it is degrading to black people. These are a few of the titles I found, and after reading the excerpts, they are not suitable for any school but are in assigned reading across the U.S. in Common Core. Common Core demands that teachers teach informational text from 50 to 70% of the time, and the time-honored classics will be dropped because they take large blocks of time to teach. In their place, offensive sexualized books as above will take over the students' classroom and their minds. Not only are such books highly offensive to those who hold traditional values, such as belief in personal responsibility, self-discipline, respect for authority, self-control, a solid work ethic, respect for other people and traditional marriage. But they also serve a purpose for those who are trying to indoctrinate this and future generations to hate America and trash American exceptionalism. A steady diet of portraying ethnic, racial characters as always as victims and saturating these books with foul language is bound to warp a student's mind. These reading materials are designed to groom young people and leave them vulnerable to molestation and sexual abuse. Grooming is the process by which a predator desensitizes a young person to sexual contact. A predator that is in position of authority, such as a coach, teacher, or counselor, uses his position to befriend a child and eventually to abuse that child. One of these steps in grooming is to expose the young person to graphic sexual material, such as pornography and stories and movies. When the child is used to the idea, everyone does, these sexual acts, the predator has his victim prepared and ready for molestation. The book Monster by Walter Dean Myers includes a description of a homosexual gang rape and the use of a butt plug. In New York, a Common Core education portal encourages teens to sex survey sites where they are asked if they want to participate in a threesome or a gangbang, among other acts. All these recommended sites are disgusting and despicable. Parents who object to this sexual material are vilified by a complicit media and education establishment. Mass resistance. White House safe schools are. Kevin Jennings pushed the homosexual agenda to kids in America's schools. Now, the safe schools are in Barack Obama's U.S. Department of Education is a major homosexual activist who has devoted his career to pushing homosexuality in the nation's schools. He is founder and executive director of the nationwide Gay, Lesbian, Straight Education Network. In 1993, Jennings decided the model for the Massachusetts Department of Education to push homosexuality in schools, which has now spread across the country. The Fizgate Conference, homosexual activists teaching children how to perform homosexual acts, and it's very disturbing. Graphic homosexual handouts and paraphernalia were given to kids in the Fizgate Conference by Safe School czar Kevin Jennings. In 2000, students were given a little black book, instructions on oral sex and how to perform degrading sex acts. Mass Resistance is the internet site to view the extended history of Kevin Jennings and the perverted info for students. Marriage video. The superintendent issues apology Tuesday for, this is a different one. Okay, there's a marriage video on a gay marriage in this area here. Superintendent issued a public apology Tuesday for the district's requiring the presentation of all sides of a controversial showing of a video that she describes as pro-gay marriage in violation of political topics. The superintendent, Karen Schulte, said in a statement that the GSA's advisors and the principal approved the student viewing the video during classes. But Schulte said a later review of the video prompted her apology. and the school board members came under fire, and parents and grandparents called in. That was the WisconsinStateJournal.com. The Fremont Unified School District of Fremont, California quickly removed the book Your Health Today after an angry group of parents went on the warpath. According to board meeting minutes, after listening to feedback from parents and other community members, the use of the textbook was put on hold pending further vetting of concerns expressed with some of its perverse sex ed content and its use. Brad Dacus of the Pacific Justice Institute, who took up the parents' cause, says the book, which had been approved by the school board in late June, is totally inappropriate for 14-year-old ninth graders. What it promoted was so perverse, so outrageous, and so objectionable that hundreds of parents who normally wouldn't be involved signed petitions and have been just mayorally communicating to the school district their outrage. He tells One News Now. Dacus said the book deals with subjects of bondage, sex toys, and other salacious subjects he preferred not to describe during the interview. According to the attorney, using Your Health Today, that's the title of the book, for ninth graders would be a clear violation of the California Education Code. Another school accommodates gender-neutral restrooms, and Illinois Public University is joining a growing list of more than 150 schools across the country that now offer gender-neutral bathrooms. Vladimir Lenin said, "Give me 4 years to teach your children, and the seed I have sown will never be uprooted." He's referring to the Luciferian Communist Party's child education, aka indoctrination system. Common Core appears to have all the earmarks of the old USSR's programming system for children, with several new innovative and chilling twists. It is firmly tied to Agenda 21, the land grabbing and human suppression of depopulation program. The comparison of Nazism and Common Core are uncanny. One comparison is that Nazism had leaders and master teachers in the National Socialist Teachers League that visited schools and kept data files on teachers. The Obama administration recently announced $1 billion for 10,000 master teachers to train on CC, and MTs will keep data files on students and teachers. Students will be taught to spy on parents and teachers. CC will have students as young as 5 participating in the evaluation of teachers. In Nazism, the curriculum was written to provide a Nazi government-approved curriculum. Common Core is being written to provide global-approved curriculum. Nazism kept huge data files on students with 400 different data points on each child, their family and teachers from pre-kindergarten to workforce. On one final comparison is Nazism had strong unions. Now I have to make a note here. The American Federation of Teachers, the National Association of Teachers, the United Federation of Teachers joined in calling for a 2-year, and Gates Foundation also, called for a 2-year moratorium on the consequences attached to the test scores. Teacher evaluations in Common Core for the Daily Signal. Randy Weingarten, who's president of the American Federation of Teachers, and I read an article about her, and she said implementing Common Core is 10 times worse than Obamacare. And it's just started. There's going to be thousands of pages more added. Our children will suffer at the hands of Common Core. They will no longer be able to have dreams and goals, but only those that the government wishes them to have. If this isn't Nazism, communism, Marxism, and all the isms, I don't know what is. The worst part is they are lying to parents and teachers about what Common Core really is and the effects it will have. Teachers don't even realize that their jobs are in jeopardy if they do not conform to the MTs. They will be removed by the MTs, the Master Teachers Crew. But then again, we're not the people of Russia, Germany, all deceived until it was too late. In addition to the above, according to the Department of Education's own document, grit, tenacity, and perseverance. I'm going to take a break here for just a second. I ran out of ink. Okay. With tenacity and perseverance, in which they outline the data mining methods that were reviews on the children, which I previously detailed under the Zero Tolerance SLDS program. And if that is not enough, master teachers will be instructing the teachers not to teach our nation's framework or any form of nationalism. Instead, they will be trained to be good global sustainable citizens prepared for a global workforce, not our proud heritage as we were taught. They will become managed workforce for the New World Order. I hope I bring you some truth. It's a revolutionary act in times of universal deceit. Now I have some more to go through here. And bibliography is there for you. In the Common Core, I see as pornography, incest, rape, homosexuality portrayed and encouraged in assigned reading material. Data mining child's records in Bloom, fitting children with electronic monitoring chips, violation of the FERPA Act. It's socialism, it's anti-American, it's anti-Christian, it's anti-parent, it's anti-Jewish, and it's pro-Muslim. George Orwell's 1984, pro-one world order, children slaves of the government. Federal money driven is the cash cow. Wrongly arresting, suspending children for normal innocent play. Tag, food fight, holding fingers in shape of a gun. It's cartel written, corporation driven, cradle to grave data collection, cobs in the global workforce, citizens of the world, and communist like. Now, I have another slide. He doesn't have it up there. Slide 2. Oh, I didn't know that. I didn't know about the ticker. I'm sorry about that. Okay. Cloward and Piven, the strategy to take down America. He's not there yet. Slide 2. The CD 2. I had 2 CDs I gave her. Okay. Okay, I'm sorry. Look at Cloward and Piven, the strategy to take down America. There are 8 levels that must be obtained before you're able to create a social state. The first is the most important. Healthcare. Control healthcare and you control the people. That's been done. Number 2, poverty. Increase the poverty level as high as possible. Poor people are easier to control and will not fight back if you are providing everything for them to live. On target. Increase the debt to an unsustainable level. It is done. Gun control. Remove the ability to defend themselves from the government. That way you can create a police state. And they want our guns. Welfare. Take control of every aspect of their lives. Food, housing, and income. That's been done. We now have 125 million people in America now on welfare and EBT subs. Education. Take control of what people read and listen to. Take control of what children learn in school in progress with Common Core. Religion. Remove the belief in the God government. Schools, and that's in progress. Class warfare. Divide the people into the wealthy and the poor, and this will cause more discontent. It will be faster and easier to tax or take down the wealthy with the support for the support of the poor, and that is in progress. Does that sound familiar? I hope I'm wrong. I sincerely hope I am wrong on my analysis of this. I say I'm the devil's advocate, but these are facts. ACLU, there's the militarization of the country now is awful, and even the ACLU is going against the programs put out by this not the wrong word, this Obama administration. And here's the headline from Gainesville Times yesterday. Are America's police over-militarized and under-accountable? That's from the Gainesville Times yesterday morning. I know you can't see it up close, but it's here. I can pass it down. And that's my...
All right. Do we have any questions now? All right. Anyone have questions you want to ask?
Let me ask one, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Mr. Kitching, where do you live? What are you in Hall
I live
County?
in South Hall County at Hog Mountain and Friendship Road.
Okay. And you have how many children?
I have 3 children.
Grown.
Yes, 51, 52, and 53.
And how many grandchildren?
I have 6 grandchildren, and 4 great-grandchildren.
Where do they go to school?
My daughter's family, they just moved back here to Georgia from Pennsylvania, and they will be going to school in Roswell.
Okay.
And my great-grandchildren will be going to school over in the Houston area. My grandson and his family just bought a home over there. They moved this past weekend, so they started into the Houston area. Columbus School.
Plum School, yeah.
Something like that.
So you live at Deaton Creek, or?
I live at the Hog Mountain and Friendship Road. It's off of the
Okay.
895. Yeah.
Well, you did a good job in your presentation. I hate you had to read it all. So.
I appreciate that.
How long did it take you to put all that together?
A lot of time. And I have been saved. I have papers this thick at home. And I've been picking up things along the way that really disturb me. And it's just coming out too rosy in the press with the publications for Common Core in Georgia. And it disturbs me greatly. And I don't know where it's going to go. But I don't like what this administration has done to our society. This gentleman here, his high school players are hungry because they've got to eat. They can't eat the kind of food they want. They don't get enough food to eat. That's not right. I heard that in the first class, the seminar at the stadium there.
Your profession, were you a mother, or were you?
I'm a mother. I'm a registered nurse.
Okay.
I practiced nursing for 50 years. I retired at 40, but it just didn't stick. I just missed it so much, and I love dealing and taking care of people, and it's just in my heart. And I think teachers are the same. They like to do things for people and make them better. And that's what I want to do desperately, and I would do anything I can to help.
Okay. Do you feel like President Obama is behind Common Core standards?
I think Bill Ayers is. I think that they're the whole group of them. Okay, Arnie Duncan, he's from Chicago. Obama.
Will you pull that mic closer to you, please?
Yes, sir. Arnie Duncan is from Chicago. Obama's from Chicago. The whole crew there in Washington are Chicago, and it's a hotbed there of this, way back when the unions first broke there. There was Arnie Guthrie, a guitarist, that roamed around. I can't think of his name. But anyhow, it kind of just started there. It's a hotbed there of communism. And my husband was transferred to Illinois for 1 year, and it was pretty good. We lived out in the country. It was Crystal Lake, and it was not bad at all. But then when he was transferred to Stony Brook, New York, in the early 70s, that place is a hotbed of leftists. There was a professor, a black professor, that years back founded to spin down blood products and make Paxils, which is really good for a patient in shock. And one day my daughter came home from school and she says, "Mama, why wouldn't you give blood to a black man?" Hello? What in the world is happening? I didn't know what was going on. And I had to do quite a bit of research work to realize that there was a black man, a professor, a brilliant man, like Dr. Ben Carson, that did learn to spin blood cells down to packed cells to give the best effect for trauma patients. And the reason she brought it up because the teacher had told them that when he was in an accident, the white people didn't give him blood when he needed it. That is just really bad. And I had to defend myself against my daughter. And I says, do you say the Pledge of Allegiance in school every day, honey? No, we don't have to do that. So you know who marched to school and talked to the principal. I didn't. And he said, they are supposed to do that, ma'am. I says, well, they're not. My daughter says they're not saying the Pledge of Allegiance there. And so he went and stood outside the door, and sure enough, he called me back and he said, thank you, Mrs. Kitchen, for alerting me to that.
Any other questions? Any other questions from any of the committee? Very good job. Appreciate you staying around. Sorry you had to wait till late.
That's
Thank
okay.
you.
Thank you very much. I certainly appreciate the opportunity to express my feelings because
That's what it's all about, having the right to say what you feel. Thank you.
thank you very, very much.
Yes, ma'am. You have a good day. All right, next we have Angela Palm, and Angela is here with the Georgia School Board Association. How are you doing today? Good.
I've had a really long day, so I'll try to keep this short. As I have listened here and in your last session, there are a number of issues that seem to be getting tangled up. And I think it's important that we look at them one by one so that we can sort it out, because only in that way can we really effectively address them. So as I see it, we come down to there's an issue about the standards approval process, the content of the standards, and there are several questions around the content. As someone noted earlier today, we have conflicting questions here. Are those standards rigorous enough? Are they too rigorous? Are they developmentally appropriate? Tangled in here at times has been high school math. And I would tell you that the State Board of Education adopted integrated math for high school in 2005. That was 5 years before Common Core, so the fact that we use an integrated math model has nothing to do with Common Core. So we can kind of set that one aside. We also have questions about the impact of race to the top, requirements around that, and what effect that has on the issues before us now. Lately, issues have also arisen about AP, or Advanced Placement U.S. History, and we seem to be getting the same kind of complaints about U.S. history as we have heard repeatedly about Common Core. So we have all those issues kind of bubbling together here. Looking at the process that the State Board uses to approve standards, for those who don't regularly attend State Board meetings and are not a regular part of working groups that they put together, you probably are not aware of the rigorous process that they undergo and that we did go through before the Georgia Performance Standards were adopted. And just for your information, the State Board agendas and all the supporting documents are online back to June 2003. There are 5 years of webcasts of their meetings also archived online. So if you're ever curious about what happened when, you can have a lot of fun just digging back through the agendas, and you can put together your own timeline and look back, and if it's within the time period where the meeting is actually webcast, you can see for yourself what they did. All of that really goes to show that they have a very open and transparent process, and that it was very thorough. Just to kind of briefly recap here, the Quality Core curriculum, and I think this partially led to issues we had early on here with language. The Quality Core curriculum was developed as part of a requirement under the Quality Basic Education Act of 1985. The state statute uses the word curriculum. And the state board was required to adopt a body of curriculum that would then be taught. In 1985, nobody differentiated between curriculum and standards. When the Georgia Performance Standards were being adopted, and later on as we went to the Common Core, we stuck with the statutory language. And so frequently the word curriculum was being used. So I think when a lot of the issues first began to be raised here, and people looked back at documents, they saw the word curriculum, but really that word was being used because of the statute. Chairman Coleman knows well, this past session, one of the education bills tried to clean up some of the language and take out some of that QBE language. The bill ended up not going through for other reasons, but part of that was to change and to clarify now the difference between curriculum and standards. So I think partly we got into this just as a vocabulary issue. By 2001, QCCs had been changed very, very little. They certainly didn't fit within the standards-based accountability environment that we were in by that time, having assessments aligned to standards and the assessments being used for accountability purposes. The state board asked Phi Delta Kappa to do an audit of the QCC. That came back just as educators thought it would, way too broad. You couldn't possibly teach it. And so if you were going to have an assessment that was aligned with that, then we were all going to be in trouble, because there were, with the accountability coming along with that, then it wasn't going to be fair to anybody. They found in the audit that it would take 23 years to teach all of the QCC to grades 1 through 12. So obviously not a doable task. So the state board said, okay, let's start on new standards. After 2.5 years, they finally had the 4 core courses together. And I can tell you that throughout that 2.5-year period, it wasn't just a matter of the staff developing something and taking it to the state board, and the state board said, hey, this looks good, go. It was much more involved in that. They brought together advisory groups, expert advisory groups. They looked at the standards from high-performing states, from high-performing countries. At times, they would bring material to the state board for approval for posting, and the state board would look at it and go, no. Go back to the drawing board. All the material at every step was posted once the state board approved for it to be posted. It was posted almost always for 60 days. I try not to use the words always and never, so I usually just say usually, in case there was exception somewhere. It was up for comment. Once the comment period closed, the staff looked at it, saw what revisions might need to be made, took it back to the state board. If revisions had been made, usually the state board said, okay, now repost it. The state board, of course, follows the Administrative Procedures Act and always has things laying on the table for at least 30 days before they vote on it. So we went through this process of back and forth with expert groups. There were numerous opportunities for anybody to view them and to comment on them. Then once they were adopted, they were phased in over a 5-year period. A few years after they were implemented, the state board began precision reviews of those standards to ensure that they were appropriate. Also, the state law requires state board members to hold a meeting at least once a year in their district. So there again was an opportunity for state board members to get feedback on the ground. And some of their meetings were really highly attended during this period, and they had a lot of comments. So when we got to the period of the Common Core Georgia Performance Standards coming forward to us, a lot of people have asked lately, I mean, why didn't the education groups stand up and say no, or why wasn't there a lot more questions about them? We all knew the process by which we had gotten the Georgia Performance Standards, and we were comfortable with the process that the state board and the department uses in order to get to the standard process and when they're approved. Also, as you've heard, the National Governors Association was highly involved. Our governor was one of the chairman of the process. Also, the chief state school officers was involved. Our state superintendent was an officer. A chief was the other organization involved in the process of creating the standards. And we had worked with that organization. We began working on the America Diploma Project in 2006. So we had a long history here of working with the groups, knowing who was involved, and so there was really a comfort level with the whole thing. So when you look at the timeline, if it seems like they were adopted quickly, over time, yes. And when you're looking at the time, yes, they were, but there was also a really strong comfort level. But I think that one of the issues we continue to see in the implementation that's been mentioned several times today is professional development. Back during the Georgia Performance Standards and the development of those, particularly around the middle school math, there were issues raised as people were addressing the state board, even the ones who were writing the standards, and said the middle school math is much more rigorous than it has ever been. We're going to be asking the teachers and the students to do things we have never asked of them before. We are going to have to do a lot of training. Higher Ed said, yes, the ones who are already out, we're not trained to teach in this manner, and we're going to have to make some changes. As the professional development was created and rolled out, it was obvious quickly that the model being used was going to be too expensive. And they were going to have to make adjustments in order to deliver the training. It was moved over to a train-the-trainer model, which generally is not nearly as effective as other kinds of training models. Then we hit the recession and everything else, and so there were cuts in professional development. And so we continue to see issues around that, and I think particularly in the math area, and so that goes back for several years. I'm not an educator. I'm not a content specialist in either math or English, so I won't even try to speak to whether they are correct or not correct, whether they're developmentally appropriate. I'll rely on the educators to tell us that. And I think we're hearing from them either through surveys or they're coming to these meetings or going to the state board meetings and they're speaking out. But I think that what is important is that when we look at the content, that we have an understanding and respect for the process that the state board uses. Because when we have concerns about what the standards are, as long as we know that there's a method by which they can be fixed and revised and that they will be continually reviewed in order to improve and adjust to what our students need, then I think that we don't need to have quite the level of concern about the content as long as we have a process by which we know what the concerns are and the concerns can be addressed at the state board level. The concerns about the AP US History that have come up, it's important for everybody to understand that the advanced placement courses are owned by the College Board. The College Board creates the curriculum, they own the assessments, and they are solely responsible for them. It has been widely thought for several years now that it is important to get more and more of our students into AP courses because they're much more rigorous. If they score a 3 or higher on the exam, then they can get college credit for taking the course. Georgia judged it to be so important, as a matter of fact, to get more students into AP courses. That was why the Georgia Virtual High School was created. A young man from Clinch County contacted Governor Perdue and told him that he couldn't get the courses in Clinch County that he wanted because it's a small school system and they didn't have enough students for higher level courses in order for the system to afford to hire the teachers. And he thought there should be another way to do it, and so Governor Perdue put forward the Georgia Virtual High School. Additional funding has gone in to pay for advanced placement exams for students on free and reduced lunch. So we have judged it to be important to get students in that. And so now that concerns are being raised about it, I think it is important to understand that's a College Board issue and not a state of Georgia one. We don't have any control over what's within the curriculum. The federal government's been heavily criticized for its involvement in the standards through Race to the Top. I look at it a different way, and I would ask you, isn't it part of the federal role to support state initiatives? Don't we want the federal government and the money to help us further what we've already started? Okay, I heard it. It was rhetorical. In my view, we do. I think too often, and certainly in education, and the educators on the committee can certainly speak to this even better, that too often new administrations, whether they're federal, state, or local, come in and ignore what's going on. They ignore what came before them, and they want their own program. They want to put their stamp on something, whether it complements what's going on or ignores it or whatever, and we end up with this patchwork. And so for once, we actually had somebody go in and say, okay, what's already going on and how can we incorporate that? So we may argue about whether it was right or wrong to have the Race to the Top grant offered to the states, but I would say that weigh your argument against it with the idea that at least it was designed to support in part what was already going on. Excuse me. We've had some questions about Race to the Top requirements and how much they're affecting what we're doing. No Child Left Behind was authorized in 2001, and for those who don't usually dabble in K-12 education, the Elementary and Secondary Education Act was first passed in 1965 and is periodically reauthorized by Congress. Some presidents choose to give it a name. Bill Clinton called it the Improving America's Education Act. Not very catchy, never caught on. The next version was No Child Left Behind. When No Child Left Behind came on, that was probably the biggest overreach of the federal government that we've ever seen. For the first time, not only were there consequences tied to how students performed on assessments in Title I schools, which we do get additional federal funding for, but there were consequences for non-Title I schools, which we don't get federal funding for. There were also consequences for school districts. And never had the federal government reached out to say they had any right to have any say-so over what happened to school districts if a school district was deemed to not be performing well. They established a definition of what a highly qualified teacher is. So now they're defining what kind of personnel we ought to have. Required extensive testing, required data systems, required almost all students to take assessments, whether it was appropriate for them developmentally or not. We had numerous special education students who were being required to take the assessments that should not have been required to do so, but we had no say-so over that. They limited the definition of a high school graduate. If a special needs student completes all the requirements of their individual education plan, the federal government does not recognize them as a high school graduate. We cannot count them in our graduation rate, even though the child did everything that they were supposed to do and that they have been asked to do. There were numerous other things included in No Child Left Behind that are an overreach. When it comes to competitive grants, they're carrots usually. We're all familiar with carrots. Sometimes you just want to try to get somebody to move a little bit or move a certain way, so you find a way to incentivize that, and competitive grants are a good way to do that. The problem that I see with this now is that increasingly the federal government is taking money that is available and shifting it to competitive grants rather than funding the Title I students and funding the special ed students and putting the extra money there. When the federal government passed, and I think it was 1976, the act requiring the education of special needs students, they approved, Congress can authorize up to 40% of the cost and appropriate the money for that. They've never gone over 18%. So most of the funding for special needs students comes from the state and local governments, but the federal government sets almost all the rules around how they are educated, and it's an increasing problem. It's not to say these students need less or deserve less. It's simply a matter that the federal government is requiring too much and they've overstepped their bounds. Federal grants often include regulations that are getting into areas that have never been the federal purview. Evaluations, we're getting back to employees again. That's not their business. We've already talked about the school lunch program today, so I won't go back through that one again. Finally, the U.S. Department of Education, particularly through its Office of Civil Rights, has gone way outside their authority. They're really just kind of making it up. There's no basis in law for their taking the actions they're taking. They're creating requirements for training and reporting that there's no basis for, that add to the cost. The educators on here can give you, especially the superintendents, can give you many more examples of things, and I won't do that. I want to go to moving forward and what we do at this point. I think that it's important that everybody be aware of the constitutional role of all the bodies involved here and that we respect that. I think that issues with the content, as I said earlier, are rising up and are becoming more and more clear where the issues are, what the issues are, and that the state board can address that through their regular process. I suggest that the legislative leadership, the state superintendent, and the state board all get together and talk about where the federal overreach is, what the issues are, what can be addressed, and work with our congressional delegation and our senators to see how we can address this, what we can do. At the very least, make them aware of what the issues are. Part of what has happened is Congress hasn't been able to agree on anything, so they're not really performing the legislative function that holds the executive branch in check, particularly when it comes to the regulatory agencies. I also suggest that whenever there are federal rules open for comment, that we have some kind of joint combined effort to comment on them. There again, it kind of goes back to making our congressmen aware, but also a more active role on all of our parts on commenting and taking part in that process whenever it's available to us. I think if we can continue to have honest discussions, agree on some action steps, that we have the opportunity to make some positive changes. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak to you today.
Thank you, Angela. I want to say to everyone, if you look at, I agree with you, that last part, moving forward, your suggestion about the leadership, that's the, you know, what we said earlier when we started this meeting. The state board's holding hearings, the speakers that instructed us. We had those meetings last year. We went on the road for 6 times. We've talked this week. We talked with Johnny Ives on Saturday. Met with him about that. We've talked with, and I'm so thrilled with some of our new congressional reps. We've talked, and I think you're exactly right. That's something that I wish you were still here. That we met last Tuesday with the State Board of Education. Spent hours with them talking, and that's for the first time since I've been down there. You know, getting together talking. John Barge was there, so I think I agree with you. Those things, and with federal program, and we're all talking about these things. So, and I think we've got to go further. We've got to bring our School Board Association, our superintendents in, and that's the purpose of taking these tours. And that's the purpose of doing this, to get these ideas, and I think you're right on target there. And let's see, and that's why we're trying to find out what it is. Now, we have a question. What's your question?
Yeah, Ms. Palm, you're on a school board where?
No, I'm the Director of Policy and Legislative Services for Georgia School Boards Association.
But you're not an educator.
No, sir.
What's your background then?
I actually got into my current role by being a PTA mother. Signed up for legislation. 1993 was the first session. So when it comes to education policy, I'm self-taught. My professional background was I was in business. I was the last corporation I worked for was excuse me, Service Corporation International, and I was a regional operations manager.
Okay. So you represent how many school boards?
180, all 180. Membership is voluntary, but all of them do join our association.
Which equals a total of how many board members?
If I remember the math correctly, we have around 1,200 school board members on those 180 boards. And that's the 180 is the total of the elected boards.
While I'm thinking about it, I had a school board member mention to me last week, and I don't know if this is true or not, Mr. Chairman, but a school board, a superintendent does not work for the school board. Is that correct?
No, sir. The superintendent is the one employee that a school board hires.
That's right.
Okay. Why would a school board member tell me that?
I don't know, but I'll be glad to call him and talk to him.
Is this in code, Mr. Chairman?
We passed that bill. If you remember, my friend, the first year you were down there, we went to the ballot, and the voters said that they would elect their school boards, and the school boards would hire the superintendent. And then they refused to do the state. That's why the state school superintendent is still elected.
I will say, I don't know where that's coming from, but it's interesting that you said, I don't know why that person thinks that, but I will say that during the session, I did get a call from another district, and actually it was their legislators who told them that the superintendent didn't work for them.
Would my 3 superintendents like to comment on that? You know,
I think they're pretty clear on who they work for, but I'll be, if you want to tell me.
I did have a school board member tell me that. So
okay.
Maybe you need to refresh them.
Yeah, I think so.
Any other questions? I want, sis, stand up. This is the And she's in charge, director of the
My boss.
Georgia School Board Association, and she just walked in. I saw Sis just walk in, and Sis and I go way back. We started work with the Georgia School Public Relations Association. So Sis, we're glad. And you've been here how long now, Sis? How long have you been with Georgia? Very good. So thank you, Angie. You did a great job. Appreciate you. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we have, stick with us, this is important. We have public comment now, and I'm going to take you in the order that I was told you signed up. So, Carl, if you'll read them and call on them, and let's, because I can't pronounce all the names. No, go ahead. And if you'd come forward and give us your name and where you're from and everything. Who is the first one? Joseph.
Why don't we start with Dr. Charlie Warren?
All right, Dr. Charlie Warren. Who's on deck?
Patty Ponquist.
Patty who? Where's Patty?
Patty still here? Okay.
All right, come on up, Patty, where you be here.
Thank you.
And if you'll eat that mic.
Is that close enough?
Yes, sir.
I appreciate y'all giving me the opportunity to speak, and my name's Charlie Warren. I was a professional engineer, electrical engineer for 32 years, and then
Doctor, tell us where you live.
I live in Cumming.
Okay.
And I've been here a little over a year. My daughter lives in Alpharetta. Well, now it's Milton. I have 5 grandchildren and 6 great-grandchildren, and 2 of my grandsons just graduated from University of Georgia in cognitive science, in which they learn that we really are just brains, we don't have a mind, and a few things like that. So education is pretty, I'm pretty sensitive about it. And so what I would like to do...
Let me say to the committee, we did not ask, if you sign up, they were not asked to bring a handout. If they want to give you one, that's fine, but they are here, just sign up. All right.
Okay. What I'm about to say came basically from this announcement from the NGA organization about Common Core State Standards Development Work Group and Feedback Group announcement, and also from the frequently asked questions from Common Core initiative. And so what I'd like to say is, in light of a lot of what's been said here, we probably need to be sensitive to the group that formed and developed Common Core. I'm not talking about the governors. I'm talking about mainly about the student performance group formed by David Coleman. So what I'd like to do is just go through this, if I may. The members of the Common Core Standards Development Work Group and the Feedback Group were announced on July 1, 2009 by the National Governors Association Center for Best Practices and the Council of Chief State School Officers. And what they have announced were, and I think, sir, you asked an earlier question to one of the speakers as to who the members were that she met with and that sort of thing. Those members are detailed in this, and the roles that they were to perform is also detailed in this, and some additional information is provided in this document. So what I'm going to do is run through the roles of the various players in the development of Common Core standards, and the NGA Center and the CCSSO, if I may use those terms. The NGA provides governors and their senior staff members with services that range from representing states on Capitol Hill and to develop and implement innovative solutions to public policy challenges through the NGA Center for Best Practices. And their function was to They led the development of Common Core state standards and continue to lead the initiative, and they were responsible for overseeing the feedback groups for the development of the Common Core standards. The role of the Common Core State Standards Development Work Group was the work group's deliberations were to be confidential. That raised a red flag in my mind. They were charged to determine and write the college and career readiness standards in English language arts and math, to develop the standards for grades K through 12 in English language arts and mathematics, and they made it clear that the final decisions regarding the Common Core Standards document will be made by the Standards Development Work Group. The role of the Common Core State Standards Feedback Group was to provide information backed by research to inform the standards development process by offering expert.
They're pointing back there. He has water.
Pardon?
Is that what you're saying? Oh, they can't hear you. They're saying eat the mic a little more. They can't hear you back there.
Oh, you can't? Is that better?
Okay, is that better?
So the role of the Common Core State Standards Feedback Group was to provide this information to inform the development by offering expert input on their draft documents. And they were to play an advisory role, not a decision-making role. The final decisions were made by the Standards Development Work Group. And the role of the states and national education organizations, they would have an opportunity to review and provide evidence-based feedback on the draft documents. So their role, the state's roles, and the national education organizations they were provided an opportunity to review and comment on, give feedback on, which is somewhat contrary to the claims that the states and so forth were the ones who developed these Common Core standards. So I want to point out particularly the role of some individuals in the development, the role of Gene Wilhart, who was the executive director of the Council of Chief State School Officers, the CCSSO, from 2006 until 2013. So he served as the executive director during this process. He was CCSSO director. What he did was he spearheaded the state's collective action to adopt the Common Core state standards. So he was spearheading this action. He marshaled a comprehensive restructuring of teacher and leader support, including developing consensus on the preparation, reform. He stimulated state action to improve data systems. He founded the Multi-State Innovation Lab Network. And then, after everything was in place, more or less, he joined Student Achievement Partners as a partner in January 2013. Well, the role of Student Achievement Partners, which was founded in 2007 by David Coleman, Susan Pimentel, and Jason Zimba, all lead writers of the Common Core state standards. They formed this partnership in 2007 prior to this development of the standards. And so 5 of the lead writers that were writing these Common Core standards had direct ties to Student Achievement Partners. William McCollum, well, the 5, let me name the 5. Let's see. Anyway, William McCollum, one of them, he was a lead writer for Common Core. He's on the board and an advisor of this Student Achievement Partners group. Bill Darrow is a board member and advisor for Student Achievement Partners and a lead writer. Jason Zimba was a founding partner of Student Achievement Partners and a lead writer on the Common Core State Standards. Susan Pimentel was a founding partner of Student Achievement Partners and was a lead writer on the Common Core State Standards. And David Coleman was founder of the Student Achievement Partners and lead writer of the Common Core State Standards. And interestingly enough, David Coleman, once the Common Core State Standards were completed, then was hired to become president of the College Board, in which he was charged with rewriting the SAT exam to then be congruent with the Common Core State Standards as he and his team developed. And so David Coleman is a key player in this development of Common Core State Standards and pushing them on the states. And so not only did he become CEO and president of the College Board and rewrote the SAT, he's now rewriting the advanced tests for becoming an advanced student in history and social studies. So I guess what I'm trying to say is we probably need to we need to investigate or vet whoever the student performance group is. They're the ones that develop the Common Core State Standards. They're the ones who push the Common Core State Standards to the states. And it would seem in the process that rather than the states leading, the states were being led, as these documents seem to make evident. And to talk about the work groups, there were 23 people actually in both work groups that wrote these standards. And there were 3 members from ACT Incorporated, 5 members in the math group, 5 members from Achieve Incorporated, 3 members from the College Board, 1 member, Jason Zimba, from Student Achievement Partners, 2 members who were professional consultants. And these consultants were from America's Choice, who Pearson Company owns American Choice, the huge publishing conglomerate Pearson, who has a vested interest in all this because they produce the textbooks. But there were 0 members from the K-12 public education institutions on the mathematics work group. Members of the English Language Arts work group, there were 4 members from ACT, 3 from Achieve, 3 from the College Board, 1 from Student Achievement, David Coleman, 0 members from K-12 public education institutions. And there were 5 members that were common to both groups. So if there were 14 members on one, 14 on the other, 5 common, that means there were 23 people total that wrote these standards. And there were 0 members from K-12 public education institutions. dictate the curriculum. It doesn't, you may have flexibility to choose different textbooks, etc., but if each one teaches the same content, what's being taught, then how can you say the standards don't drive the curriculum? So again, I would say we need to stop and think carefully and reflectively on what the Common Core state standards are really teaching and are about, what their real purpose is. I know the purpose they state, which is, again, impeccable. We'd all embrace that. But I think we just need to do some homework and be careful about going forward. So that's primarily what I had to say.
Well, if you would be sure to leave a copy of that with
Jan Brown.
yeah, leave it Jan Brown and Betsy. See back there, there's Jan Brown, and she'll get it, Betsy. We'll have our researchers to look at it. We'll try to go through that, what you're saying, if you'll be sure to leave them a copy. Any questions now? Any questions for our presenter? If not, thank you so much, if you will. And next, on deck, let's have Joseph G. Newworth. Where's Joseph?
I've got Patty Palmquist.
She's next, but where's Joseph on deck?
Joseph.
Patty, you're next. Come on.
Dr. Newworth, are you still here?
Where is Joseph here? Dr. Joseph?
Okay, he must have left.
I want to see if we're going to mark him off. All right. Who's on deck? And then Michael McIntyre. Michael McIntyre. We'll mark him off. All right. We want Jane Bath. Jane. All right, you come on. You'll be next, Jane. All right. It's all right. We're moving on. Okay.
My comment, thank you for listening to...
You have to put it really close because we can't hear you.
All right, thank you for
Speak up
listening to my, being here and listening to my concerns.
Speak up. We can't hear you.
You can't hear me? Okay, is this better?
Louder.
Uncomfortably close, is that better? Okay. As a Georgia taxpayer parent and grandparent, I am not happy that education policy in Georgia is being made by anonymous, unaccountable entities in distant places. Nor am I happy that everything the Georgia Department of Education does is motivated by scrambling for the federal dollars. Our schools, our teachers, and our children would be better off if we reclaim control from the federal government and from all the private associations that are dictating what we should be doing. And I'm thankful for the gentleman before me, his comments, and also for Dorothy. And I read a lot about what Dorothy was pointing out, so I can. But I also did bring a website, which is excellent for you to look at. I didn't make copies for everybody, but it does do the facts and the truth and the history about Common Core and the things that we've been trying to bring out our concerns. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much. All right. Next. All right. Let's who's next now?
Michael McIntyre
Michael
didn't show up. We
McIntyre
have
didn't show
Jane
up.
Bath.
So Jane's up next. Okay.
You're good.
You're good. Good. Okay. Good. 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 Yeah. Pull it out.
Pass those out.
Yeah.
She goes on.
I'm for this high.
Here you go.
There you are. Okay, thank you. You ready? Okay.
As I understand, this is the House study for the role of federal government in
Yeah,
education.
Ms. Bath, will you tell us your full name and where
Yes.
you live, please, for the record?
Oh, great, great. I'm Jane Bath, B-A-T-H, and I live in Oconee County, and I was born and raised here, but have moved all over the country in different ways in the past. Appreciate y'all all being here, and I can't believe you're all still up. Anyway, you are to look at the federal government the role of a federal government. And I remember Ben Franklin saying, what was the purpose? And he said, it was to do a republic. And we're getting pretty far away from a republic because the education is being taken over by the federal government. I don't think they ever thought of that. And in my experience as a past teacher and some involvement with schools, I've seen several schools literally turn on a dime. You know why? They changed their principal. There was no federal money involved. I've seen whole classrooms change on a dime just because the leadership came in and said, we're going to change this. No money was involved. When I first started teaching school, it was a long time ago, and we were told that we had to pick 300 film strips. And my teacher said, we don't even have a film projector. We really need a film projector first. They said, we don't care. But the federal government said you have to pick out 30 or 300 film strips. And guess where we are? We are now talking about billions of dollars of film strips. I just wonder, how many accountants do you have to figure out how much money is coming in and how much you're spending to get it and how much is actually helping the children? I just wonder, okay? But that's not what I came to talk about. I have only 2 points. As a past teacher of U.S. history, the Common Core, and I've been looking at all this stuff on the Google and email and all this stuff. I have done a lot of work. The 2 people that just spoke, I know what they said. I already know what they said. I didn't need to repeat it. But I finally came on to the Google U.S. History AP History course. That's the only thing I'm interested in today. I'm not interested in math or 3rd grade or the nutrition. I'm only interested in history. I read it non-stop, okay? I know a lot about it. I finally got on the U.S. history, and it told me in 5 pages what a good job I'd have if I was a history teacher. Finally, my husband and I saw a little tiny line there, and we finally, after searching and searching and searching, just what in the heck was AP U.S. history, and finally we hit it, and there was a 97-page outline. I carefully read it several times because I taught U.S. history. U.S. history for 97 pages with a 180-day school year would take me 5 years to teach. Already, we are totally out of sync with reality. Then I started rereading it and rereading it, and I kept looking for certain things. I said, okay, where's Ben Franklin and Thomas Jefferson and all these people? They weren't there. I read this whole outline over and over, 97 pages, and a lot of it is what I did teach. It's not that what they have on there is bad. It's just that that's all they had. Peripheral stuff. And so I thought, even if a teacher was told to teach this, there is no way she could teach this. No way. But this is the main point. As parents, we send our kids to a public school for fundamental knowledge. Okay? fundamental facts. If we want them to have a special ideology, we send them to a school of our choice. But we do not send them to the public school system or charter school system to teach an ideology. The AP US History is being taught to 14 and 15-year-olds who are very impressionable. The basic understanding of our government, unique to all of the world history, need these exceptional students to fully understand our foundation based on principles of individual rights, the rule of law, and the right to one's property. How many of you read Why Nations Fail? It is probably one of the most profound book written by two internationally famous authors, accolades for the wazoo, on why nations fail. They went around and studied civilizations plus present countries as to exactly why certain succeeded and why most failed. And it was because of the basic rights to one's property, basic rights to the rule of law. The type of government didn't really make any difference. So without this fundamental knowledge, we are nothing. I started every year on my history class saying, if you don't know your foundation, you are nobody. And this is what we're missing with the AP, because these fundamental things are not being taught. I reread it, and it's not there. And finally, I asked some of my children, my grandchildren, I said, are you learning about these people? Yeah, in grammar school, they say, oh, we did Thomas Jefferson, oh, we did Abe Lincoln. But here they are in an AP course, and they're not mentioned. Not even Martin Luther King. The war is just blown over. So what happens is, you have a 15-year-old, and he says, and he comes home, and mom says something about Jefferson. He says, who's Jefferson? And the mother says, what do you mean, who's Jefferson? Oh, yeah, I learned about him in the 4th grade, but in the AP course, he's not discussed because he's not important. I really didn't learn in depth about common sense and the Federalists. I didn't go into depth as to how all these things happen. I didn't have time because we were studying this 97-page curriculum that if you start reading it, oh, it's good stuff. It'd be great to be taught in college as a special aside. But we're in the AP history course in American history. We're here to give the foundations. We're not here to do peripheral. Then when this country has and will continue to stray, and boy have we strayed. Watch your American history. We're straying right now, but we strayed continuously. There's nothing different about our history. We've taken U-turns. We've gone down crooked trails. These students can, once they understand the basic principles of our government, be there to help straighten the path to the goal of a righteous government for the world to continue to emulate. We're not here to teach the children peripheral stuff to denigrate. We're here to help them understand the basics so that we will be emulated. Common Core, from what I could see, interprets. I would have never done that in my school class. In historical facts to promote an ideology, especially one negative. Yeah, a lot of it's just innocuous stuff,
But when I started reading, I could say, wait a minute, where did this come from? When your kid or grandkid comes in one day and you mention Thomas Jefferson and he looks blank, or yet tells you how evil those people are, there you have it. There you have it. I had a local professor, and I'll tell you, I went to Emory, but it wasn't an Emory professor. And I just finished, this was years back, and I just finished McCullough's John Adams. I read history. I read a lot of history. And I turned to this professor of a fine, quote, university there in Decatur, and I said, did you read McCullough's biography of John Adams? Oh, it's disgusting. Oh, this guy was disgusting. He went on and on how horrible John Adams was. He was the head U.S. history professor at that major college. That's what I'm talking about. I don't want my children, and I have, guess what, 2 boys at Oconee High School, and they come home, they're not, Common Core hasn't started, they come home with exciting teachers teaching exciting history, and we yak away about Mao, and we yak away about everything, and they'll come home and say, grandmother, because they know I'll talk history, and they love their history. That's what I want for my children. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Any questions from the committee? I have a question over here. I have a question.
Yes, ma'am. I did have a question. Are you talking about the
AP U.S. history?
No, you were talking about the U.S. history, and you were talking about the Common Core. I was a little confused there because the Common Core that the state of Georgia has adopted does not include the social studies. And
all I know is I read, it said the U.S. history AP Common Core, and that was to be implemented here.
Okay.
And that distressed me.
I just wanted to clear up the fact about U.S. history and the fact that you said Thomas Jefferson and all those people were not included in that.
Oh.
That is, in fact, part of the U.S. history standards at the element level.
You got
under
that right. My children in elementary school are learning it. They love it. My grandson is not taking the AP. He's taking the regular. He's coming home excited over everything. Yes, it is being taught beautifully now. Beautifully. And they are excited with exciting teachers now. Okay?
You're talking, okay. All right, next we have Tanya Deddy, and after her on deck will be Judy Kraft. We have 3 more.
Good evening. My name is Tanya Diddy. I am from Cobb County. I'm a former educator, and I brought a packet for you. I'm going to make this very short, but you do have a packet that's got graphs on the front. It's a 3-page, and I just wanted to refer to that this evening. There's been a lot of misinformation stated these last couple meetings. We are going to counter that at the Milledgeville meeting, and we will bring in our experts and to counter all of the misinformation about Common Core, but that's not my purpose tonight. I just wanted to bring you some things hot off the press, just to respectfully ask that you look this over. I'm not going to go page by page. I just wanted to point out a couple things. Starting last week, there seemed to be all of these articles coming out about all these polls taken on how people feel about Common Core. So I just wanted to point that out to you and point out a couple things. The top article, support for the Common Core is plummeting. This was put out by Stanford University. This just came out last week. We hear in Georgia that all the teachers love Common Core. I think what's missing are the teachers that are afraid to speak out on Common Core because they're afraid for their jobs. We've heard that over the last couple of years, but you can see that 40% of the teachers say they're opposed to Common Core. Well, that doesn't sound like it's over 50%, but it's tripled since 2013. So the rise of dissent among teachers for Common Core is growing. There's also public opposition to the Common Core. 65% supported Common Core in 2013, now only 53%, and that's public opposition. And I have to say, the public matters. I feel like all of a sudden the public's being pitted against teachers, and I think that's so very wrong. But the public are the parents, the grandparents, the teachers that oppose this, that are afraid to speak out, and taxpayers. So it's increasing in opposition. The second report that's in there in your packet was just put out by Phi Delta Kappa. It's an educators organization, and they did polling. This was posted in the Washington Post. And for ease, I tried to underline a couple things just to draw your attention to it. But I thought it was interesting in the second paragraph that I've underlined that teachers feel that the Common Core hurts their ability to craft lessons. So they're speaking out within their own organizations. On the back side of that, there is, on the third thing that I've underlined, it says that more than 80% of Americans have heard about the standards, mostly because there's a lot of coverage now. 60% of the respondents say they oppose Common Core. So there's a trend not increasing in the like of Common Core, but it's decreasing in the like of Common Core. Finally, this was just put out last week by 11 Alive, and I can't say they're probably the bastion of conservatism, but they had a poll. It's this one, this chart, and they have two questions on there that I was interested in. One has to do with the election of the state school superintendent, and Richard Wood leads that poll because he really is for common sense over Common Core. So the polling by and the cross-tabular section of this polling is very good. And I will say, when it comes to elections, that the pro-Common Core candidate, Mike Buck, lost in the Republican runoff against Richard Wood, so that the public is speaking in Georgia. Finally, number 7, it says, do you support or oppose school standards known as the Common Core? Here in Georgia, 34% oppose. This isn't popular. You've heard for 2 days it's popular. It's not popular. I'll leave you with this. What about all the other states? Because Common Core is supposed to link all of us together, what about all the other states? I'm not going to list the states, but I've got them in front of me. 28. That's over half the states have never adopted, they've repealed, or they're looking at legislation to get them out. 28, that's over half the states of this country, are trying to get themselves out because what they understand is local control of education is closest to the student and closest to the parent. And that's what we want. We don't have that with Common Core. And so I ask, why is this? We just need to move away. And I just wanted to bring you those statistics tonight. That's all I had to bring this evening. So I do appreciate your time. Thank you for being here at the late hour and accommodating us. Thank you.
Any questions for Dottie? Okay, thank you. All right. All right, Ken Kraft. I'm sorry, one question.
Wilson? Yes. I think if I can talk on the math side first, I think you have a lot of seasoned teachers who feel trapped within the way that Common Core how you have to deliver the standards. 2.5 years, I left the public school system 2 years ago, right when Common Core was being rolled out. And what I heard from a lot of the seasoned math teachers is, we know what works in the classroom, we know how to respond to the students, but the standards are so dramatically different. that we can't deliver the content like we used to. And they are put in a box, and what puts them in the box are these standardized tests that are coming out. These teachers are going to have to teach the kids the Common Core methodology. And so they're very concerned about that. We had a English language arts teacher. He teaches 10th grade somewhere in the state of Georgia. He asked that his name not be mentioned. He was appalled at the reading selections that their school selected at the high school level of what their students had to list. One was listed earlier, In the Time of Butterflies. It's so pornographic in nature that he went to his principal and said, I can't teach this. I wouldn't teach this to my own children. But because the English language arts department sat down at the high school and said, what books do we want to buy to support some of this literature that has to be read? They as a group decided what had to be bought. He couldn't be out there by himself not teaching what the other teachers teach, because what Common Core says is if there are 3 11th grade English language arts classes, one student should be able to move from one class to another, and everything should be taught the same. He was very concerned, this teacher was very concerned about the content. So they feel that their hands are tied and there's no flexibility with being able to change the standards. We've said that from day one. According to the Race to the Top grant, Common Core locks us into 100% of those standards. We can only change 15%, but if they're not going to be tested, then why change them? So, but we've heard from them. You know, we got frustrated when the Senate had a hearing 2 years ago, and they were just, teachers were lining up to talk in favor of Common Core. We couldn't get any teachers to come in opposition because they're afraid for their jobs. They had been told that they are to teach Common Core with integrity, and they're not to speak out against it. I'm not making it up. I'm very sincere about that. So, yes. Right. I think what the biggest concern from where I heard at the beginning were at the lower grade levels. They felt like it was grade inappropriate. It wasn't developmentally inappropriate. Little children crying because they don't understand. They have to do these math talks at the younger levels where the kids have to sit around and they have to explain verbally how they got their answers. If you know a kindergarten, a first or second grade verbal, they're just not wired that way that young. Little girls are more verbal. So instead of being able to say 2 + 2 is 4 and just learn it the old way, they have to math talk it through, they have to explain it, they have to write it out. And so it's confusing and it's frustrating. But because the tests are going to test the way Common Core must be taught, a student can't just get up there and they just aren't going to be able to answer 2 + 2 is 4. They're going to have to explain it out. So where the teachers were struggling was all of this extra way that Common Core had to be taught. And it's just the methodology of how Common Core is taught. And at the Milledgeville meeting, we're going to have a math expert to speak to that subject. So we'll hope that we'll be able to do that.
Any other questions?
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Wilson.
Okay. Thank you.
Ken Kraft.
Ken Kraft, please. Judy first, that's right. I'm ahead of myself.
What is Ken's?
Hello.
If you'll tell us your name and where you're from, please, for the record.
Well, I did bring some packets. You don't need to get them out. It's something for you to take home and read in your spare time. So.
If you will pull the mic closer to you two, please.
My name is Judy Kraft. I am from Peachtree Corners. I live in Gwinnett County. By way of background, I am a former reading specialist in grades 1 through 7. And my main concern now is for my 5 grandchildren and their educational futures. There's a reason that you see a lot of grandparents here today and speaking. It's partly because we can, because we are in the position to come and speak. The younger ones, our children, are working and busy raising families, but I will tell you this, they do care very much. They're talking about it in their schools, with their principals, with their teachers, and they're voting. Since 1994, I've worked on some public policy issue every year at the state capitol. After attending an educational policy conference in St. Louis 2.5 years ago, Common Core has consumed my time as I've researched, attending every meeting and hearing and understanding, educating others, and consequently trying to rid Georgia of Common Core. There is plenty of evidence to prove that Georgia citizens are ready to move on and join other states in getting out of Common Core. Most recently, it has been the hottest topic on the campaign trail, as every Republican U.S. Senate candidate and congressional candidate opposed Common Core, including the ones that won, obviously. The most telling proof is the recent election of anti-Common Core candidate Richard Woods as the Republican nominee for state school superintendent. This was a headline actually before the election, Common Core colors election. Superintendent race to say a lot about the future of academic standards in the state. In Gwinnett County, Mr. Woods won 55% to 45%. And then, as Tanya mentioned, Tanya Diddy, in a recent poll conducted by 11 Alive, 34% of all likely voters oppose Common Core, while only 24% support it. There's a question looming over the national and state debate. Y'all don't need to read this because I'm reading it. Who do the children belong to? And who should have the most influence over education? Among those groups that are trying to influence their elected officials are the following interest groups that you and your our state elected officials have heard from. The Chamber of Commerce, the state school superintendent, some representatives of the Department of Education, county school superintendents, lobbyists for school systems such as Gwinnett County, education and pro-family organizations, teachers, grandparents, and parents. The Chamber of Commerce philosophy is that we should educate children for the purpose of being skilled workers in a global society. Children must be trained to be competitive in the world, even though Common Core is producing dismal results, especially in math. The U.S. Apparently underperforms academically in comparison to other countries, yet it is students from other countries who clamor to come to U.S. colleges to learn and want to live here and not the other way around. Do children belong to the federal government? Well, some people think so. They believe that parents are not capable of raising their children and making their education decisions. They don't trust parents in local school systems with nutritional choices. We've seen that overreach. This is an article a week ago, Georgia schools fight the smart snack law, and you all talked about that today. I would love to see that same headline say, Georgia schools fight against federal intrusion with the APUSH that we've talked about, with the government, or, well, at the college level anyway. But that's something that we should all be really upset and I think enraged about, that our history is being selectively chosen by people and changed. Some say that parents don't talk to their children enough at home to stimulate good vocabularies. They believe preschool should begin much earlier because government knows best. Besides, parents and grandparents often have old-fashioned views and ideas. Our current state school superintendent thinks we should stay the course, even if parents don't like the course. He thinks we've already spent too much money to turn back. He thinks it will trouble teachers to have to make changes, even though Common Core has taken away the love and creativity that brought teachers to teach in the first place. Teachers are flexible. They've always been, and most teachers want what's best for students and not what's best or easiest for them. The argument that students are mobile and therefore must be taught a one-size-fits-all curriculum is no longer relevant as states drop out of Common Core and by all signs will continue to do so. I fall into the category of people that believe that children belong to parents, and consequently the opinions of parents and grandparents matters the most. I believe children should be given all the tools they need to utilize their God-given talents and interests to become what they want to be in life. Parents have historically been responsible for the education of their children. It's difficult work to protect our freedoms and to protect the next generation, but we must and we will. Education is also passing along values, a heritage, and a history. Some issues come and go, but parents will never give up when it comes to doing what's best for their children and grandchildren. Many, like me, will not vote for a candidate who supports a philosophy that we consider destructive to our children and grandchildren and will register their opinions at the ballot box. It's my hope that after receiving input and weighing in on the visible signs of citizen discontent and desire for change, the recommendation of this committee will result in leadership in Georgia from our governor, state school superintendent, and all of our elected representatives who will partner with parents to do what's in the best interest of children. And that is to give us back local control of education and educational freedom and choice by exiting Common Core. Thank you.
Any questions from the committee? Okay, thank you. Ken, you're next. Now tag team in.
My presentation is in the red binder.
Okay.
It's my speech and then some other stuff in the back.
You live at Peachtree Corners also,
I live
correct?
together. Judy and I are married, and we see each other occasionally back to back in the computer room.
Good.
We email things to each other 6 feet away.
Okay.
I titled this "An MBA Looks at Common Core," sort of a different approach. And I thank you for this opportunity and your endurance to still be wide-eyed this late in the day. I'm an MBA, and I'll keep this short. I only speak for myself, but probably represent a lot of other people who cannot be here today. I'm guessing there are two groups you probably haven't heard much of in your presentations. Parents who love Common Core. I wonder why. And then, as previously been mentioned, you probably haven't heard many teachers who are against Common Core. I guess intellectual freedom does not include freedom of speech. I'm against Common Core for a variety of reasons. First, my credentials. I'm a former Army Reserve captain, former scoutmaster, which was probably more hazardous duty pay than in the Army, and a grandfather of 5. I'm a student of history, and I've followed this issue extensively. Been to at least 10 hearings and seminars and workshops, plus the 10 emails a day that we all receive. And also, I was a victim of a similar scheme years ago in middle school, junior high. Maryland math, the new math. We were going to catch the Russians after Sputnik. Well, I was subjected to that in junior high, which caused me to fail Algebra 2 when I got to high school, and I had a miserable math career all during high school. So I've been through revisionist math ideas. And lastly, I live here in Gwinnett County, where last year, despite a huge SPLOST budget, the school board saw fit to raise my school taxes, and I'm not too happy about that. Firstly, Common Core and federal intrusion into local curriculum is probably illegal. For the 10th Amendment, all powers not delegated to the central government are reserved to the states. And in most states, that's education. Several other acts, the 65 Acts, Elementary and Secondary Education Act, the 70 General Education Act, and the Department of Education Act in '79. All those laws, in some form or other, forbid direct federal involvement in the direction, mandating, supervision, controlling, endorsement, or sanctioning of local curriculum. Common Core's involvement violates at least the spirit of these laws, if not the letter of the law. I know the first talking point of Common Core is, but Common Core is only standards. It's not curriculum. If you like your doctor, you can keep him. If it was only curriculum, why are we spending millions of dollars buying new books? It is curriculum. Why is Kathy Cox, the CEO of EDI, a consulting firm, helping people to get into Common Core? And in her manual, copies of which are in there, they talk about how to align instructional materials to the Common Core. Sounds like curriculum to me. And they provide help in textbook adoption and the like. Our teacher training. Does teacher training on Common Core only discuss a few pages of standards without any mention of teaching materials, lesson plans, resources? I doubt it. Sounds like curriculum to me. But the phrase, "it's only standards," will continue to be the most often repeated phrase by Common Core supporters for one main reason. If it goes beyond standards, it's de facto illegal. That's why they will never give up on that big lie. It seems clear to me that federal education standards necessarily drive curriculum. They're essentially the same. Let's explore some of the other Common Core talking points that I've heard too many times, including today. Common Core standards came from the states through the National Governors Association, out of the blue. Well, maybe so, although several Georgians claim to have started Common Core without the U.S. Department of Education grant money, there would be no Common Core. The federal grant money during the recession is what started Common Core. It would not be there without the federal government pushing it. Standards are internationally benchmarks. Well, when that was proven false, even Common Core supporters no longer promote that story. And that raises the question to me as an MBA, when we always wanted to see, show me the numbers before we decide on this project. Where were the Common Core teaching methods tested? Where are the test results? Where are all the gains when it was implemented? Where are the math store gains? Not here in Georgia. Apparently most of Common Core were unproven theories from outside liberal groups, and I don't want my grandchildren to be their guinea pigs. Fourth Common Core, standards are rigorous. I'm not going to belabor that point. Delaying algebra until high school is not rigorous. Degrading English literature to reading technical manuals and training manuals is not rigorous. You only have to read the Story Killer's book to understand what's happening to the English heritage of our literature. The fifth talking point, people move around so much the whole country needs to study the same thing. Does this sound like constitutional federalism to you? People studying the same thing, doing the same thing everywhere? No. The federal Constitution was set up for the states to have local control of the things they could do the best, the little test labs, and to have a choice. If somebody didn't like it, they could vote with their feet and move. This federal incursion is trying to blur all lines of any state differentiation of policy. I want Georgia local officials that I can vote for, vote in or out of office, to be doing these programs. Okay, they talk about everybody moving all over the place. Well, a lot of folks are tired of snow and winter, and they're moving to Texas, which never had Common Core. Neither did Virginia, Nebraska, or Alaska. And as Tanya said, now there's at least 6 states with no Common Core and 28 in total with none or working on programs to get out. And I wish we could add Georgia back to that list. I'll close with a few quotes from a current Pearson English textbook. Supposedly an English book about possessive nouns concerning the president's job, and it's in the exhibits. Here are some of the correct answers. This is English, remember. A president's job is not easy. Okay. He makes sure the country's laws are fair. Government officials' commands must be obeyed by all. An individual's wants are less important than the nation's well-being. I know it's only one example, but that sounds like 1930s Germany to me. And this is an English class. Sadly, I've taken a peek at the son of Common Core, because they have the same father, David Coleman, Advanced Placement U.S. History, that's even worse, but that's another hearing. I don't want my grandchildren subjected to these types of liberal distortions and revisionist histories. The Common Core talking points, no matter how often they're repeated, are mostly untrue. Return local control and get Georgia out of Common Core. We will never vote for any politician that supports Common Core, and our numbers are growing. We'll see this in November. I am not alone. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Any questions? Any questions? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next is Kathy Hildebrand.
Hello.
Hello.
Hold this or
Pull it closer to you, please.
Yeah, go right up to it.
okay. I'm Kathy Hildebrand. I live in Snellville in Gwinnett County. I'm typically so OCD that I write everything down, but this time I'm just going to share a few ideas from my heart to you. My greatest qualification to speak is that I'm a mother of 3 sons. They are 20, 22, and 24. I was a math major, a math education major. I got a master's degree in math education. I taught for 8 years. Then I got an MBA, and my concentration in my MBA at the University of Georgia was it's called management science, which is basically statistics as it applies to business decisions. So I was just applying my mathematics to business decisions. I have, as I said, my husband was a math major as well, who is a systems analyst now for a German company. And we have 3 sons who were all math majors. One, my middle son, is just teaching for the first time, his first year of teaching. Well, he taught in Bangladesh last semester mathematics and coached soccer, and because he graduated a semester early, and wanted to do something productive with that semester. And then he started this fall at Killian Hill Christian School in Lilburn, and is teaching Algebra 1, Algebra 2, Pre-Calculus, and AP Calculus. I say that not because I want to get off on whether the standards are good and whether the math standards, because I think that's a little irrelevant. Even if they were perfect, I have a problem with giving control to someone outside my state who is unelected because of the federalist argument and the constitutional argument. But I want you to know that as a math teacher, I sub now, but I was a full-time math teacher at one point, everybody who ever taught math and did it well, and I feel like it says something about the kind of math teacher I was, that I have 3 sons who love math and are also in it. I think I could get across math pretty well. And everyone who's ever taught Algebra 1 or Algebra 2, we know there's a body of knowledge that needs to be taught. We don't need Bill Gates or anyone else telling us. Everyone who's taught Algebra 1 knows it's about solving first-degree equations. First semester, you simplify algebraic expressions, and then you solve first-degree equations in 1 variable. You work your way up to first-degree equations in 2 variables. We call them linear equations. We learn to graph them. We say there's not just one solution for x. Now, when you have 2 variables, you're talking 2 dimensions, you're talking a coordinate system. Now, every solution is an ordered pair of solutions, and there's a whole line full of them, and isn't that neat? And then you work on story problems where you have a system of linear equations in 2 variables, and you find out where these 2 lines intersect. You say there's a line full of solutions here and a line full of solutions here, and to solve the system, you find where those 2 lines intersect. And this is not something that algebra teachers need to be told. What is the body of knowledge that is Algebra 1? Algebra 2 is second-degree equations, and then you get into second-degree equations in 2 variables, and conic sections, and circles, and ellipses, and parabolas, and hyperbolas. It's not something that we need to be. Now, how we teach it, I taught what I wanted to be graded on when I was an Algebra 1 teacher was, do my kids, when they hear a story problem, for example, know how to formulate an equation that applies to that story problem, and then do they know how to solve it? How I get them there is up to me. My principal trusted me. I had a master's degree in the subject. I knew how to do it. So I personally taught them by a whodunit method. You know, who is Mr. X really? You know, he's walking around right now as a 13, but who is he really? He multiplied himself by 2, and then he added 5 to himself, and he's making people think he's 13, but who is he? You know, I got them there, you know, but that was up to me. Anyway, back to whether the standards are good or not being the question. To me, and it's true, it's not just standards, it's a curriculum. I mean, if you tell me what to learn, when to learn it, and you tell me how to learn it, you know, how to teach it, and these teachers that come in say, well, we don't want to relearn how to teach it, we've been to the conferences already. Well, wait a minute, I thought you weren't being told how to teach it, you know? And they're saying, yeah, we were, you know. So this is a curriculum, you know, we all know that. But the point is, I am giving, and people keep saying it's not the local government that has control anymore, you know, our local school boards or our state school superintendent, it's the federal government. It's not even the federal government. At least that would be elected officials. It is a group of people who are non-elected. It is Bill Gates and Melinda Gates and the people they have chosen for these committees. I mean, this is not even the central government, which would be bad enough. But what we're doing, to me, is, let's say the standards were stellar. Let's say they were just wonderful, and they were, but it's like you're giving them a blank check, and you're saying to me, well, yeah, but they wrote a small check, and it was for a good cause, but they've got my checkbook, you know, or my credit card, and this is a checkbook where I can't stop payment, or a credit card where I can't cancel the card. You know, I can't go to someone and say I have a problem with this like I could if it's John Barge or Richard Woods or, you know, someone here locally on the local school board, Carol Boyce. You know, I am giving them a blank check or a credit card, and it doesn't matter what they've charged today on it. It's what you're giving them the potential. They get to keep it. So I have a real problem with this. And when this idea of people moving from state to state, oh no, we're going to have to, you know, I'm thinking we have all kinds of laws that are different from state to state. Should we just do away with our General Assembly? Should we just do away with state laws and have one central government that tells us all? Because that's more efficient. It really is more efficient. I mean, the most efficient government is the dictatorship from on high. It's very efficient. There's no freedom involved. And Representative Coleman and Brockway here, they would lose their jobs. We wouldn't have any state government. But we appreciate you in your jobs, and we want to keep you there. And we want to have access to our elected officials, and we want to control. You know, it's one thing to give someone a blank check, but to give someone a blank mind, my kids' minds, I'm not willing to do that. And you know, it's real popular to act like, wow, these are wide-eyed, you know, backwoods Baptist conspiracy theory kind of people that have a problem with this, you know. The truth is, in the 70s, when I went to Indiana University of Pennsylvania, where I grew up, I have been subjected in an environmental biology class to someone that was a professor ridiculing me for my faith. I mean, I walked into the classroom that first day, and he brought up environmental biology. The whole problem with the environment is with Christianity, because the Bible taught that you're supposed to have dominion over the earth, and that's when people started destroying things. And I just looked kind of funny, and I knew he knew I went to a Christian college before that, so he looked at me kind of funny, like, do you have something to say? And I said, yeah, to have dominion over something means to care for it. I mean, God told us to care for it. That's the opposite of destroying it. You know, I can't believe you're saying this. But I was intimidated, but I still spoke up for my faith. And he made me do a few more things. I mean, I've been there. I've been there at the University of Georgia in business ethics class. They still chose me to represent the University of Georgia GBA, Graduate Business Association, on the MBA competition team. They picked 5 people. But nonetheless, they called me in to tell me they were concerned that I was going to have trouble in the business world because of my basing my ideas on. So to act like you know, it's laughable to me to pretend there isn't a liberal bias among professors in states' universities. And we look and we say, when did we let this happen? How did we let this happen? And we're doing it again. Let's take the elementary, take it, you know, there is no worldview-free education. So make it local. I mean, I agree with this lady who said it should be the fundamentals. I mean, I don't need to be teaching liberal conservative when I'm teaching how to solve an equation. But I'm just saying there are areas like history where people can decide what to include and what not to include that I don't want people somewhere in some other place deciding. Thank you.
Any questions?
Got a question here. Yeah.
Algebra 1 is Algebra 1. I'm telling you, Algebra 1, it is taught, I had it in 8th grade. Okay. Is the question? Okay, I don't know if this was, you asked if there was a question for me, but I will say, you said, why wouldn't you want to raise the standards in Georgia? I will always be for raising standards. I just don't need them to be dictated from some other place. My 3 sons went to Killian Hill Christian School. Every teacher at that school, you ask them, they are against Common Core. I called the headmaster, Paul Williams, before I came and said, do you want me to read some statement from you or something? He didn't have time to put anything together. And, but my 3 boys all took AP Calculus when they were seniors. They all got a 5 on their AP Calc exam, and they weren't taught Common Core. And so, no, I am not for low standards in mathematics, but I don't believe... No, my kids are all graduated. Mine are in college right now.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you. Okay. Any other comments, questions? We had one more person to testify, Shaw Andali Cloman. Did I pronounce that wrong? I'm sorry. You're a first-year teacher. Well, congratulations. Tell us where I'll let you correct your name and where you live, please.
My name is Shawandalyn Cloman, and I live in Norcross. I am a first-time teacher, and I am for Common Core. And I just wanted to...
What school?
Hopkins Elementary is where
Will you pull the mic a little bit closer too, please?
How's that? Is that a little better?
That's good.
Wonderful. Well, I just wanted to share my personal experience and why I do support Common Core. I grew up in Minnesota, and I had the opportunity to go to a school. I was an honor roll student, advanced placement classes. I did well in school. And when I went to college, when I got there with my peers, I realized that they knew a lot of things that I was never even exposed to. And so I think that it's important for us to have that academic foundation across the country, across the board, because we need that standard to be the same. So when I got into school thinking that I worked so hard to achieve so well, to do well, to know, to gain that knowledge, and then to realize there's people that knew a lot more than I did, and I think it's because the academic levels were just different across the board there with different teachers. That standard wasn't set. So that's all I wanted to share with you guys.
Any questions?
Okay. Anybody else want to speak?
Let me make 2 announcements.
Okay.
All right, 2 announcements, then we're going to go. Next meeting will be September the 24th, is that correct? In Milledgeville. We'll start at 10, and if you want to speak, let Courtney know. This session, again, have y'all been getting did y'all get your information about your travel? Did everybody get that? Everybody get that covered, your traveling per diem? And the state, remember, tomorrow is Gwinnett's State Board meeting. And again, if you want to stay for dinner, dinner is served. If you want to go home, go home. But we'll have dinner downstairs, those that want to stay. Thank you, sir. Anything else, Carl? All right, thank y'all so much. Again, thank the college. This was great facilities.